51. Raphael shows the creation of organic creatures. Here, Raphael comes forward and says, God in itself is everlasting and infinite. Infinite space is filled only by Him. He, as the highest, purest and greatest thought, and the everlasting most perfect idea, in and out of Himself, can only, as everything from eternity, create continuously thoughts in His whole infinite space, and it is full of the same out of Him. We, the primordial angels, as His for you people unthinkable times already matured and now independent life ideas full of light, wisdom, realization, and willpower, have an infinite number of serving spirits underneath us, who, so to speak, form our arms and recognize our will and execute same immediately. The pure thoughts of God are the substance out of which everything which infinity contains has originated. Originally, only we, by the will of the most highest and almightiest Spirit of God. But then all these things and beings through us, who were the first and most superior receptive vessels for the thoughts and ideas coming out of God, and will from now on, in an elevated and increasingly more perfect manner, remain such forever. We take the life thoughts coming from God, which present themselves visibly to you in the shape of long tongues, combine them and form continuously according to the order of God in us, forms and beings. And if someone would ask you, from where God or we as His, so to speak, already everlasting servants, messengers and workers, have taken the physical material to form the beings, there in front of you, you have it now. These snake-like and fiery long tongues are the spiritual building blocks, out of which everything, whatever the whole of eternity contains as material, being-like, is made of. How this making is executed, the Lord Himself has already shown to you very clearly. But you will all this only then understand in the fullness of true life, clearness, and perfectly comprehend, if you are yourself completely as life perfected standing before God the Lord in the Spirit, and not in the heavy flesh any more. But so that you, according to the will of the Lord, as it is possible for you now, can see how we mighty and old servants of God, from these thoughts of God which are floating around in this space, can create forms and beings. Look with the eyes of your souls, and you will learn something what until now no mortal has ever seen on this earth. See, in the name of the highest, I now have instructed my serving spirits to bring quite a lot of this necessary material here to me. And look, we already have a bright shining lump of our fiery long tongues in front of us, which does not have any other form than this of a round ball of fire. Just look how these fiery long tongues are cuddling and crowding together, as if each one wanted to creep into the center. It seems that after a while they are coming to rest. Nevertheless, this is no rest, but only an obstacle by the increased crowding towards the center to get closer to the center. Yes, why then does everything strive for the center? See, if I have separate same-sized balls to throw, then the one which is heaviest can be thrown with the highest speed and will travel the farthest distance. Or it will, at an equal distance and concurrent start, certainly arrive first at the set target. It is similar with the endless many being-like thoughts emanating from God. Among them there are, so to speak, quite heavy ones, which are almost already equal to an idea, whereby the less heavy ones are still just very mature thoughts. Then there are lighter thoughts which are less mature and less light-fed, following of very light thoughts, which just have been thought as something, and finally there are very, very light thoughts. They are those which can be compared with early germs, or better, the early buds of a tree. In themselves they are already something, but do not as yet have reached the required divine maturity, that when looking at them in isolation, one could say, they will take on this or that shape. If now some one of us wants to form a being from this now known life substance to you, according to order of the divine will, and actually must according to the most inner impulse of the most highest spirit, he calls the spirits serving him, and they have to bring together sufficient quantities of this known substance. And it is here spiritually as easy understandable as of course physically seen, that the heavier thoughts will be here quicker than the lighter, and even very light ones. The heaviest apparently form the center, while the lighter, arriving later, must be content with the more and more outer zones, while the very light ones are forming the extreme outer shell. Since the central thoughts are already most richly nutrient-fed, the more empty, poor, and still hungry are crowding against the rich to yield something from their abundance to become saturated. And therefore you have the phenomena in front of you, how and why the most outer fiery long tongues continuously strive for the center, and finally seem to come increasingly to rest, although their striving is still the same, to come to the center as close as possible, in order to consume more of the nutrient-rich center. Thus you see here a lump, which is, to the greatest part, still very hungry, and does not want anything else than sufficient saturation. It is similar to a ball polyp of the sea, who sucks its food from the mud of the sea with its 1,000 times 1,000 little sucking proboscises, until the ball polyp finally starts to grow protrusions from overeating, by which means he can reach further away from him, and in time also can move away from its location. With the gluttonous arms it also obtains a more personal and distinctive form, and distinguishes itself to quite an extent from its original bowl shape. All of you are secretly astonished about this my derived explanation of the first primordial beginning of a being, and its form by means of a presentation of a growing being, as it only can be and never could be otherwise. Just turn your sight to the outer nature of things, and you will find the same, only too easy and soon. Just take, for example, the ovary of a hen, and look closely at the clustered little egg lumps. You will notice that some are still very small, like small peas. Others are already like berries, and still others like small apples. Inside a light skin is nothing else than the yellowish yolk material. Still, how shapeless is this being? But now this central material becomes more fed and begins to deposit the clear. After a while of feeding, the coarsest is separated from the clear. However, it does not move away from the egg, but it deposits itself as a very firm shell around the egg and serves it as protection against being damaged during birth. Observe now a laid egg. How different is it not from the first egg embryo in the mother's body? Now the hen sits on the egg and warms it for some time. What changes are taking place inside the egg? In the yolk it starts to stir and to bring order. The right thoughts, fiery long tongues, find and connect with each other and attract the closest relatives to them. They unite again partly with the first and even more among each other, but attract immediately the closest relatives from the outer. This means the lighter ones to them. Within a short time you will already discover the little chicken's heart, head, eyes, entrails, feet, wings, and little down feathers. Once the being has progressed so far, the orderly arranged parts attract more and more of the same kind from the available material to it, and develop from moment to moment more and more. Once the form and the organism is nearly completely developed, during such continuous activity, also the original main and middle thought was more and more being strengthened, supported and saturated, and begins now, with the exceeding abundance of its life, to go over into the organism and takes over the reins, and the being becomes visually alive, and only then completes its development completely. Once it has been completely developed, the life thought, which has been gone over into the whole organism, which is actually the soul, soon discovers that it still lives in a prison. Because of that, it stirs with more strength, breaks open the prison, and walks completely exhausted and full fear into the big world, since it does not feel sufficiently strengthened. It immediately starts now to take in outer world food, and thereby immediately starts to grow further. And this for so long until it has placed himself with an easy feeling into balance with the outer world nature. And we now see a fully developed, fertile hen in front of us, which again has the ability to take in, partly from the air, partly from the water, and to the largest part from the already soul-containing organic food, the feeding soul-specific parts, where the spiritual parts are used for the further development of its life soul, and the coarser parts not only for the preservation of its organism, but also for the new creation of little egg lump deposits, from which, according to the orderly development as shown to you, again a hen, male or female, will emerge. The gender originates from each time's greater or lesser of the original heaviness, degree of maturity, and strength of the living soul basis thoughts. If this is already from the beginning fully matured, so that it is already in itself an idea, its development will lead to a male form. However, if the primitive of the basic life thought is standing on the second and lighter level, the development will move towards a female shape. 52. Procreation of animals and man. Raphael. Through mating by animals, only the impulse is provided for the orderly activity of the basic soul life thought already present in the egg. Since without this impulse, it would remain in its dump-gorging rest, live from its neighbourly surrounding, and this vice versa from it. And this goes on for so long until they have consumed each other up to the last little point. But this can also happen with the other eggs which have been excited during mating. If the necessary later development requirements have been missing or are not added in the right quantities. With all animals, the act of mating provides only the impulse to what is already present in the female body. Since plant and little animal soul lumps continuously gather in certain numbers and arrangements at certain places in the mother body. Once they are there, they first excite the mother. She excites through her excitement the male, and he then fertilizes the female, but not like placing a new seed in the mother, but only for the active awakening of the little life lump which is already present in the mother. This occurs thereby because the male seed, consisting of more free and unbound life spirits, as such encourages the bound life spirits in the little life lumps of the mother to a proper revolution and force them to become active, since without such compulsion they would remain in their sweet sluggishness and never would seize each other to form and to get organized to become a being. The male seminal spirits continuously tease and itch the life spirits in the female and give them no rest, while the mother's life spirits continuously oppose such teasing. Yes, sometimes, if they are very powerful, can even make the male seminal spirits go quiet, which act in the agricultural language is called spilled, what quite often especially happens with cattle, but also with other animals and even occurs very often with people. Because the life spirits in the mother life lumps are destined too much for rest, rather than too pleased being engaging in any continuous and orderly activity. But once they are sufficiently and properly excited, the process will move forward. And see, exactly such a mother life lump we have here in front of us for an open observation. Look, how it already came to rest during the time of my explanation to you. If I would leave it like this, it would, in its striving, shrink more and more towards rest, since its parts would more and more be drawn to the center, sucking it completely empty, and finally have to waste away with it. Because such life spirits are, so to speak, like little children, shy and timorous, and take, once they have wrapped themselves up, no food from the outside any more, but keep sucking continuously in their mother center. They must shrink up to a point-sized little lump. But now we will draw strong and as such excited primordial male life spirits closer for activity only, and let them continuously stroke this sluggish female lump, and you will see what effect this will have on the female lump. See, by means of the many subordinated service spirits, I now have, according to the will of the Lord, as you can see, the very bright shining, long fire tongue-like primordial thought life spirits, which were playing at the water there, drawn to hear. Look rather closely now, how they start to eagerly romp around the floating female life lump in front of us. And see, already all the smaller female life spirits begin to stir again, and are trying to get rid of those lively male life spirits. But they never give up, and the excitement of the female life spirits goes deeper and deeper up to the main life center. Now also even this start to act, and since the life spirits surrounding the center become quite hungry by the strong activity, they are obliged to take food from the light of the male life spirits, and thereby become themselves again brighter and fuller. But also, the central main life thought gets a male nourishment. Compelled by this activity, the core surrounding spirits receive an impulse from within to get more and more organized into a kind of well-ordered bulwark. However, the more powerful life spirits towards the center, now properly bright, recognize themselves and their purpose and their order and group according to their kind of purpose and their relationship. And already you can see organic connections forming from it. And the outer changes into a form, which more and more starts to resemble an animal being. By this activity and by this battle, all life parts become more destitute for nourishment. And this is increasingly provided by the males. The outer life spirits, which are getting more and more organized, are starting to become familiar with the male spirits disturbing them. The old fear and shyness disappears, and this also transmits to the inner spirits. Everything starts to stir and move more freely, and the result is a perfection of the being, which in a very short time has developed to such an extent that you are the children of the Lord, can already determine which type of animal is starting to appear. See, a very strong female donkey grows from it, and the Lord wants it to stay and does not get dissolved any more. Note Hebram and Risa. The good Raphael must be in the mood to create donkeys. 2 days ago, to our astonishment, he also was quickly ready with one. Says Raphael, "Let it be what at that time had to take place for your education." This female donkey means something completely different here. It is for you all a necessary symbol of the right humility. It is also with you people on earth, not otherwise. If you rush your judgments and decisions, and finally, as a result, normally only a donkey or at least a good piece of it appears. Here the issue is to show you in a very short time the development as from the primordial beginning, and because of the rush also a female donkey appeared, if you had to joke about it. This female donkey will be mated by the donkey from yesterday, and in the following year, a person from Jerusalem will buy both of them, and its colt will be thought of for eternity. But nothing further about that. It is sufficient that you have seen how from primordial life spirits, single thoughts of God, A natural being originates without a mother, like from the primordial beginning. But if you want, I also can produce other beings in all quickness. Say all, mighty servant of the Lord, this is absolutely not necessary, since for our education this one quite wondrous example is more than enough. More could only confuse us than enlighten us. Says Raphael, good, then listen a little longer to me. I now have shown to you the fathering and the development of a being, irrespective of its kind, once in an already existing mother's womb, and here now a free one, as it is and exists on every new planet, or on any newly formed island, on an already old planet, what from time to time always takes place. But now you should not associate this example with the coming into being and fathering of people, namely on this earth. Although many similarities take place, nevertheless, the reason about it is very much different. A female person also contains some nature material in herself. But if fathering takes place in the manner familiar to everyone, also a little lump is fertilized and excited. But it is torn off like a single grape from a bunch, brought to the right place, and an already completed soul is added. Looks for some time after this life grape, until the material in it has developed to such a state that the continuously contracting soul can penetrate into the still very fluid embryo, which activity takes the soul 2 months to accomplish. Once it is completely empowered, the embryo in the mother's womb, the child becomes immediately noticeably alive and quickly grows to its orderly size. For as long the nerves of the flesh child are not fully developed and are not active, the soul works with the self-consciousness and with all zeal and arranges the body according to its needs. Once the nerves are all fully developed, its continuously developing spirit becomes very orderly active. The soul then is getting more and more to rest, and finally goes to sleep in the area of the kidneys. It now does not anything of herself any more, and only vegetates, without any recollection of an earlier naked nature state. Only a couple of months after birth, it slowly starts to wake up, what can be observed quite well by the decrease of sleep addiction. But until it recovered some of her consciousness, it requires a longer period of time. Once a child masters speech, only then does the right consciousness get into the soul, although without any recollection, since this could certainly not be of any use during the higher development of the soul. But the soul, completely stuck in the flesh, sees and recognizes now, for the time being, nothing else than what is presented to her, it, by the senses of the body, and cannot recognize anything else in itself, because it is and must be darkened by the flesh mass to such an extent that it, most of the time, does not know that it exists even without the flesh. For a long time it feels completely identical with the flesh, and it takes a lot to bring a soul in the flesh so far that it starts to feel and to view itself as something self-like, what is again absolutely necessary, since without it could not hold the spirit inside of itself, and of course never could have awakened him. Only when the spirit starts to awaken in the soul, it becomes lighter and lighter in the soul. It starts to recognize itself more precise and discovers deeply concealed things in itself, with which it, of course, does not know much what to do. Only if the spirit and its mighty light becomes a full deed in the soul, then all recollection returns to the soul. But of course everything in a transfigured light. There is not any delusions or deceptions any more, but only the most bright, heavenly truth. And the soul is then one with her divine spirit, and everything in it and outside it becomes the highest joy and bliss. Do you all now understand a little the picture of the mysterious ladder of Jacob? Until this far, me. What further, the Lord himself with you? '53. Why the Lord is revealing this. What can there be? What we still do not understand? Said all present after the lesson by Raphael. And the Captain Julius added, if this goes on like this, we ourselves will be transformed into gods. Would it be possible to maintain this clairvoyance whenever we choose? We could, with a strengthening of our will, become gods ourselves and produce wonders. But this, our clairvoyance, is only the result of the magic light from the sphere over there, and our will is weak like our recognition, and therefore we are and stay only weak people. When I just look and think all the things which are possible for the angel, however, not one iota of it for the most will-powerful person, one only then recognizes the infinite difference between God and between humans. One can understand it with the hands. God's everything, and humans nothingness. May these great depths of God's wisdom and power amuse anyone, but do not please me, since I feel just too clearly in me that I am a perfect nothing compared to such an angel as Raphael. What am I then compared to God? No, this is and called nothing. One knows and realizes quite a lot and sees miracle over miracle, so that one can lose one's sight and hearing about it. And should one try afterwards, one's own will, if according to it also such long fire tongues might move and struggle to form a pure lump only, oh, not one single atom will move from its locality, not mentioning one of these fire tongues. Therefore I regard it as better if one knows and recognizes a lot less, because then one is not tempted to also produce miracles. I'm already getting fearful and frightened because of all this enormous amount of knowledge and recognition. Why must I see, hear, recognize, and know so enormously many things? I said, so that you, at the same time also, can recognize how little a person is out of himself, and that his being, knowledge, recognition, and ability only depends on God. With your own will, you of course will forever not achieve anything, just as this angel could not achieve with his own will. But if you have made my will your own will, then you also will be able to do what this angel can do. But for now, it is all right that you recognize and understand all this, but at the same time, also practically begin to comprehend that your own will beyond your body can do only very little or nothing. You can recognize and understand everything what the angel understands and recognizes. But if you do not have made my will, and also my wisdom your own, all knowledge and recognition is of course of no use to you. It serves you, if you are addicted to action, only as a torture. And this is also good, since only by humility does man become man, and a true child of God. By the way, this is not shown to you to imitate, but only so that you can completely recognize God in me, to even more determinedly do what I, as the Creator of all life, have taught and recommended to you for the sake of the perfection of life. You thereby must first reach the rebirth of the Spirit, since without it, my will cannot vigorously take root in you. If you only can take hold of my will in so far that you voluntarily subordinate your will to mine by the deed, and practice this diligently, so that my will, as recognized by you, totally gets the upper hand, then my spirit will become fully alive in you, and will soon penetrate your complete being. My earlier diligently practiced will by you will reach its full power in you, and what he, completely equal to me, then want? This will happen. However, as said, only then, and not earlier. The recognition, however, should only be the reins by which you can draw your will into mine, since you have to recognize by my deeds that I surely am as what I continuously present myself to you. If you fully recognize this, it will be so much easier for you to follow my will, which has its roots in the everlasting, most unmistakable truth, and make it thereby your property. If someone recommends a road to you, and you notice in his speech that he himself is not completely familiar with it, you will certainly hesitate to walk the road which he has shown and described to you. And you will say, "Oh, then we rather stay where we are." But if you quite easily notice from someone's speech that he is completely familiar with the road, since he from there to where he described the road to you in every detail correctly and truthful, you will say, "He has knowledge and the best will. He cannot and does not want to deceive us. and we will walk the road without any hesitation. See, thereby you will, on the grounds of the good and firm trust, subordinate the own will to the will of him who, as a complete expert, has shown to you the good and right way. And see, the same is here the case. If I would appear before you in a misty and mystical half measure, then there would always remain some doubts in you, and would be very much forgivable if any doubts would rise in you. However, since I already have revealed myself to you to nearly the last atom in word and deed, and show to you with all my wisdom, love, and might, that I really am as what I have introduced myself to you, the outcome is certain. First, it is impossible for you to have any doubts about me, and secondly, the observance of my will, which is the only way by which your spirit can reach the fullest rebirth, must be very easy for you, because you will only too clearly recognize that by following my will is not just hitting the blue, but must lead you to reach the everlasting true reality. I think that you now will recognize why I do all the unheard before you, and fully reveal and show myself to you. A quite perfect wise master does nothing without a reason, and as such also I do nothing without a reason. I do not teach you only for the sake of yourself, but also so that you later on can become teachers, guides, and a roadmap for your other blind brothers and sisters in my name. And therefore, you must even be deeper introduced into the secrets of my kingdom, my being, and also must understand your fellow human in his entire being, from his deepest origin up to his highest and possible perfection and fullest God resemblance. Since by your fullest and most living trust can soon a similar trust be awakened in your disciples, whereby also they soon can see and understand the hidden things which you are now able to see and understand. Do you have understood me quite well? And do you understand why I reveal all this before you? Say all, deeply moved. Yes, Lord, our Master, our God. I said, now then, awaken again in the physical world, so that I can show you still other things, since you must recognize and understand other things still further and deeper. '54. The Lord shows Judas's inner world. After this, my word, all went back to see with their eyes of the flesh again, and are full of highest amazement about everything they have seen and heard. And all started to praise me loudly for half an hour. After all expressed their recognition by their loud praising, that they have recognized me in the true depth of life. Also Judas Iscariot came to me and said, Lord, for a long time I was an unbeliever But now also I fully believe that you are, in all seriousness, Jehovah himself, or at least a right son of him. But there is something which I still cannot understand about you, and this is the following. How could you, as Jehovah, who is infinitive, leave this your infinity and squeeze yourself into this highly limited form? However, during this, the old infinitive space stayed the same as it was from eternity. You, as Jehovah, are the very infinitive space itself. How can this exist in its unchanged, endless being, and you, as the Infinite One himself, in this narrow human form? See, Lord, this is an important question. If you could give me a proper light therein, I will be most zealous among all your disciples. Otherwise, always a small doubt will cloud my soul. I said, how is this possible, that all can see now, and only you have become blind? Do you think that this shell encloses me? Or is the sun, with its active light, only there enclosed where it is active? How could you see it if it would not have reached further than to its most outer skin surface? I am only the everlasting center of myself. From there, I still fill forever, in an unchanging manner, the infinite space. I am everywhere the everlasting me. But here among you I am in the everlasting center of my being, from where the whole of infinity is forever and ever, unchangingly maintained in the same manner, in its most infinite, everlasting extent. Since eternity, I resided in my inaccessible center, and in my inaccessible light out of myself. However, for the sake of the people of this earth, it has pleased me to step out of this my very same inaccessible center and the very same light, which since eternity was also entirely inaccessible to the highest angels, came to this earth, and am now accessible from all sides by all of you people, and you can endure my light. When we moved away from Sishar and went to Galilee and rested after midday on a mountain, I showed to quite a few of you by deed that my will also reaches to the sun. Recall this from your memory, and you will see how I am everywhere at home, and can be, by the outflow of my everywhere, equally powerful active will. Says Judas Iscariot, I can recall that at that stage you made the sun for a few moments lightless, if I remember correctly. Now, this is of course not a trifle matter. However, it is said that also the old Egyptian magicians were able to do this. How? This is of course another question. In the great nature there exist strange, secret powers. You know them, and the old magicians have also known them and used them. Of course, according to our knowledge until now, nobody has performed such deeds like you. However, Even you are not without any worldly school, since quite a few things are said about the skills of your father Joseph, and even about your mother Maria, who was a disciple of Simeon and Anna. And if an intelligent young man has such parents, he can achieve something. But this is only my worldly opinion, since I for myself believe that the Spirit of Jehovah resides and works in fullness inside you. What use would the everlasting invisible Jehovah have for me, who sits high above all stars, in his inaccessible light, and never shows himself to his creatures, performs no miracles except for the daily stereotypes, which, however, could just as well been performed by nature itself? Therefore you are, at least for me, a real Jehovah, since you have shown yourself before your eyes only too openly and too tangible as a perfect master of all nature and creatures through words and actions. Like you have given back the life to the dead and rules the elements and call out of the air brand new donkeys and fish into being, and to fill the pantries of the old Marcus with bread and wine also out of the air, is for me the only true God, and all the others I don't care. You could have gotten your pure divine abilities from wherever you want. You are still a right God for me. Am I right or not? I have not really fallen on my head to such an extent as thought by my brother Thomas. I know what I know and what I say. But if brother Thomas always thinks that I'm a donkey or an ox, he is greatly mistaken with me. If I could speak with him as I can, upon 1,000, he would not be able to answer me only one. If I did not have smelled the true Jehovah in you for a long time, I would have went back to my pottery business a long time ago. But since I perhaps know best with whom I have to do in you, I stay and leave my very profitable art, despite that I also, not an enemy of gold and shining silver, since I prefer rather your spiritual gold and silver. But that Thomas secretly whispered in my ear, when the angel, according to your will, called a completely healthy donkey into being, that this miracle took only place for the sake of me, to show to me in a living picture who and what I am. I just cannot accept that so easily. If Thomas thinks he is wiser as what I appear to him, then he should do so. But he should leave me alone, since I do not put anything in his way. And even if he calls me a thief, I surely never have taken anything from him. Before, you have given us all a marvelous and exceedingly divine, wise teaching about the sickness of a human soul, and showed us in its foundation how one should have even more patience with a sick soul than with the sick body of a person. Why does a wise Thomas not write such teaching behind his ears regarding me who also can be still soul sick, if there is no place in his heart for such pure divine teachings? I do not claim at all that he should ask me for forgiveness, because it pleased his wisdom to call me a donkey, since as meek as he thinks he is, I'm likewise. But I was urged to openly confess here that I am actually a soul-sick person. But do not envy a Thomas for his great soul healthiness. I therefore still want to always stay his friend and a good brother, as I always was. But there is only one thing I wish from him, that he, in all future, should test his correctional zeal with someone else than me. Since until now, I'm still what he is, namely a disciple like him, called by you, my Lord and my God. I said, "It is not very creditable from the side of my Thomas that he always keeps you in his sights, but it is also known to me that you first have made a very untimely joke during the completion of this here still present donkey, which was the actual reason why Thomas hit you a little with your own words. Tell me, on what grounds did you make the remark, according to which you said and actually meant, in the end, all my miracles would end in the production of completely healthy donkeys? See, this your remark was quite spiteful, and very much deserved the opposing remark from Thomas. I do not reprove your faith, according to which you view me as your only God and Lord. I only admonish you that such your opinion only exists in your words, rather than the life of your soul. Since in all truth you still regard me as a real old Egyptian wise man, and as magician familiar with all the secret forces of nature, who quite well understands how to use these forces, that they do not deny their services to him. You see, this is very reproachable in you. What hundreds take as the purest truth with their hands, you still can raise one doubt after the other, and quite openly make assertions, which always puts me in a doubtful light with some weaklings. When I gave back the life to a few totally drowned people, you immediately stated that here the place itself and the position of the stars contributed a great deal, and that it therefore was very easy for me to perform all kind of miracles. At another place I would not at all be able to do this. In Nazareth, Capernaum, and in Kis, in Jezera, and even in Gennesareth, I also performed great miracles, but not as many as at this very place. But if you in all seriousness regard me as your only God and Lord, why do you always cast suspicion about me with strangers? Says quite perky and resolutely Judas Iscariot. When watching very closely the world and nature, it seems that God always considers the favorableness of the location, if he wants to produce something extraordinary. If we go on a very high mountain, for example the Ararat, and we will see nothing than bare rocks and snow and ice. Why do no grapes and figs, apples, pears, and cherries and plums grow there? It is my opinion that Jehovah does not regard this place as sufficient favorable to produce these sweet miracles there as well. It then seems if Jehovah himself considers the favorableness of a locality very much. Otherwise, he surely would also have placed the nourishing sweet miracles there. And I believe that I do not take anything away from your divinity if I assert that you, for producing miracles, always regard one locality more favorable than any other. like for instance as Nazareth, where you did not overreach yourself with miracles. As Jehovah, you could also easily transform the great desert of Africa into most blissful and flourishing fields, if you would regard this territory as favorable. However, since the mentioned territory is still a desert, and most likely will stay that way for a very long time to come, I believe that you will not suffer any limitation regarding your divinity if the great African desert Sahara will stay what it is for a long time to come. This is my opinion, although Brother Thomas will probably not agree with it. Comes Thomas on a sign by me, closer, and says, "What you have said would be quite in order if you also would feel like it in your soul, and would regard and recognize this as the full truth. But about this, no trace of it can be found inside you. According to your inner recognitions, the Lord is in the first place, is still a wise, eclectic person who understands it to pull together from the many to him known teachings, one most wise teaching, and secondly, has mastered all magic to such an extent that at certain opportunities and favourable conditions nothing can fail him. Only this is yours together with Satan's closely related idea, that such a quite great magician, who understands to submit all the even most secret forces of nature to his will, in the end cannot be a real God. It shows here that the Lord Jesus from Nazareth corresponds perfectly with such your requirements, and so you also have no scruples to totally dethrone the old God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and to place this, your magician, on the throne instead. That you regard the spirit of this holy man from Nazareth as the same who once thundered his laws to our forefathers on Sinai. You do not have even the slightest idea in your heart. And since it still looks the same with you, I cannot otherwise than to reprimand you at every opportunity, if you want to show off at such opportunities, and show your always perfidious, bad double tongue. Since everyone who thinks and feels otherwise than what his tongue is saying is a betrayer of the holiness of truth. Therefore you should hereby accept this admonishment, and in all future never speak differently from what you think and feel, since this is the manner of the tearing wolves who walk around in sheep's furs, to make it easier for them to get an innocent and gentle lamb into their deadly paws. Understand me well, since I completely look through you and admonish you only then if you appear loudly, because then I can immediately see that you are always a liar, since you speak differently from what you think and feel. As a sick soul, I am certainly not your enemy, but against the sickness itself I am. "55. The rebuke of Judas. Says Judas Iscariot, "If this is how things are standing, then I must state my case. Because the Lord always gave to others the opportunity to rid themselves completely of their evilness and falseness. If this privilege was given to strangers, why is it kept away from me, who actually belongs to your group and always have shared happiness and grief with you? says for a change Bartholomew. With foreigners it is an entirely different case. In them, from ancient times, there was mainly already established falseness. Basically, they could not help it that they were bad and evil. But when they heard the light words of the everlasting truth, it started to boil and cook in them, and they started to rid themselves of the old feculence, and became pure. But you are standing for a long time already in the fullness of the spiritual truth light, and have, for the fullest authenticity of it, already received thousands of the most living evidence in words and all kinds of miracles. But all this does not make an impression on you. But you would like to work wonders yourself, so that you, just like the Pharisees in the temple, can earn as much gold and silver as possible. For yourself you do not need a God, except for one who can provide you with a lot of money, so that you can live on earth in all extreme comfort and without consideration of the truths of life heard here from God, and sin yourself to death. And with such your inner way of thinking, there is nothing when it comes to ridding your inner self, since it cannot better you and does not provide us with any means whereby we, by words and actions, could create a new heart in you, and without it you will stay as you are. But if the Lord's almighty word is not able to change you, what can our human afterword achieve with you? Rather go back to your old place, and in future, do not disturb us with your most trifle chatter. I have finished speaking. Upon this very forceful reprehension, Judas wanted to say something. But Cornelius said to him, "Open your mouth only then, if someone asks you to do so. Otherwise keep quiet and do not disturb the Lord at work. But if you really want to talk, go deep into the nearby forest and speak there with the trees and bushes. They will not backchat, which could annoy you and finally offend you. Or go down to the lake and talk there to the fish. They also will allow you everything. Because of this, what is spoken here, and what happens here, you anyway understand as much as nothing. And your sullen stupidity, and from it the continuously anew awakened selfishness and greed, disturbs us in the for us so necessary deeper considerations of the great life truths out of God the Lord above all. After these words, Judas Iscariot retreats far into the background and does not speak a single word any more, since he had an immense respect for Cornelius, because he just knew too well his zeal and sense for me and my teaching. After this was appeased again, I said to all, "To him who has will be given even more, but who does not have, from him will also be taken what he had. You now have convinced yourself that worldly greed and avarice are evil things. Therefore, preserve your hearts carefully from it. Since for a greedy heart, it is impossible to comprehend spiritual things, and can also not be enlightened towards this end, to understand what is necessary for its salvation. You all have now comprehended quite difficult things, although only being a few days around me. This disciple is now already nearly half a year around me, and was an eye and ear witness of all kinds of miracles and teachings. And still he cannot grasp the truth, The reason for this lies in his excessive greed for money, resulting from his severe laziness and sluggishness. A truly diligent person easily acquires his daily need, and even something beyond, which will be quite useful to him during his old days. And even if he could not save anything, because he willingly gave of his access to the poor and needy, during his old days he will still be provided for. But a lazy person loves idleness and wants to ride on the back of his diligent neighbours. He therefore becomes a liar, a swindler, and a thief, to gather as many treasures to be able to live like a king. But with such greediness he darkens his soul to such an extent that it cannot understand anything any more about some pure spiritual matters. And even if his soul is enlightened by the highest and purest spiritual light, it soon transforms it into its selfish, most coarse being, and again only recognizes nothing else than material things. But how the spiritual transforms into matter, you have seen from the coming into being of this grazing donkey here, and I do not have to explain it any further to you. Since those of you who have comprehended this have understood this easily and immediately, but who did not understood it easily and immediately will not grasp it for a very long time, and certainly not ever in this world. Therefore, all of you should ask yourself where you are standing with your ability to understand. Who has it, has it. Who does not have it, will not have it for a very long time. In whom the soul is spiritual, can easily understand spiritual matters, but in whom the soul longs for matter, can impossibly understand this highest and purest spiritual. '56. The education of children. The Lord. There must be differences among people, but nobody has been placed in this world with such a neglected soul that it had to become completely matter. Since also not one single human soul has been stuck into the flesh without the free will and individual intelligence. The main reason for the destruction of the human soul lies principally in the original, normally baboon-love upbringing. One let the little tree grow as it grows, and by the untimely pampering and all other things, let the trunk grow askew as possible. Once the trunk has hardened, normally all efforts to make it straight again are of little or no use. An askew-grown soul very seldom becomes a completely straight trunk again. Therefore, you should all straighten your children during their easily steerable youth, and soon there will nearly nowhere be such a material soul, which could not understand the spiritual and easily submit itself to right actions on the road of the true life order out of God. Remember this well, because therefore I have shown to you the incarnation of a soul in the womb. A child until the 7th year is still, by far, more an animal than a human. Since this, what is human in a child, lies generally buried in a deep sleep. Because a child is by far more animal than human, it also has many animal-like, but only very few truly human needs. Only the necessary should be given to them. One should accustom them from early on to all kinds of privations. Never praise the well-behaved excessively, but also not be too hard against the less capable and less behaved, but treat them with the right love and patience. Exercise them in all kind of good and usefulness. Do not make even a very much well-behaved child vain, self-loving and regarding itself better than others. Also with children, especially those who are formed quite well, one should not make them even more vain and proud by beautiful and rich clothing than such children already love to be by nature. One should keep them clean, however, never turn them into so-called house idols, and they will be placed right from birth on that road, that they can attain during their more adult youth what you all have attained through me only just now. The virgin will reach, full of chastity and discipline, the state of a respectable mother, and the youth will, with a man-mature soul and awakened spirit in it, enter adulthood and will be a blessing for his family and for the earth and all its creatures. But if given in too much to the animal-like desires and passions of your children, you will open with them a new and wide gate for all vices, by which they will penetrate in masses into this world, bringing destruction. And once they are there, you will in vain fight them with all kinds of weapons, and will achieve nothing against their great powers and rule. Therefore, look after the little trees, so that their growth becomes heaven-striving straight, and clean them carefully from all after outgrowths. Since once the trees have become big and strong, and are full of bad curvatures in form, which the evil winds have caused them, then you will not be able to straighten them with all kinds of violent means. Earlier you have seen the fire-tongue lump before you. In its soul-specific, loose and free state, it was by far not determined that it will become a donkey mare. Only after the subsequent arrangement by the angel, the parts started to seize each other to become an organism, so that in the end the form of a donkey had to appear. But since the donkey is already perfectly completed, a transformation into another animal is almost impossible. There is in fact nothing which is impossible for God. But then this donkey had first to be completely dissolved, and all basic specifics had to recombine into a completely different organism, with the acceptance of new specifics and with exclusion of many required for the being of a donkey. But certainly this would be 100 times a bigger effort and work than to create from the primordial thoughts in the right ratio a completely new being, which never existed on this earth before. Similar, it is also much easier to make anything from a child, while a man or an old man accept only very little or nothing. Therefore, be especially concerned about a true and good upbringing of your children. and it will be easy for you to preach to the new nations this, my full gospel. And the good seed will fall onto a good and pure ground, and will bring 100-fold harvest. But if you let grow up your children like the apes their young, they will, as weeds, be as useful to you as the young apes to their parents. What the old gather, the children consume and destroy intentionally. And if the old want to prevent them from such wrongdoing, the tender young immediately show them their sharp teeth and chase the old away. '57. The life of Judas Iscariot. The Lord. In the disciple Judas Iscariot, however, you have a speaking example. He was the only son of a very wealthy father, and also a fool of a mother who loved him to death. The result was that both parents spoiled their son to such an extent that they allowed him everything, and also gave him everything, whatever he desired. The further result of that was that the son, when he gained strength, chased his parents out of the house and amused himself with venal prostitutes, whatever his nature could stand. It did not take long, and the son squandered the wealth of his parents to such an extent that both became beggars, and soon afterwards died of grief and distress. But the son, also now completely poor, went a little inside himself, and finally asked himself and said, "Yes, why did I become like that and not otherwise? I have not borne myself, even less conceived myself. I also could not have educated myself. And still every person shouts me in the face that I am a wretched scoundrel and villain, who by his dissolute and evil pranks squandered the wealth of his parents, turned them into beggars, and also brought them to their early grave. How can I help it? All this might have been quite bad by me, but what can I do about it if the old did not educate me better? But what should I do now? Poor, without money, without home, without work, and without bread. Stealing and robbing would be the easiest, and it would be the quickest way to reach a good destination. But as an unskilled thief and bloodily punished, does not taste sweet at all. With robbing it looks even worse. But now I know what I will do. I learn some skill, and even if it is the old stupid pottery which has made my father rich. Said and done. In Capernaum he went to a quite cosy potter as an apprentice, and learned with a lot of diligence his art within a short time. But the old potter had a daughter, who soon became the wife of the art scholar. But just as wastefully our Judas was earlier, he now became hard and stingy as a pottermaster. His wife quite often had to endure his hardness. He made good products and started to visit all markets, and left his people at home suffering and work sweating blood. If he returned from a market with a lot of money, he gave little to the diligent workers. But if he returned with only a small prey home, hard things occurred in his stingy house. To earn some extra income alongside his pottery business, he leased a fishery business, and a few years ago began with natural magic, because he quite often saw in Jerusalem how much money some of the Egyptian and Persian magicians earned. But he did not make a success of it despite spending a lot of money on it. He also took some lessons from a few external Essenes, who made him believe, if they wanted to, could create a world with everything it consists of and carries. But he soon realized that he was the one being cheated, and turned his back on his fine masters. During that year, he heard of all the things I did, and that it exceeds everything in the highest degree, whatever is called on this earth a miracle-making. This was then also the actual reason why he joined me, left everything at home, only to learn from me to perform miracles, and after that, to earn a lot of gold and silver. My teaching concerns him only very little. When he pays attention to my mouth, he only wants to hear an explanation in which way and with what means I produce the one or other miracle. Now, about that he never hears something useful for him, and is therefore always sullen. By the way, regarding this world, he will find a terrible bad account with me. A perfidious action, and afterwards the darkest desperation, will make him commit suicide, and a rope and willow tree will be his sad end on this world. Since he is someone who wants to tempt God, which is and must be a great sin. However, who dares to commit a crime against God will not omit to carry it out on himself. First against God and then on himself. But I say to you that in the beyond, self-murderers will not likely ever see the face of God. I also could even show to you a mathematical specific reason for that. But it is truly not worth the trouble. It is sufficient that you believe me what I have given you, which is the result of suicide. Its reason is always a kind of stupidity, arising from desperation. And this is a result of any crime against God or against his commandments. '58. The consequences of a bad education. The Lord. One finds the laws of God quite good and right, but you also find people who do not, according to action, want to know anything about it, and only living for the world. With such people, one, of course, can do no business, or only the worst of the world. Who enters in a business arrangement with them is from the start seriously cheated and outwitted. But him who gets involved with such worldly people to profit something from them must be quite stupid, since otherwise he would have scrutinized his allies more closely before entering into business with them. However, such an at least half-stupid person is still better-hearted, although still somewhat profit-addicted, but because of his stupidity, faint-hearted, and trusts God very little. He always thinks and says, "Let me first become quite rich. only then I will become the best person of the world and will acquire all means by which it will be possible for me to familiarize myself and get to know the mystic being of God better and brighter. I will then carry out all conceivable charity for the poor world, and millenniums will carry my name in their mouth. But let only the rich world people become servants of mine, and everything else will suddenly become right. With such blind hopes, such a fool walks around. Make plans and attempts and approaches with his plans the great and rich, who will see, with their sharp world intellect, a use for themselves in his inventions. The stupid speculating person falls for them, and is at the same time cheated in an unspeakable manner, and led behind all light. Now he is standing with all his plans and hopes completely plundered, and without any means, and does not know how to create a way out. The faith in God and a more firm trust in the power, goodness and help of God were ever since almost zero. Through deception, which made him lose everything, he lost all contact with the world. His mind is too stupid and cannot, despite all searching and despite all efforts, find a way out. What is the result of that? Desperation and the most burning tiredness of being, since no only half-tolerable prospects want to become visible for it. In such a heated state of mind, such a fool normally takes his own life and becomes a self-murderer. That he thereby causes his soul not seldom a boundless harm, you can clearly infer thereof. That such person for a very long time continues to destroy himself more and more, since he once has created the most deadly hate against his being. For without it, he could not have become a self-murderer. Nobody has been born with a deliberate stupidity, but is only the result of a bad and wrong upbringing. Who truly loves his children, it certainly above all must be important to him to form their souls in such a way that they are not devoured by matter. If the souls are brought up in the right order, they soonest will become able to absorb the spirit in themselves, and never become stupid, and there will of course never be any talk of suicide. But with your ape-like upbringing of children, especially in the cities, it cannot happen otherwise. Accustom your children from early on to search for the true kingdom of God in their hearts, and you thereby have decorated them more than a king, and have given them the biggest and best inheritance time-wise and forever. There will never ever come something life-big from spoiled children. Even if nothing else bad happens to them, or they otherwise do not turn into something bad, in time a certain weak side begins to develop, which no person is allowed to offend, not even touching it. If such a weak side is touched or even offended, then such a person is at breakpoint. He will become quite raving and fierce, and will try to revenge himself in any conceivable manner with the offender, or at least give him a terrible serious warning to avoid such jokes in future, since to the contrary, he will have to deal with horrible negative consequences. Such a weak side is basically not something bad arising out of the free will and recognition, but it is still a leak in the soul, where she can be injured. And this not only here, but also for a long time in the beyond. Therefore, you should take extreme care that no so-called weak sides develop in them, because they become for the soul what the so-called chronic half-scarred illnesses are. If it is always nice weather, and a good wind together with it, they are quiet, and the person who owns them feels quite healthy. But if the air starts to prepare itself for some bad weather, the leaks in the flesh immediately start to stir, and often drive the person to despair because of pain. Nevertheless, how difficult it is for a doctor to cure such old bodily harms. It is often even more difficult to heal such old soul leaks. If the skipper wants to protect his ship of the leaks, he must not sail to places where there are all kinds of rocks and coral reefs, but only there where the water has the necessary deepness. In the same way, the educator of children, as a truly life-knowledgeable coxswain, must not guide his little life ships into all kinds of worldly rocky shallow waters, but must venture immediately to the inner life's deeper parts, and he will preserve the little ships from the dangerous leaks, and thereby earn the crown of a true life's coxswain. Good to everyone who also takes these words to heart. They will not be without any blessing for him and his family. And now, since we also have discussed this secondary matter which arose by the appearance of the disciple Judas Iscariot in a useful way, let us return again to our considerations of coming into being and the ostensible destruction, and take a special closer look at the latter. '59. Fear of death. The Lord. The becoming to be of a thing, a being, or even a person, does always carry something joyful in it. But the visible disintegration and the dissolving, especially of a person, is only something sad, which fills the feelings of every person with melancholy. But I ask and say, yes, why so? If there is still a belief left in people about the immortality of the human soul. The reason lies deeper than you might think. Foremost, this sadness originates from the fear of death, and afterwards many others, which I cannot reveal to you all at once, in order not to confuse you in this and soon in something else. Once a soul has been completely reborn and gone over in all true life activity, all sadness and all the empty fear of dying or passing away is of course something of the past. But with souls who do not have reached the right degree of the inner life perfection yet, there always remains something of a sadness about their diseased next of kin, and in themselves something of a fear about death, of which they, in this world, can only completely rid themselves if their soul in their spirit, and the spirit in it, has grown up. Just look at a properly spoiled child. If it has not been in time made used to more and more activity, what a terrible sad face it will make if after the 12th year it must perform a serious and continuous work, although within the boundaries of its strength. It starts to cry, becomes full of sadness, full of sullenness, full of annoyance, and also full of rage against those who started to drive it to a continuous work. Compare it with a child of the same age, which has been from its earliest youth kept busy with serious work, according to its compatible strength. How joyful, and with how much pleasure will such a child romp about the whole day, without becoming tired. Just like a sluggish soul has a great fear about all serious and continuous work, from the same source originates the fear about death in the soul. Yes, even about a somewhat dangerous illness. You also will have quite often experienced the opportunity that quite diligent and very busy people, by far, does not have such a great fear about death as those work-shy but nevertheless pleasure-seeking and lascivious people. And this fear does not disappear until such souls have taken up the serious job. You of course think that this fear is only a result of the uncertainty of knowledge and recognition of the beyond. But I say to you all, absolutely not. It is only the result of a deep-rooted work-shyness of the soul. And because the soul feels it secretly, that with the removal of her body her further existence will be highly active, she is quite disconsolate about it, and falls into a kind of fever, in which then also a kind of uncertainty about the future existence arises. Think about this a little, and we will continue with this very important matter. Upon these my words, Mathal stands up and says, "If it is permitted, I want to add a word to this matter for the better understanding." I said, "Just keep on talking what you know and how you understand it, since your knowledge and insight is standing on the best ground." '60. Separation of soul and body after death. Thereupon Mathal started to speak, and his words sounded as follows. Dear friends and brothers, I do not know how I came to it, that by times from my earliest onwards I could see spirits, and could even talk to them. What then also was a main reason why I in fact stepped into the walls of the temple, since I was told that therein the spirits who became quite tiresome would not have any power over me any more, and that from then on I also would not see them again. Now, this was correct and quite in order, because when I dressed myself with the consecrated clothes of the temple, my seeing of spirits came to a complete end. How and why I cannot say, but it is completely true and correct. Although I have been freed from this plague by the walls and the clothes of the temple, the spirits still knew how to revenge themselves in another manner. My subsequent dreadful state of being possessed was surely a sorrowful result of it. Anything further about my extremely unfortunate state is known, and I do not have to waste a single word about it. But from my earlier state of seeing spirits, I still remember a few occurrences. And if I tell you, my new friends and brothers, now of a few events, I think that at least at this occasion I can serve you with a small service. When I was about 7 or already 8 years old, 5 people suddenly died of a plague-like epidemic. It was the neighbour's wife, 2 of the elder daughters, and 2 otherwise absolutely healthy maidens. It was, however, strange that from this unusual epidemic, only grown-up and otherwise absolutely healthy maidens and women died. When, in the neighbour's house, the wife became ill, while the day before already the 2 daughters and the 2 maidens died, the neighbour came, full of desperation and grief, to us, and imploringly asked us help him to, if possible, save his wife from death. For my father, who owned quite a nice property nearby Jerusalem, and who also lived there most of the time, was also a doctor during emergencies, and it therefore was more a kind of duty to follow the call of the unfortunate neighbour. That I was not allowed to stay at home you will easily gather from the circumstances. That I not very seldom gave my father quite good remedies, since my spirits not seldom trustingly revealed them to me. My father was very confident that I will meet with spirits in the house of the neighbour, who will tell me something to cure the critically ill neighbour's wife. And so I was nolens volens, meaning, if I wanted to or not, taken along. My father was not mistaken. I actually saw a lot of spirits, surely a mix of good and bad ones. But with the recommendation of a curing remedy, there was nothing happening this time round. Since a great spirit dressed in a light grey pleated dress said to me, when I approached him about a cure on request of my father, "Look at the person who passed away. Her soul already rises above the pit of her chest, which is the usual exit of the soul from the body." I now had a closer look at the dying person. From the pit of the chest, a white smoke rose, increasingly expanded above the pit of the chest, and also became increasingly denser. But I could not see anything about a human form. When I looked at it questionably, the light grey large spirit said to me, "Just look how the soul leaves her earthly residence forever." But I said, "Why does this parting soul has no form, while all of you who are also souls have very proper human forms?" Said the spirit, "Just wait a little. When the soul has left the body completely, she will collect herself properly, and will then become quite beautiful and friendly to look at." When I saw the mist still expanding and condensing above the pit of the chest of the ill person, the body was still alive and groaned now and then, like someone who is plagued by a heavy dream. After about the quarter of time of a Roman hour, the mist, the size of a 12-year-old girl, floated about 2 spans above the dying body of the woman, and was only connected to the pit of the chest by a finger-lick column of vapour, The column had a reddish colour, became longer and shortened again. But after each elongation and shortening, this column of vapour became thinner, and the body entered into a visible painful convulsions. After about 2 Roman hours of time, this column of vapour became completely free from the pit of the chest, and the lower end looked like a plant with many root fibres. In that moment, when the vapour column was completely separated from the pit of the chest, I observed 2 appearances. The first consisted of the complete dying of the body, and the second, that the very white misty vapour mass transformed within a moment into the well-known wife of the neighbour. She immediately clothed herself with a white pleating rich shirt, greeted all the surrounding friendly spirits, but also asked pertinently where she is right now and what happened to her. She was also quite amazed about the nice area where she was now. But from the area I couldn't see anything. I therefore asked my large light grey where this nice area could be seen, and the spirit said, "You cannot see this from your body, since it is only a product of the life imagination of the person who passed away, and will only later change into a larger and more permanent reality." With these words I was put off, and the spirit started to speak in a tongue completely foreign to me. But he must have said something very pleasant to the now free soul, because her face became very joyful. But it was odd to me that the now free soul apparently did not worry at all what has happened to her earlier body. She immediately conversed quite well with the spirits, but everything in a very foreign tongue. After a while, also the 2 daughters and the 2 maidens who passed away were guided to her and greeted her former mother and mistress in a most friendly manner, but not as if the first 2 were her daughters and the other 2 were her former service maidens, but as real, true, good friend and sister. And this in a foreign and completely incomprehensible tongue to me. But no one looked like if worrying in the slightest about their former body, which certainly is kept in honour. It also seems that they do not see any one of us mortals. Though strange, that the soul of the just passing away woman, immediately after the exit from the body, still expressed her amazement about the beautiful surrounding in Hebrew. But after she has, so to speak, collected and condensed herself more, she made use of a language which, according to my poor knowledge, is not spoken on the whole earth and among all its mortal people. I therefore turned again to my light grey and asked him, "What is it the 5 new arrivals in your kingdom are talking about, and in what tongue?" Said the light grey, "What a curious boy you are! They are talking for the sake of you in this specific spirit tongue, because they do not want to be overheard by you, since they know and feel it quite accurately, that you are here as someone who can see and speak to the spirits from his body, just like a Burmese from High India. They also know and feel it, that their bodies are still here. But it does not concern them more as an old shirt to you which you have, as totally shredded, thrown away. You could now show them all the kingdoms on earth with the prospect of a life full of health for 1,000 years. They would still never return to their bodies. But this, what they are talking about, you would not understand, even if it was in your tongue, since they now see in this very moment that the great promised one is already, as a person, on the physical world, although only as a tender child. If you are a man, you will recognize him in Galilee. This was all the information which the light grey quite courteously and friendly revealed to me. This was certainly a very memorable occasion, which I have seen as a boy at that time, just as true and vividly as I see you all right now. And that the light grey did not tell me any untruths, the proof lies therein, that I now have found you, O Lord, actually in Galilee, just like the light grey have told me. I just want to know a little more why the soul, during the moment of separation, rises as a mist from the pit of the chest, and why not as a fully developed human form. Lord, you most loving, you wisest master of all life, could you give us an explanation about it? ch51. The process of separation of soul and body. I said, this you should have straight away. And so listen then. The visible mist, nevertheless the size of a person, is the result of the great distress of the soul during the moment of separation, in which she, because of all the fear and terror, is for a few moments kind of unconscious. It is an extraordinary activity strain for the separating soul to maintain herself in her self-conscious existence. All her parts are placed in an exceptionally violent vibration, so that even the sharpest eye of a spirit cannot discern any specific form. An example from nature would be the deep-sounding string of a harp. When pulled strongly for some time, it will quickly vibrate back and forth, so that you can see the body also only as a transparent mist-like thread. After the string has ended its vibration, its actual form becomes visible again as a result of its state of rest. You have the same phenomenon when looking at a humming fly, whose wings you can only see as wings after the fly has stopped flying, and thereby also stopped humming. During the state of flying, you only saw it surrounded by a small cloud of mist. When the soul exits during the moment of separation from the destroyed, sheared, and in future unusable body, it often vibrates in span-long oscillations, and this so fast that you can take it as 1,000 oscillations to and fro and up and down in one moment. During the time of such soul vibrations, it is for the allotted viewer completely impossible to discern any kind of human form. After a while, the soul subsides more and more, and becomes visible as a human form. Once it enters a state of complete rest, which occurs immediately after the final separation, it can be seen as a perfect human form, provided that it is not too much deformed by all kind of former sins. Do you understand this? Says Mathau, O Lord, you most wise, how could I not understand it most clearly? You have made this phenomenon so clear that I can touch it with my hands. But now, Lord, forgive me my thirst for knowledge. I also would like to know in which tongue the 5 souls talk to each other. I myself am able to speak various tongues, but despite this, I could not understand one syllable what they have spoken to each other. Is there in this world any similar tongue? I said, Oh yes, the Burmese priests are in possession of the tongue, that is, Sanskrit, and this was the primordial language of the first people on this earth. Yours, the old Egyptian, and amongst others also that of the Greek, originates nearly completely from this one and first language of mankind. Do you think that you would understand Father Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob if they would be here talking like they have talked once? Oh, certainly not. You would not understand one word. You already have difficulty to understand the books of Moses, which are nearly 1,000 years younger than Abraham. How much less the Archfathers themselves? Yes, many things have changed for the Jews. Also the language. Without a second Babylonian language chaos. Do you also understand this? Says Mathau, Oh Lord, also regarding this I'm in the clear now. I believe also all the others, and as such in the name of all I would like to implore you for further teachings. I said, These will not be missing, but you have made a lot of experiences in the field of dying, and must therefore tell us the most noteworthy for the sake of your brothers. If something is unclear to you or somebody else, I will make it clear for you. I have previously showed you the becoming to be until the point of transition by the loss of matter. The bodily death is still the fright of all creatures. The reason for it I have explained to you in all shortness. Same will at another opportunity be explained more extensively to you. But now you can start speaking again. Says Mathau, O Lord, only because of your so exceedingly loving instructions, I will tell more such cases, as I have seen them with the eyes of my soul. ch51to100. What the clairvoyant Mathau saw during the execution of the robbers and murderers. Mathau. When I was a boy, 12 years of age, and already able to think and to speak seriously like a man, several robbers and murderers of the worst kind were destined to be crucified in Jerusalem. There were 7 of them. At that stage, it caused a great sensation, not only in Jerusalem, but also far and wide in the whole country. At that time, a certain Cornelius, a Roman senior captain, was the ad interim governor. He was exceedingly upset about these arch-villains, since they killed the trapped people truly tiger-like, and in an indescribable, horrible manner tortured them to death just for pleasure. And the longer they were able to torture them, the more fun they had. In short, the reference devil would be far too good and honest for them. Here Cornelius interrupts him and says, "Friend, do not forget your words that are very precious to me. But I must note here in support of your faithful story that I was this Cornelius. And now you can continue, since until now there was not a single untrue syllable among it." Continues Matthau. "Very quietly and notion-wise I thought so, since your face is from that time on still familiar. And it is for this my story even better, that in your high personality certainly a speaking and most trustworthy witness is present. And as such, hear me out. Because the described 7 were such evil devils, Cornelius decided to carry on with them in a most gruesome manner as a deterrent example. This included that they were prepared for death for 14 full days, and during that time tortures, which they could expect, were read to them daily in the most glowing colours. By the way, during this time of fright, they were quite well fed, to make them experience life's pleasantness, so that the expected most torturous death appears even more bitterly to them. I have visited these criminals with my father 5 times, and in the end saw them steaming and smoking, still like a half-charred and still glowing wooden log. And this smoke and steam spread, at least for my nose, an intolerable stench, which most certainly does not have its likeness on this earth. The longer they were exposed, and the nearer their doomsday came, the more penetratingly became the steam, smoke, and stench. It goes without saying that the 7 devils started to change their colour more than a chameleon. Finally, their doomsday arrived. The henchmen and bailiffs came, and the 7 were openly in the presence of thousands, undressed, except for their private parts, and were bloodily castigated. I could see this execution only from far off, but still could see how during this treatment a great number of black bats left the castigated like a swarm of bees and flew away. Also, like small flying dragons, rose from the castigated, and they already steamed and smoked quite less. But when looking a bit closer, I discovered soon and easily that this steam and smoke seized itself in all kind of horrible forms, which then, as the earlier indicated black bats flew away. Also, the small dragons developed from it. How many of such creatures from hell might have left the 7 during the past 14 days? After the 7 have been castigated in a most barbaric manner, I discovered that their earlier very devilish-looking faces started to look somewhat more human, and that the offenders began to become weaker and more frightful. They appeared to me like drunks, who almost have no idea what is happening to them. The whole thing looked quite peculiar to me. how these former brutes began to change into a kind of lamb nature. After the castigation, 7 crosses were delivered, and each criminal had to carry one on his shoulder to Golgotha, which was for a long time already the general place of execution of the Romans. But nobody was able to carry the load of death for only one step, despite being pushed, hit, and abused. Therefore, a big cart was brought in, with 2 strong oxen in front. First, the crosses were loaded, and then the criminals on top, and everything was tied together with cords and chains before driving out to Golgotha. On arrival, alongside me and my father, not too many folks followed because of the 2 dreadful cruelties. Everything was untied, the blood-dripping criminals thrown off the cart, and one by one bound enormously solid to the crossbars with very coarse ropes containing entwined thorns. The crosses were then placed into the holes which had been previously carved into the stone. Only now the criminals started to howl and wail most terribly. This must have caused them unbearable pain, since first they were already completely torn to pieces by the flagellation, secondly by the ropes with entwined thorns, and thirdly by the coarse and rough wood. Because a cross like this, nevertheless how firm, is still left as rough as possible, it must cause any very healthy person tied to it the most unbearable pain at the hands, feet, and body, not mentioning to those who already were torn to pieces beyond measure. I have only added this to the scene which I observed very closely, that you, my brothers, in the face of the Lord, can more easily understand the following, but at the same time also to show how the high Cornelius fulfilled his judgment unchangingly to the dot. The longer the 7 hang on the cross, the more hideous became their screams, and the more awful their blaspheme and curses, until, after about 3 hours, very hoarse and completely voiceless, only a bloody slaver was driven from their mouths, since they have bitten their tongues and lips in small pieces. After 7 full hours, they started to quiet down, and it appeared if a nervous impact were hitting them simultaneously. I must openly confess, as much as they have acted as true devils in their free state, and certainly no person in the whole of Jerusalem and Judea existed who would have pitied any one of the 7. In the end, the matter did not appear to me as quite right. But as the case may be, the law prescribes this, and in the eyes of the world they deserved it. What we have now heard and seen out of your mouth, O Lord, at that stage, of course, no person had the slightest idea about, and so it was right and equitable to punish these 7 with the sharpest severity of the law, as a deterrent example for the many who walked similar ways. But as outraging horrible the whole story was until now, everything was purely nothing against that, what I will tell you immediately afterwards. From the 7, a strange kind of absolute soot-black mist and smoke started to develop above the area of the pit of the chest, and grew, to double the size of those hanging on the cross. I also noticed a certain rope of mist whereby the exiting mist was connected to the still feverishly and convulsively twitching body. The black smoke mass, however, did not develop into a human form, but into the most horrible, biggest, and completely black tigers that were striped as with blood. When these black monsters were sufficiently developed, they soon started to terribly frightfully rave and tried to separate themselves from the body with all force. But to no avail, since the life strings were so stubborn that they could not be torn by any violent act. The scene looked too chaotic and horrible to me, and since it was already a good hour after midday, I and my father went home. And only when on our way, I told my father everything I have seen during the crucifixion. He confessed to me not having seen something similar, but observed diligently with my eyes, and from there staring to and fro, he knew that I was seeing something unusual. And from the loyalty of my words, he accepted that I did not tell him anything untruthful. He, as a doctor in an emergency, and at the same time a philosopher and a theologian, found a lot of noteworthiness in it, although, despite all his philosophy and theology, could not make anything more of my narrative than I am. But he decided to go back to the scene in late afternoon, so that I could make more observations, and to tell the Sadducees when the opportunity would arrive in a rather crude way, that they are the biggest oxen and donkeys if they deny the immortality of the human soul. '63. Criticism on the Roman punishments. Mathau. We ourselves had an arch-Sadducee with all his family as a neighbour, who was as a person quite civilized, good and tolerant, but with whom one could never speak a word about God and the immortality of the soul. He regarded everyone as highly limited-minded who believed in such things, and about me he said that I had the best talents to become a poet, since I had such a living imagination. In short, by times my father spent a lot of effort on him, but it was all in vain. This time my father asked him if he did not want to come with us to Golgotha. And he said, "Not for the whole world. I cannot look at an animal dying or even being slaughtered, not mentioning humans, despite they had committed even more atrocities than those 7. If tearing beasts come close to us, good, you hunt them down to put them out of action, and by doing so, you have served humanity well. One should also do it with such people who are not good anymore for a peace-loving human society. One should simply kill them, but they should not be tortured, since they can't help it in the least that they have become tearing beasts. Nature, temperament, complexion and upbringing are always the causes for such degenerations. But if one says that this is done as a deterrent example, I can only start laughing about it. since we, as peaceful and properly educated people, do not need a deterrent example. And for those who are targeted, will not be any fools to come here to quite comfortably look at the 7 deterrent examples. But most certainly will these examples have the praiseworthy effect that the other criminals who are not yet caught, perhaps 1,000 in number, will subsequently inflict a lot more cruelty to those falling into their hands than until now. Especially a Roman can be congratulated who easily can be lucky enough to become a victim of the still free criminals. Truly, for all the treasures of the world, I do not want to be in his skin. This can be the only advantage of such too martial law. Who cannot remember the times before the Romans? The laws were always of a serious nature, but at least reasonable, and one never heard something about great cruelties. But now the wise heathens have blessed us with the most sharpest political and martial laws. Those high pompous improvers of worlds and conquerors of countries and cities, despite the tenfold reinforced Roman guards, on the roads of our promised land, cruelties are committed, which a civilized person cannot be told any more, without fainting 10 times. Therefore, just go alone and look at the 7 examples of the true Roman cruelty, which will soon have a 70-fold response from the other side as a result. People should stay people since everlasting nature has raised them as humans above itself. But if man, with all his so high-praising mind, in the end becomes an even by far more gruesome animal than all the most tearing beasts of the woods, then man has lost it all, and it is high time that we go to the wild and tearing beasts in the woods to learn from them natural humanity. Just go to Golgotha, to this most cursed place on earth, which is saturated with the blood of people like a butcher's booth with the blood of cattle, lambs and goats. What you will learn there will truly not be of any good reputation. You recognize a God and believe in the immortality of the soul, and still can light-heartedly look at how spoilt and deeply lost people are tormented, namelessly, painfully, for the whole day, until their death by even greater brutes. Believe me, these 7 would never become so evil without the Roman severity, as they of course were, shuddering to the skin. But who made them like that? Those who torture them with pleasure for the whole day. And you, as holy and in God-believing Jews, can look at how the most despicable torment and torture the despicable. You are rather nice people and neighbours. Truly, in my donkey stable it looks by far more humane and civilized as in your God-believing house. Understood? With that he left, and we went our way. '64. The end of the crucified robbers and murderers. Mathau. Within half an hour we were back at Golgotha, and except for guards, nobody else was there. But the 7 presented a sight of the deepest terror. I do not want to talk too much, hear about the awful appearance of the 7 half-corpses, but rather about their souls, which were still not detached from their bodies, but made every effort to destroy and tear their bodies. These black and dark red bloody striped tigers attacked their own bodies and bit into them. But for that, they had to feel a painful response from their still nerve-alive bodies. Since after each bite into their bodies, they made a painful, furious face and immediately put their paws onto the place where they had bitten into their half-dead bodies. This manoeuvring we watched for about an hour, and I had to tell my father what I observed at the 7. But the Roman guard superintendent noticed this, who also watched my unsteady eyes for quite some time with the greatest attention. He came to us and asked us in the Roman tongue what we saw at the 7, since we, especially I, observed with great attention and had to report to my father. We should do this in his tongue, otherwise he would be forced to ask us to leave. My father talked to him in Greek, which he was more comfortable with than Latin, although both of us understood Latin quite well, since in Jerusalem, even as a child, one had to know 3 languages if one wanted to converse with the many foreigners. My father explained to him, the guard superintendent, that he was a doctor, and that he, with his son, and at the same time also scholar, conducted medical diagnosis and psychological observations, and that he encouraged me to describe all the symptoms in great detail. Alongside, he was also explaining to me this and that, according to the teachings of Hippocrates. But the guard superintendent, a knowledge-thirsty person, liked this and requested my father to make his explanations in the Greek tongue, so that he also could profit from it. Now we were caught, since that my father explained something to me was only a feint to put the guard superintendent at ease, because it was only me making a report about the psychological scene to my father, which was certainly of such nature that the guard superintendent would have laughed into our faces if he would listen to it. What should we do now? Both of us were helpless. But now I saw a spirit standing in the air on a cloud descending, and in his right hand he carried a big, shiny sword. What will he do here? I thought by myself. But the superintendent saw my fixed, researching eyes and immediately asked me if I could see anything unusual. And I answered him in my way very brief and a little gruffly, "Certainly, but if I told you, you still would not believe me." The guard superintendent wanted to know more from me. But at that time it was already getting late, and from Cornelius an order arrived to break the legs at the feet with axes, according to the custom of the Romans, and if anyone was still alive, to put an end to him with a blow to the head and on the chest. So our guard superintendent had strict orders to carry out. We could continue our observations unhindered. I now looked at the Great Spirit, who was dressed in a dark sky-blue pleated garment, and what he would be doing at this scene. Listen! As the leg breakers waited for the command to smash the legs of the 7 and to end the life of those who are still alive with the said blows, the mighty Spirit lifted the sword and cut the strings by which the black tiger souls were attached to their bodies. When those awful souls were relieved from their bodies, they suddenly became a little more human appearance, walked on their hind legs, but absolutely silent and with a very sad and sorrowful expression. And the Spirit said in a sharp voice to them, "Go to the place of your evil love. It will attract you. As your deeds, so is your reward." But the 7 souls shouted, "If we are doomed, there would be sufficient time for it. Why was it necessary to torture us, if the everlasting damnation awaits us here?" Said the big, mighty Spirit, "Everything depended and still depends on your love. Change this according to the order of Jehovah known to you, and you will be your own saviours. Except for yourselves, nobody in the whole of infinity of God can save you. The life is yours, and the love is yours. If you can change your love, then this will transform your whole life and being. And now leave." Upon these sharp words of the great and mighty Spirit, the 7, under a horrible howling, quickly ran away. However, I was so perky to ask the Great Spirit, what will finally become of the 7? And the Spirit rose again and said nothing else than, "Their very own will." With them it was not a lack of upbringing, not a lack of recognition, and they were not possessed, except by their own evil will. The vermin you saw escaping, when they were exposed and when flagellated, were no foreign demons, but all of them products and creations of their own evil will. Therefore the judgment is fair, since it had to deal with 7 perfect devils, for who in this world existed no teaching, no word, and no improvement. But here with us, where everything is revealed, their destiny will be as they want it to be, out of their love. The opportunities, even if only in appearance, will be plentiful to tempt themselves to more evil, or also to betterment. Understand this, youth, and also explain this to your father, to whom is not given the sight for this. With these meaningful words, the big and mighty Spirit disappeared, and the leg breakers began with their work. With 5, no blood came out of the wide-opened wounds, but with the last 2, there was still some blood. They immediately received the ending blows which, however, were a complete futile work and exercise, since when the good or evil soul for once has left the body is for certain completely dead. After this rather not too inviting nice action, the henchmen went home, and the corpses were handed over to the undertaker and his servants for further disposal. The way of disposal, however, was different, and still does, with the only restriction that they were not allowed to be buried. Normally, they were burnt with the cursed wood or dehydrated in the cursed water, and only afterwards thrown to the wild animals as food. But the wild and tearing beasts who ate from it normally perished, which was the reason for the undertaker to simply cook the corpses in the cursed water and sold it then rather well for quite a lot of money to people who wanted to kill wolves, hyenas, bears and foxes. This, O Lord, is now once more a little history which I have experienced during my youth, of which everything is clear to me, except the appearance of the souls, which were without any human form, and the previously countless many despicable vermin leaving the criminals as bats and small dragons. The big spirit did indeed give me some explanation, that these were only products of the evil will. But how? This is entirely a different question, which, except for you, O Lord, nobody can answer and solve. Those two, O Lord, you could solve for us, if it pleases your most holy will. '65. The development of the souls of the robbers and murderers. I said, what you have personally experienced, you have presented very good and true. The reason for the bestial appearance of the soul of the said 7 great criminals lies in a certain free order, but of course only to this extent, as the working soul-specific parts in the body seize or exchange themselves anew, similar to a cluster of worms creeping disorderly over and about in a continuous search for a more comfortable resting place. If they found it as either a good or bad type, the outer form will for certain become likewise to the good or evil type. Look here at different plants. There is an alimentary plant, and there a poisonous one. In the sun-bright light of our light sphere, look at the forms. See how smoothly, delightfully, soft and modestly is the form of the alimentary plant to look at. And how corner-like, sheared, and here and there quite suspiciously smooth, the form of the poisonous plants looks like. But still both species consist of the same primordial substances, standing in the same earth, slurp the same dew, the precise same air, and the same light. You have seen how a little while ago, out of the absolutely similar glowing tongues or floating fire snakes, which could not be seen with the eyes of the flesh because of their tininess, a perfect, quite comfortable donkey has formed. Do you think that, given another order for the seizing of the primordial substances into organic forms, just as well a tiger, a camel, an ox, or elephant, or anything else, could not have developed? Oh, most certain. And another orderly seizing would also have a complete different nature and characteristics in itself, which would be quite hostile towards another. And the reason for this is that each differently organized individual form has the continuous main aspiration to convert everything else, and which is somewhat weaker, into its own order. Out of this property goes forth love, the inner warmth, aspiration, greed, hunger, and thirst. If this greed, which is equal to a lust of power, becomes here and there too big and tries to grab too much to push it underneath its own original order, the consumed entity not seldomly becomes too powerful, seizes the first in being already existing soul organic order, and pulls it into its own good, better, or easily also worse, more worse, and finally most worse order. But what happens by that? Mathal, now we are coming to your seen tiger-like criminals' souls. The souls were too excessively taken over by the too greedily absorbed primordial soul substances which did not fit there, the soul's order. And only those absorbed primordial soul substances have turned the souls into their own exceedingly bad, and thereby have changed the human souls into true tiger souls. And of the same origin was also all the vermin, which you saw leaving in masses the frightened criminals. But now all of you tell me, if you have comprehended this rich teaching in all its facets, says most of them, "Yes, Lord, we understood the teaching, at least to some extent, but to boast that we feel quite at home with it would be a lie. From the earlier forming of the donkey, we have observed and seen how from the spiritual primordial substances a thing or being is developed. We could almost see the grass grow, and how, so to speak, a donkey, by itself, created itself from the fire tongues. Yes, by your goodness and mercy we even know what, who, and where from these fire tongues are, and who they, as related to each other, can seize each other to create a distinctive idea and form. We know quite well how these your countless primordial thoughts, of which the whole of infinity is overfilled with, although from the outer appearance looking similar, are nevertheless in themselves very distinctive, lighter and heavier, depending on the purpose and intelligence they carry, which might be somewhat deeper, more serious and more good quality, and how the related ones seize each other and start to form some organ. As said, all this we understand quite well, but there is still something which is a strong riddle to us, which you, O Lord, could resolve for us, if it would please you. But we all surely do not have to tell you where we are running short, since you know all gaps which are in us, and will fill them with your mercy, if you regard as necessary. If it is not of a great importance to us, then we are more than perfectly happy with that, what we have and understand. I said, to understand the secret of the kingdom of God in all depth of depths, you all first must be reborn in the Spirit, which is now impossible for you. Only if the Son of Man has returned from where he has come. He will send to you the Spirit of all truth, which is holy. He will awaken you entirely and complete your hearts, and awaken the Spirit of all truth in you, which means in the heart of your souls. And by this act, you will be reborn in the Spirit and see and understand in the brightest light what the heavens contain in theirs. But this, what I show and explain to you right now, is only a preparation for what the Spirit will give you in all fullness. There are many things which I still have to tell you, but you would not be able to endure right now. But if the Spirit of all truth will come, He will guide you in all wisdom. Since you know this now, we immediately want to start with a further considerable preparation at this place. And our widely experienced Mathal will tell us another little history from his experiences. And as such you, Mathal, can start working again and tell us the well-seen story experienced in Bethany. We still have 4 hours until sunrise, and therefore can still learn and experience a few things. And you, Mathal, can immediately begin with your narrative. '66. Mathal's experience while going to the dying father of Lazarus. Says Mathal, "Lord, am I also allowed to mention the strange phenomena of nature, which I and my accompanying father observed in the middle of the night towards the east when travelling to Bethany?" I said, "Certainly yes, since it has a strong relation with the occurrence which you have experienced 17 years ago in Bethany. Therefore, you can start right now." Says Mathal, "Lord, I see that nothing is unknown to you in the whole of the infinitive sphere of creation. For you, I certainly do not have to tell the story. But for the sake of the other friends and brothers, it pleases me to tell such higher things, especially where I can see that I believingly being listened to. Everything which I will tell you now has a very mystically and magnificently looking character. Nevertheless, everything is true what you will hear, and as such, pay me your attention once more. Listen. It was already late autumn of the year. The high mountain peaks were covered in fog, and a quite unfriendly north wind whirled the dry leaves of the trees through the air. Only in the east, there were still some places where the lovely stars looked down to earth like crying, which was a nature scene which I and my father, who was a great friend of nature, also regarding its unfriendly workings, observed until midnight. When we got ready to go inside to take our rest, we discovered a person walking hastily towards our house with a lantern, made from the urine bladder of a sheep, in his hand, and it didn't take long, and a quite sad, but still quite young man stood in front of us. Recognizing my father immediately as a doctor, he said in a wistful tone of voice, "Friend and doctor, I'm coming from Bethany. My name is Lazarus, and I am the son of the old Lazarus, whom I love above all. Quite suddenly he fell ill today, and it looks very bad with him. Our rabbi, who in an emergency is also a little of a doctor, does not know what to do with my father. He himself sends me to you, since you are an extraordinary doctor and brought help to ill people in cases where no other doctor could find any remedy. Come and cure, if still possible, my suffering father." Says my father, "If another doctor has brought an ill person close to death, we have to perform miracles. Everything would be all right if it would be possible to do this immediately and everywhere. I will with this my only son, who must be at hand, since he has the gift to see spirits, and also in extreme cases can speak to them, go with you and see what can be done. If you had brought some horses which would have brought you quicker here and us more quickly back, an easier cure could be performed. But if the Hippocratic signs of death have already shown with him, there is no cure possible, since against the power of death no herb has grown, not on the Alps and even less so in any garden." The messenger Lazarus was contented with this answer, and regretted it badly not having taken any horses along. Nevertheless, with a great hurry, we started our journey, since with good feet it lasted about an hour to reach our destination. When we, absolutely quiet and deep in thoughts, walked our way, the fog in the east disappeared completely, and it became lighter and lighter. Yes, after about a quarter of an hour, it was so light, like half an hour before sunrise. This has taken up our attention to such a degree that we, despite all the hurrying, had to stand still to see where this strange light was coming from. Finally, it became completely daylight, and above the eastern horizon, almost a real sun rose, but with a much greater speed as the ordinary one, or, as one is used to say, the daily sun. But with this quickly rising light appearance, the lower end of the eastern horizon did not start to appear. This light phenomenon turned into a column of light, which within a few moments pushed its head up to the midday line and soon spread such light and heat that we were forced to go underneath a still dense-leafed fig tree, not to go blind because of the light, and not to perish from the heat. But soon this column of light became thinner and thinner, and the light and the strong heat produced by the column of light disappeared. After a very small quarter of an hour, the light phenomenon was gone, but also our sight, since afterwards, when the light disappeared completely, it was so dark and our eyesight was so weakened that we were not able to properly discern the lantern of our messenger. Only after about 30 moments, our eyes started to win back the necessary eyesight, and we could again barely see the road by the very weak light of the lantern during our walk. The whole story, nevertheless, delayed us with a good half an hour time, and my father immediately asked me if I had seen any spirits during the light phenomenon. And I said to him according to the fullest truth, in the light, which was in any ways much less to look at as the sun during midday because of its extraordinary brightness, nothing could be seen, but certainly with us on earth. A great number of figures were becoming halfway visible, but all like a very busy movement towards the west. Their movement was thus homogeneous with the light appearance. Only one single spirit figure, which came very close to us, was entirely visible, had a serious, old man-like expression, and appeared to have a great joy about the light appearance. But when the light phenomenon began to disappear from the sky, also the spirit figure disappeared quickly, and as it appeared to me, also to the west, but more so in the direction of Bethany. I didn't see anything else, and therefore could not report anything further to my father. Our guide was surprised about my seer's gift, and believed my statement, since he thought that my fantasy and power of imagination could impossibly have reached such intensity that I could so easily produce something like that. In this he was right, since I was never very inventively, and as a boy and youth I had almost no fantasy or imaginative powers. But I had a lot of talent for learning foreign tongues. During these little small-talk considerations, we finally arrived in Bethany, and there, at the very respectable house of Lazarus, and found the sick person in his last convulsive minutes, of which it is said that for this no herb is grown. Around the bed were standing 2 people crying, but otherwise very lovely daughters of the dying person, and also quite a number of other relatives who sobbed and wept, as it was customary at such opportunities. Our guide, as son of the house, also wept, and because of all the sadness, forgot to ask my father if it was still possible to help or not. Only the little rabbi came to my father and asks if there was still anything one could do for the old man to regain his consciousness for at least a short while. My father did not answer the question immediately, but asked me, in all quietness, how it was going with the old man, and if the soul was already starting to rise from the body. But I said to the father quite harmlessly what I saw. The entire soul floats already, half the size of a man above the body, in a horizontal position, and is only connected to the body by a hair-thin light thread, which, according to our experience, will not likely last more than 60 moments. It will shear any moment. However, it is strange that the immense column of light, which we saw on our way with the eyes of the flesh, is again present above the head of the soul, has the same powerful light, and also exerts a very wholesome feeling heat. The soul does not turn its eye away from the light column, and it appears as if the soul has a great feeling of well-being in it. ch67. the rabbi tries to resurrect the old Lazarus. Matthau. When my father heard such from me, he turned immediately to the already somewhat impatient little rabbi and said, "Friend, as I have observed this case, it would be a pity to waste even one drop of the strongest life balm, since his soul floats already man-size high above the already practically dead body. Therefore, you can begin to sing your sorrow psalter, and as a priest tell the people that no earthly help is able to do anything." At this explanation, the rabbi made a somewhat angry face and asked the father how he was able to notice this. The father was never a man of too much politeness and said with dry words to the little rabbi, "How and from where I can see and know this is none of your business. Just do your part, and I know exactly and quite well what I have to do." In this moment, the soul was completely separated from the body, and a very few serenely and wise-looking spirits received it among them, gave it like from the whitest abysses a marvellous pleated garment, and one of them took the light column, bent it around the loins of the now free soul, and it became a belt with the brightness of the sun. At the same time, a mighty spirit put an equally bright shining hat on the head of the free soul and said, "Brother, be forever decorated with the light of wisdom of God shining out of you." With that, all the high spirits present, together with the now free soul, immediately left the house, what I also straightway reported to my father. And the father said to the rabbi, "Now, since the soul of the old man has entirely separated from the body, you can go to the nearly blind weeping relatives and announce the complete death of the old man." Said the little rabbi, "Oh, why not? Now I will give him a stimulating drop on his tongue. We will soon see if his soul, provided and assuming the existence of a special soul in a person, already left his body. According to my well-proven opinion, no person has a soul which reaches beyond the life of the blood and the nerves, with a special spiritual life. Man, once he is dead, he is completely dead like a rock or a dry piece of wood. And to all what I can call holy, I swear to you that then nothing stays alive in man. However, there exist arcana, secret remedies in nature, which can awaken life anew in an already dead body. And that I will do now, and will prove to you as a stiff Jew that the soul has not left the body yet, and also that it is not able to leave the body, since there never resided a real soul therein. Here the rabbi pulled a golden little flask out of the pocket, showed it to my father, and said, "There, friend, see here. In here is the soul of a person who is already dead." Said my father with a smile, "Just go ahead. My entire large property, which you might know about, belongs to you if the dead person is moving for only a short while after receiving your drops. Since your arcanum is familiar to me, I also have it, and with false dead people it served me well. But with false dead people, the soul is still very much in the body. Therefore, this arcanum is very useful with dead people where no Hippocratic symptoms are showing. But once the most well-developed Hippocrates is showing on the face of a dead person, the soul has left, and you can give the dead 10,000 of these little bottles, and still the body will not move, but be completely dead and lying there without feeling, like a rock or a dried piece of wood. But now keep on going with your real Persian Farron herb oil. And as I have told you, in front of many witnesses, my property is completely yours from the moment when this dead person, where already, very slightly, the smell of putrefaction starts to develop, only makes a single move upon your drops. The little rabbi is somewhat concerned about this quite vigorous remark from my father, but nonetheless goes to the dead person, opens his mouth, and dispenses him 10 drops instead of the usual 1. 2 at the most, 3 drops on the already completely dry tongue. He closes the mouth again and waits now with great attention for the dead to move only a little bit. However, after 1 full hour and another hour, it already started to dawn. The dead did not show any signs of any movement. My father now asks the little rabbi if he still was of the opinion that the dead will start to move because of the real Persian Farron herb oil, and perhaps even start to speak. Says the little man, "Let's wait for another hour. Let's wait until the sun comes up, and the dead surely will start to move. He also will speak." Says my father, again smiling, "Keep going. I will not intervene. To the contrary, I gladly would sacrifice my property for the recovery of this old, to me well-known, God-devoted, honourable person. And should you lose against me, I do not ask anything from you, except that you believe in the true, forever living God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and in the fullest immortality of the human soul." Says the rabbi, "Yes, friend, this I will do, but I know it in advance, that you will lose this trade, because secretly I belong to the reasonable sect of the Sadducees, and want to curse my temple clerics right into the large sandy desert of Africa. But if you really should win me over, I will be glad to serve the temple again with everything I have." Everything was quiet now, and all waited with great anticipation for the moment of the revitalization of the old Lazarus. '68. The spirit of Lazarus testifies of the Messiah. Matthau. Meanwhile, the young Lazarus came to my father and asked him whether the secret drops of the rabbi indeed would not awaken the father again. Said my father, "I'm terribly sorry, my best friend, that I, as doctor, and as a human, must confess to you in the fullest sense of the truth, in any way? What does it mean to keep a person suspended with blind hopes, which never ever can take on any reality? But for your consolation, I can tell you something much better. And this consists therein, that I give and can give you the most living and most truthful assurance that your Father is alive, and in truth has never died. Said sadly the young Lazarus, "Look at the bed. He is not alive, and is over and over dead." Said the father, "Yes, he for sure. But he was not your father, only the flesh coat of your father. My son, however, who is a perfect seer of spirits, can tell you something else. Go and ask him about it, and you will find great joy in what he will tell you about his vision he had here." The son of Lazarus now turned to me, the son of my father, and asked me what I, as the doctor's son, can tell him for consolation. And I told him, in every detail, and very extensively, what I have seen. There were a lot of hearing ears around me, but only a few with such a believing heart as our young Lazarus. The more I told him about my vision, the more joyful became his face. What also was noticed by his two sisters, who still belonged to the most tender female youth. And they asked him what it was that he suddenly became so happy. Lazarus pointed to me and said nothing further. Then the two maidens came to me and asked me shortly and modestly what I have told the brother, according to which he suddenly lost the great sadness, and is now so cheerful as if never something sorrowful happened in the whole house. I should also tell the same to them. But I was at that stage a little naughty, and said, "Oh, it causes you girls not the slightest harm if you mourn a little. I tell you nothing. At the right time, you will be told by your brother Lazarus." After that, the two girls did not ask me any further, that I should tell them what I have told their brother. But they nevertheless became less sorrowful. And my father turned to the rabbi, since the sun was standing completely crimson above the horizon, and said, "Now, friend, where do you stand with your Persian Farron herb oil drops? The dead person still lies there motionless, like an old piece of wood. How is it then? The sun has already come up, and everything is quiet and dead calm. Who won the bet, me or you?" Said the rabbi, "Friend, I give up, and from now on I will believe what you believe. You are a wise and widely experienced doctor, who does not easily believe something without a good reason. Even if I do not see the reason, I still will believe, because you are believing it, and surely knows the reason for it. I hereby take the belief of respect, and remain with what you have told me. You have won this important bet, and I am your prisoner." Said my father, not my prisoner, but a freest man in the name of Jehovah." Hereupon the rabbi asked my father, "Friend, what must I do to completely win your friendship?" Said my father, "You already have it. Believe from now on, and through your belief you will come into the right light." I now went to the father and said what I just have seen. It was a great spirit who came into the room and gave me a sign and said that the children of Lazarus should get ready. Their father's spirit will return once more and bless them and give them a great promise. I also told my father that he should announce it to the three, and the father did that. The son of Lazarus and both of his still very young sisters, maidens of 14 and 16 years, were very happy about it. It did not take long, and the spirit of the dead Lazarus, full of a heavenly brightness, entered the room. And all three could see him, and also could hear his voice. But the Spirit of Light said to his son, "You are an adult. Be a good foster father for your young sisters. Let no evil thought penetrate your heart. Because look at me. I live and have not died. What has happened? The Lord wanted it like that. He has chosen our house, and the miracle of all miracles will take place in this house. The Lord already walks this earth as a son of poor parents. He, the everlasting, the holiest, has already begun with the great task of redemption. He wants to become a father forever to all people who are of good will. From now on, the people of this earth should not have an invisible, forever inaccessible, but an accessible and always visible Father. And this God, who created everything that exists in the everlasting infinity, will visit this house on a regular basis. Therefore, keep your hearts from impureness, so that this house becomes worthy to endure him, whom heaven and earth cannot enclose. That I live, you can see, but also see to it that you will live, like I now live forever in God, my and your Father. With that, take now my true Father's blessing, which I give to you now, not in the flesh any more, which lies there on the bed as a worn-out old coat, and awaits redemption by the jaws of worms, but as a perfect spirit in the paradise of God, the kingdom of the pure spirits. Keep the commandments of God, and praise and love him above all, and you will already on this earth make a bigger harvest as the one which I now enjoy in the brightest paradise of God. God the Lord will be with you. Amen. Hereupon the spirit disappeared, and the 3 children became full of joy, which I could not describe. "69. The rabbi does not keep his word." Matthau. All present were astonished about the joy, about the incomprehensible edifying cheerfulness of the children of the old Lazarus. Except for me and the 3 children, nobody else has seen anything. But nevertheless it was noticed by all present. Some thought that the 3 must have had a comforting vision. A few Pharisees who also were present thought that the children, because of too much grief, became insane. But the little rabbi thought that my father has enchanted them in a very secret manner. But then I intervened with the little man and said loudly, "Man, don't you remember what promises you have made to the face of my honest father? How can you judge the extraordinary mercy of God in this way? Be careful that Jehovah does not punish you this very moment, because you are not a person, but a wretched animal." Now, these my words made such an impression on the little rabbi that he became hypocritically pale, like the corpse on the bed, and he started to tremble with his whole body. My father noticed this, went to him and asked him what has happened to him, that he became pale like a corpse. But the little man told him with a shaking tongue all the evil things I have revealed to him. But my father said to him, "It serves you right. Why didn't you stay with your belief, which you have promised me so dearly? With God and his spirits one cannot make any jokes. Do you understand this? Either you believe, even if only on the grounds of those whose experience can forever not be denied, or you stay as you are. What you are, be it entirely, either an angel or a devil. The worst of worst, however, is wanting to be a double being, an angel and a devil, in one and the same person. Sure, both of the arriving Pharisees made by their entrance your head and your heart glowing. You became fearful and began, as an earlier follower of the sect of the Sadducee, to dance according to their music, like the Greek, let their bears dance to their music in before us. But at the same time, you forgot to whom you have broken your oath. What do you want to do now, you wretched person?" But the rabbi covered his face and went away, and retreated most likely to Jerusalem, to his living room, to think about all his mortal sins. What has happened further to him until this hour, I don't know. I only know that the Father, as well as I am, has seen him in Jerusalem at several occasions, but he always purposefully avoided us from far away. Why? Out of rage or a kind of shyness? I also don't know. He also never came back to the house of Lazarus, although he forgot his enchanted flask there, which we easily learned, since the young Lazarus and his sisters visited us afterwards quite often. Now, Lord, This is the story of me and my father in Bethany, which we experienced as true and faithfully as I have told it here. At that stage, everything, of course, was an indissoluble riddle to me. A lot is now much clearer to me. Only the two phenomena are still a riddle to me, and despite your many explanations, I still do not understand them. And these two phenomena are, first, the light meteor at the physical sky at midnight, and the accompanying spirits towards the west. And secondly, the similar, pure spiritual light above the head of the already free, floating soul above the corpse. Also, with this soul, I did not saw an actual mist cloud beforehand, but only the same very properly developed form of a human, which only was connected to the body with a very light purple thread, which also sheared completely, upon which the soul immediately, as completely free, was standing with a brilliant white, pleated dress of the finest byssus among some wise and mighty spirits, as I have mentioned earlier. How these things and appearances are interconnected, I, and certainly also all the others, would like to hear from your mouth. O Lord, explain this to us. '70. The life's story of the old Lazarus. I said, I will explain it to you, but all of you must be very attentive, otherwise you will not understand the whole matter. Since this death is a quite peculiar case, has not occurred for a long time, and will not appear for even a longer period of time. The old Lazarus, as a great, primordial, created angel spirit, was, according to his very own will, incarnated into the flesh of a person, namely under the most difficult living conditions imaginable everywhere on this earth. From the cradle until his 47th year on earth, he had to endure things and trials which cannot easily be repeated here. How many times did he have to fight with many dangers of life? Who from you is familiar with the life history of Job can only form somewhat of a picture from that which happened to our Lazarus. Several times he was promoted to the highest world honours and came to great wealth, had a wife and the most beautiful and most well-behaved children, 5 in number, who loved him dearly as a good and wise father. When he was 19 years of age, he married the only daughter of one of the richest people in Bethlehem. His gold and silver, and the most beautiful pearls and precious stones, could not be easily carried away by 100 camels. However, this great earthly luck lasted for only a short time. His treasures evaporated from year to year, because as a good and too lenient person, he was quite often seriously robbed. Finally, a fire erupted in his out of cedars built house, and from all of his treasures he could not save anything else except the life of his wife and children, and was forced to live from alms for 3 years. During the 3 years, his wife and all his 5 dear children died. He himself became full of leprosy, which he suffered from for a full year. Finally, a doctor from Egypt came with an arcanum and cured him completely from this illness. After that, as still an attractive man of 34 years of age, on his way he was attacked by secret henchmen from outer Persia and was brought there as a slave without any consideration and sold to an extremely hard master. But since he was among all the many slaves of his master the most loyal one, and has endured all the hardness of his master with the biggest patience and abidance, his master called him after 10 years and said to him, "I have watched you during all my hardness against you, that you are most loyal to me, and did not shy away from great troubles and work to bring me quite often great fortune. If I requested a lot from you, you always did more, and quite often to my advantage. I am a hard master. All the world gives me this testimony. Nevertheless, I am not without eyes, and not without insight and recognition. And since I'm not that, I give you the full freedom. You can go safely back to your home in your country. In addition, as a token of my appreciation for your loyal service, I give to you 100 camels, 10 of my most beautiful female slaves, and 90 servants, and so that you everywhere can buy something, can live and trade and carry on, my treasurer must pay you 1,000 bags of gold and 2,000 bags of silver. See, this is how a hard master rewards a most loyal slave, and double this most loyal servant, which, however, I unfortunately never had. Go safely with everything you have received as a gift from your hard master." Lazarus bowed deeply in front of his master and wanted to thank him. But he said with serious words, "Friend, who earned his reward like you, does not have to thank the giver after reception. Therefore, go in peace." "So be it, and it happens." Moved in tears, Lazarus left the hall, and when he came to the large palace yard, everything was ready. Camels, the 10 female slaves, and the 90 servants, and each of the strongest camels was loaded with gold and silver. Lazarus mounted his camel, and the march started. After 10 quite joyful days of travel, he reached Bethlehem, stayed at an inn, and inquired about his earlier property. But this was, according to Roman law, because the legal owner, despite all proclamations by special heralds, did not respond, sold as government property, and became already 3 years ago the full property of the new owner. since for 7 years he was, so to speak, only a tenant. If the previous lost owner returned during the 7th year, he still could exercise the repossession law. He only had to repay the new tenant the highest offer, including interest, since he was seen as a manager without contract and had to be rewarded for his troubles to run the estate. However, after 7 years, the tenant becomes the untouchable, full, new owner of such property. And this was also the case in Bethlehem with the property of Lazarus. The tenant was now the full owner, protected by Roman law, and our Lazarus, achieving nothing, had to move on. For a whole year, he had to live in the inn, until finally a considerable piece of land became available for sale in Bethany, which belonged to a Greek. For 1,500 bags of silver, Lazarus became the full owner and married in his 47th year one of his most loyal female slaves, who also was a Jew, and with her he fathered the young Lazarus and his 2 sisters. After 10 years, he also gave the fullest freedom to all his servants from Persia. But nobody left Lazarus, and today 53 of the servants are still alive. Already after 2 years, all converted to the Jewish faith and became even more valuable and pleasant for Lazarus. The wife only died 2 years ago and was an example of female tolerance and devotion. And since then, the 3 very well-behaved children managed everything alone. Except for God, they nearly have no needs and do a lot of good for the poor. ch51. Explanation of the phenomena during Lazarus's death. The Lord. Since the old Lazarus completed his earthly life so very well, he not only has lost anything from his former heavenly perfection, but has gained so much that at the time of departure of our deeply tried angel, who passed his test in the most excellent manner, myriads of the most perfect angels united and influenced the nature spirits of this earth in such a way that they were forced to perform on the same level of activeness as the nature spirits of the sun must be active. By this extraordinary activity of myriads of spirits concentrated in a small space, the light originated which was seen by you, your father, and the young Lazarus. Precisely in that moment, when the angel soul and spirit of the old Lazarus began to unwind from the bonds of the flesh. The spirits you saw, accompanying the light towards the west, are not really especially related to the phenomenon, other than that they were also being unusually excited by the extraordinary activity of the nature spirits which normally stand under their command and, not knowing what was going on, were urged to a partly transient, partly sharply observant movement and fearful activity. That the movement could be seen going from east to west, according to your language art, means an important earthly death, corresponding to it, as everything on earth awakens with sunrise. and everything dies in sleep with the setting sun. At the same time, however, the earthly evening corresponds completely vice versa with the spiritual morning, and vice versa the earthly morning with the spiritual evening. Since with the earthly morning, most people start as far as possible to engage in worldly worries. And this is a true and deep spiritual evening, often without dusk. Thus actually already a spiritual night. Only in the evening, tired of the worldly worries, many reluctantly start thinking about the flight of the temporal and turn to God. And this corresponds at least with a spiritual dawn. Thus, this has explained, according to your understanding, only too well. And you now know how and why about the spiritual and physical relationship of the great light phenomenon, and about its spirit-like company. Now we go to the death room of the old Lazarus. There you saw no disfigured smoke figure floating above the corpse, but already a complete human figure. The reason for this lies in the great love for activity, what indicates an already more completed inner spiritual life, which is entirely without any fear about the coming great activity in the endless kingdom of the heavens. The fear vibrations of the soul can then not take place, and therefore the human figure of the soul is immediately during its first exit from the body already perfected and can be seen as a fully restful condition. Of course, only to him who does possess the rare ability to see like that. The small and extremely thin thread between the soul and its body indicates the always very smallest sense for the earthly, and therefore also the most easily and painless separation from the body. The same light phenomenon above the head of the soul indicates foremost the mightiest will of the soul herself, and by its extraordinary activity, according to the order of the heavens, expresses itself as a column of light above the head. A column corresponding to its inflexibility, and as light, which is always a product of a just activity, corresponding to the divine order of the heavens of God, which light always penetrates and fully enlightens the ability of recognition of the soul, so that the will does not act blindly, but always with the brightest insight. But since the just thinking mainly occurs in the heart, just as the seat of love and the will can only be found there, the free will light of the soul, which during the earthly life acted in unity with the reason of the head, now becomes visible as the belt of the garment of love and justice, patience and tolerance around the loins of the free soul. But the hat is a testimony for a new gift of the purest light from the heavens, which, however, is only given to those which already have accepted the true heavenly wisdom, and from it have become humans full of love, wisdom, and the true heavenly justice. Such a light hat is then a product of the wisdom will of all of the primordial created angels of heaven, and expresses with him who carries such a hat on his head, that he now is an entirely perfected being, resembling God, and is inaugurated in all wisdom and in all recognition of all heavens. Such a spirit of the heavens, who also went through the flesh of an earthly life, recognizes on his own as much as all the other primordial spirits combined, who have not yet entered the way of the flesh. Because such a hat is, just as a person's soul is a compound of all earthly intelligence particles, also a compound of all intelligence of the heavens, which surely says endlessly much. I am of the opinion now that you all will understand this somewhat unusual appearance. But if someone still has a query, now he should ask, and there be light for him. Since the heavens give a right light to those who are just and do have a good will. Therefore ask without fear, if there is something which you still don't understand. ch51to100. Foolish questions. Says Cyrenius, Lord, we all cannot thank you enough for this infinitively great lesson which you have given to us all. And I do now understand an enormously lot more. Also from the last appearance, which Viceroy Mathau once more gave us from his rich experience, there is nothing unclear to me. Only the 2 or 3 great and mighty angel spirits who received Lazarus. I'm still completely unfamiliar regarding their status. Perhaps we could at least know their sanctified names? And what are the perhaps more detailed circumstances regarding the teaching to the children during his later appearance? The history was otherwise quite unusual, although I, frankly said, would be very pleased to know how and where the body of the old Lazarus was buried, and what became later of the little rabbi. Also, a closer explanation of the famous Farren herb oil would not be undesirable. Would you, O Lord, give us some further details about it? I said, But friend, these are just quite unimportant side issues, which existence we, regarding the main matter, can accept as absolutely not necessary, since it does not have anything to do with it, and nearly bears no relationship. What lies in the empty names of the angel spirits who met Lazarus? They did not need a travel document according to law, neither any worldly protective court. To what use would the names to you? But since you are insisting, they were the archangels Zuriel, Uriel, and deep in the background also Michael, in the form of John the Baptist, of whom Zinka has told us a lot. But there were also many other spirits present, which Mathau could not see, since they, as still completely pure spirits, cannot be seen with the eyes of the soul, but only with the eyes of the purest spirit himself, an ability which Mathau never owned, Then, what lies in the burial of the body of Lazarus? What about the foreign herb oil which alleviates rigid cramps and kills the worms in the stomach if it is real? If it is not real, it has no effect whatsoever. Therefore, let's leave it at that, what is only very little or no use at all to us, and see to it to extend our recognition and knowledge with only spiritual matters. Ask, therefore, rather about something spiritual, still out of the spiritual sphere of what Mathau has seen, instead of things which are just as insignificant to the spirit as the snow which has covered the wild field of the earth 1,000 years before Adam. What matter is, and how it originated, exists, and still originates, is already made tangibly clear to you, and as such, we only have to worry about spiritual things. Of what use are all the knowledge and science of the whole world to man if he does not recognize himself up to the deepest root of life, in particular in his soul and his spiritual life and sphere of existence? Will he ever can become truly happy, even when owning all earthly goods, if he from time to time has to ask himself and says, "What will become after death about me? Will I continue to live with the conscience, or will it be over with me forever?" If the fearing questioner does not obtain a satisfying answer, either from someone who is more experienced, or even less so out of his own dark world life chamber, in which never has penetrated a spiritual light of truth, what then? Will the serious questioner, no matter how rich a man, enjoy his great treasures and wealth? With only a little conscience of love for life? Certainly not. Since what use can it be to man if he earned all the treasures of the earth, but suffers damage to his soul? Therefore, let's rid ourselves what can be destroyed by rust and moth. Only what is of the Spirit remains unaltered forever. However, everything belonging to matter is often subject to countless changes until it has reached the state of the spiritual. Therefore, ask about the spirit and the soul, but never about anything earthly. '73. God's wrath. Thereupon Cyrenius said, somewhat embarrassed, "Lord, no one but me has asked you anything, and it looks as if you, as God, as my Lord and my Creator, bear me a grudge because of this." I said, "How can you misunderstand my words to such a degree? How can I bear you a grudge when I show you in full earnest and forever truly what is most necessary for your life and that of every other human? Behold, how limited your power of judgment still is. When will it become of age? To whom can the purest original love of all love in God ever bear a grudge? Whenever you read about a wrath of God, you should thereby understand the eternally even and firm earnest of his will. And this earnest of his will in God is the innermost heart of the very same purest and mightiest love from which infinity and all the works in it have gone forth, like the chicks are hatched from the egg. Surely this love can never bear anyone a grudge in eternity. Or does any one of you think that God, like a foolish man, could be angry? Here, the old senior priest Stehar comes to me and says, "Lord, forgive me if I allow myself to make a remark regarding the point of the wrath of God. If one, connected with a firm belief in God, looks at the old world history, one cannot completely deny it, that God, at times, when man becomes too unruly, let them feel his wrath and his revenge in an especially pitiless severity. The wrath is mine, and the revenge is mine, speaks the Lord through the mouth of the prophet. That it is like that is demonstrated by the casting out of Adam from paradise, the great flood during the times of Noah, the acceptance of the curse of Noah over one of his sons, later the destruction of Sodom, Gomorrah, and the surrounding 10 cities at the locality which we today call the Dead Sea. Still later the plagues befalling Egypt and the Israelites in the desert. Then the most murdering wars against the Philistines, the Babylonian exile, and, finally, the total subjugation of the people of God by the might of the heathens. Lord, who looks a little at this behaviour of God against the sinners, who are nobody else than we the people, and takes this to heart, can impossibly come to no other conclusion than a real wrath and the most perfect revenge of Jehovah. Of course, one could say, this is how God raises in all seriousness his people and entire large nations with the appropriate punishing stick in his hand. But the strikes and blows certainly does not look like coming from the hand of a most loving Father. But everywhere, a terrible furious judge on life and death and pestilence and fire is visible, even if in certain aspects quite justifiable. This is just my opinion. This means if the world history is telling us the full truth. But if all the sad examples of this, what God has done, is only fiction, then this, what one calls wrath and fury of God, can indeed be the core of his everlasting and purest love. I only have brought this forward since you, O Lord, have mentioned the topic regarding wrath and fury yourself earlier on. It will most likely be as you, O Lord, have told us earlier. But it is strange that always during historic times when the fury of God was announced and people did not better themselves and did not repent their sins, the most material punishment without mercy followed. And this on a large scale, but also localized, and in general, but also specifically. Now, how this is harmonized with the most pure love without wrath or fury, it would surely be worth the trouble if we can be a little enlightened about it during this opportunity. 74. God's wrath with Adam and Eve. I said, "Friend, as you now have spoken about the wrath and revenge, justice and love of God, in the same way a completely blind person speaks about the harmonious splendor of the colors in a rainbow. Have you not understood as yet that all 5 books of Moses, all prophets, and the writings of David and Solomon can only be understood and comprehended by way of inner spiritual correspondence? Do you seriously think that God chased Adam out of paradise by an angel carrying a blazing sword in his right hand as a weapon for expulsion? I say to you, even if it was put to Adam as an appearance, it was only a correspondence of what actually took place in Adam himself, and formed part of the act of his education, and to establish the first religion and primordial church among the people on earth. However, on earth there never existed a material paradise where the cooked fish swam into the mouth of the people. But they had, just like now, first be caught, cooked, and only then consumed sparingly. But if the people were busy and collected fruit which the earth had offered them, and thereby build up stock, then every place on earth which was cultivated by man was a real earthly paradise. What would have become of the spiritual development of man if he would have lived in a truly laziness and gluttonous paradise, where he would have no worries whatsoever, and, as said, the best fruit would have grown into his mouth when lying on the softest lawn, and he only had to wish and everything would be there, and he only has to open his mouth and the best food would enter his mouth? When would such a person, according to such methods of education, reach the necessary life independence? I say to you that man, according to your concepts of paradise up to this hour, would be nothing else than a quite well-conditioned gluttonous ox, or a gluttonous polyp on the bottom of the sea. What was therefore presented by the appearance of the angel with the flaming sword? What does this metaphor say? Man was naked, since until now no person ever entered this world with clothes. Even if he had no childhood, just like this donkey here, and had a height of 12 shoes, and Eve not that much less. Regarding the original experiences about the workings of the earth, he nevertheless was a child, and had to be educated mainly by experience. During the warmer days in spring, summer, and fall, he was able to endure the weather with his naked skin. But in winter, he started to feel the pinch of cold, and he asked himself in his heart, which God increasingly awakened in him by spiritual and physical influences, where I am. What happened to me? Earlier, I felt so comfortable, and now I'm cold, and the cold winds causing pain to my skin. Obviously, he had to look for shelter to protect himself against the winds, and started to cover his body with all kinds of leaves from trees. By this forced activity, the process of thinking increased and soon became orderly. But he also got hungry, since many trees and bushes had empty twigs. He walked far distances and searched for food and found trees which were still full. He collected the fruit and carried it to the cave, which he used as a good dwelling. And his already more experienced heart again told him, "During this time the earth is cursed, and you person can only gather food by the sweat of your face." However, after the first human of this earth endured winter once in the cave on these heights, which forms the northeasterly border of the Promised Land, to which also belongs our Galilee, he and his wife found the time to look and searched deeper in themselves. There he found the need for a greater society. In a dream, he was taught what he had to do to get to such greater society. And after such teaching, he started to father Cain, and soon afterwards Abel and Seth. It was his wife who gave him the first impulse to father, since the wife received the first vision how the process of fathering was going to happen. We do not want to extend on this matter, and I now say to you, my friend Stehar, everything progressed quite normally, and nowhere something unnatural has happened. But Moses still realized that everything occurred only to the will of Jehovah. By the Spirit of God, he realized that all this quite natural guidance along the way of experiences was guided by me, which means by my Spirit. And therefore he placed God, by corresponding metaphors, at the side of the first human couple, and also personalized my influence with the shortest, but nevertheless corresponding metaphors, as they were customary at that time, and also had to be, since everywhere such metaphors were necessary to guide the nation and nations. By the way, it is self-explanatory that God and the angels realized and understood it quite well, to let grow up the first human couple in one of the most fertilized places on earth. When later and specifically admitted natural phenomena forced the first humans to leave their first food garden and to look for places elsewhere on earth, this also did not happen because of a kind of divine rage, but only out of love for the humans, so that man was awakened again from his sluggishly becoming sensuousness and become active again and to make extended experiences. When Adam and his wife and his sons found that nearly everywhere on earth there was something to eat, they started to undertake more extended travels, whereby they got quite familiar with Asia and Africa. This added a wealth of all kinds of experiences to them. Secretly guided by the Spirit of God, they returned to their first Eden and stayed there, from where the population of the whole earth took place. Tell me in your heart, do you recognize any rage or revenge of God in this? 75. The flood. The Lord. Yes, God's wisdom can surely become angry when already developed and at least half-matured people wantonly and willfully defy God's order. But this is what God's love is for, which in its great patience knows how to find the appropriate means by which to guide people back onto the right road, whereby my final goal for mankind must always be reached, without forcing man, like a machine, through some almighty revenge on the part of God. But even these means are not to be regarded as a consequence of divine wrath, but purely as a consequence of the wrong actions of man. Yes, God gave the world and nature its necessary and immutable must laws in the right order. But man, too, has such laws as concerns his form and his physical being. Whenever man tries to rebel against this order and change the world, he is not punished by a spontaneous wrath of God, but by the offended, severe and fixed divine order within the very things which must be what they are. You are now asking yourself whether the great flood is also to be regarded as a natural and necessary consequence of wrong actions. And I tell you, yes, it is. I awakened more than 100 prophets and messengers, warned the people against their own actions, which were contrary to the natural and the divine order. For more than 100 years, I seriously drew their attention to the terrible consequences arising from such actions, for body and soul. But in their willful wantonness they went so far as to not only in their blindness mock, but even kill the messengers, thus engaging in a veritable battle against me. However, I did not become angry or revengeful because of this, but allowed them to continue in their actions and experience the sad fact that foolishness and ignorance, being responsible for what they are, can by no means deal with the great nature and order of God as they please. See, you are free to climb on the nearly 500 man-height high rock located there towards the south from here, and then throw yourself headfirst over the edge. According to the necessary laws of gravity of all bodies, such wantonness will most likely cost you your life. Ask yourself if this happened to you because of my wrath and my revenge. There, towards the east, you see high, densely wooded mountains. Travel there with 10 times 100,000 men. Set fire to them and burn all the forests, and the mountains will soon be completely bald. What will be the consequence of this? The many nature spirits that will now be naked and deprived of all action will begin to rage and storm in the free air, and uncountable flashes of lightning, most violent cloudbursts, and incessant hailstorms will ravage the land far and wide. All this is a natural result of the devastation of the forests. Say whether this has anything to do with the wrath and the revenge of God. When 10 times 100,000 men strive eagerly to level mountains and fill in great lakes, or construct the broadest highways to facilitate warfare. When people escarp whole mountain ranges extending over several days' travel to a height of 400 to 500 fathoms, or dig 200 to 300 fathom deep moats around the mountains, thereby tapping the Earth's interior water reservoirs so that the mountains begin to sink into the now empty great reservoirs, and the water begins to rise so much so that in Asia it rages like the sea, almost over the highest summits. Add to this that, along with the mountains, also many 100,000 times 100,000 acres of the healthiest forest land were destroyed, on which occasion countless myriads of earth and nature spirits that formerly had been fully occupied with looking after the most beautiful and lush vegetation have suddenly become free and unoccupied. Ask yourself what an uproar the spirits might have started in the atmospheric regions. What storms and what enormous cloudbursts, what masses of hailstones, and what an uncountable number of flashes of lightning have thereby been flung from the clouds to the earth for more than 40 days. And what enormous masses of water must have risen over nearly the whole of Asia. And all this for natural reasons. Say, was that again God's wrath and his implacable revenge? Moses described this event, like everything else, in the manner then in usage, that is, in metaphors, in which he, inspired by the divine Spirit, always let my providence work, which can only be presented by way of genuine and true correspondences. Therefore, can you call God a God of wrath and revenge because you and many others have never understood his many great revelations? '76. Origin of calamities. The Lord. I say to you, live only for 50 years, according to the proper divine order, and you will never again see, hear, taste, and endure any calamity. I tell you, all calamities, epidemics, all sorts of disease among humans and animals, bad weather, lean and unproductive years, devastating hailstorms, great, all-destructive floods, gales, great storms, locust plagues, and such like, are merely consequences of the wrong actions of man. If man was, as far as possible, living within the given order, he would not have to expect any of these things. The years would pass by like pearls on a string, one as blessed as the next, and the habitable part of the earth would never be afflicted by too much cold or too much heat. However, since the clever and exceedingly shrewd people undertake projects by far exceeding their needs, as for instance, erecting too great edifices and undertaking excessive improvements, levelling whole mountains in order to construct highways for making war, destroying many hundreds of thousands of acres of the finest forest lands, digging too deeply into the mountains for the sake of gaining gold and silver, and, lastly, living in continual quarrel and discord with one another, while on the other hand, they are at all times surrounded by a great number of intelligent nature spirits who are responsible for the earth's weather, as well as for the purity and wholesomeness of the air, the water, and the soil. Is it any wonder if this earth is more and more visited by an infinite number of evils of every kind and type? Miserly and avaricious people equip their barns with locks and bolts, and even keep armed guards who watch over their overflowing treasures and possessions. And woe betide him who would approach them without being authorized. Truly, he would instantly be sharply dealt with. By this, I do not mean to say that nobody should be allowed to protect his hard-earned property. I am here talking of the highly unnecessary, excessive abundance. Would it not be advisable to build also barns which are open to all the poor and weak, although under the supervision of a wise donor, so that no one might take more than what he needs? If, in this way, avarice and miserliness disappeared from the earth, also, now listen well to what I am saying, all meagre years would disappear from the earth. You ask how this is possible, and I answer, in the most natural way of the world. Anyone in the least familiar with the inner workings of the whole of nature must soon understand this. There, in front of us, is still the healing herb, and there, a little further to the front, the very harmful poisonous plant. Do not both get their nourishment from the very same water, the very same air, the very same light and its warmth? And yet, this plant is full of healing properties, and the other full of deadly poison. Why is that so? Because the medicinal plant, being of a well-ordered inner nature, in keeping with its good qualities, influences all its surrounding nature spirits so much so that these, in peace and harmony, conform to it within and from outside and nourish it. Thus the whole plant becomes wholesome and healing, and in the sunlight during the day, its evaporations and the nature spirits surrounding it up to a good distance exert a most beneficial influence on humans and animals. With the poisonous plant, whose nature is of a selfish and angry character, the surrounding nature spirits are seized by that same disposition and thus become perverted. They then, likewise, conform to the plant, nourishing it, and their whole nature then becomes homogeneous with the plant's original nature. Also, its surroundings and evaporation, as it were, are poisonous and harmful to man and the animals, with their sensitive nostrils. Keep out of its way. '77. The influence of evil and good. The Lord. Even more so, an avaricious and greedy man is an exceedingly large poisonous plant of a far-reaching influence. All the nature spirits surrounding him up to a great distance, his emanation and his whole outer life sphere will conform to his inner nature. And the corrupted nature spirits around him will keep perverting into their own evil, avarice and greed, the still good nature spirits joining them. Since these nature spirits are in constant conflict, not only with man, but also with the animals and plants, the water and the air, they invariably give rise to many battles, frictions and unnecessary movements in the air, the water, the earth, the fire, and in the animals. Whoever wants to see a practical example of this, let him go to a very good man. All the animals surrounding such a man will be of a much gentler nature. The best example are dogs. Within a short time, they fully adopt the nature of their master. The dog of an avaricious man will certainly also be an avaricious beast, and when eating, it will not be a good idea to come too close to it. But go to a bounteous, gentle person, and you will notice, if he keeps a dog, that this animal will have a very good-natured character. It will rather retreat from the food bowl than involving itself in a vicious battle with any uninvited guest. Also, all other domestic animals of a gentle and kind-hearted owner will be significantly softer. Yes, even with plants and trees, a person with sharp senses will observe a significant difference. But look at the servants of an avaricious man. If they in general are also not becoming jealous and stingy, and for that matter backstabbing, false and deceitful, even an otherwise quite good and bounteous person, when for a longer time not in the presence of a miser who is stuck up to his neck in gold and silver, will finally also adopt a sparing system and start to think hard about exercising acts of charity. Added to this is the fact that, on earth, it costs much less effort for the bad to change what is good into its nature than vice versa. Look at a rather furious person who wants to destroy everything around him because of his fury and anger. Thousands of quite good people looking at him will finally become furious themselves and want to attack the raging person to drive the fury out of him, if only their sharp action-addictive hands could find a place to grab his skin? Why does one furious person excite thousands to counter rage? And why not the thousands good-natured influence the one furious to become eminent good-natured? All this is based on the fact, because, especially on this earth and for the sake of the upbringing of the children, the temptation for the bad and evil is by far greater, and must be, as for the good. The reason for that, in general, I already have explained to you, and do not need to explain it here again. Look again to these two plants, and imagine yourself a very large steel boiler. In such boiler, we want to brew 1,000 of such medicinal plants to a healthy tea, and who has a chest illness and drinks from it would soon start to notice its healing power, since the good nature life spirits would soon transform the few bad ones in his chest. However, if we take this particular poisonous plant and throw it also into the kettle in which 1,000 plants are cooking to become a health drink, behold, this single poisonous plant will turn the entire remedial material into its deadly poisonous matter. And woe the sick person who would dare to take a sip from this tea. Truly, it certainly would cost him his life, and he could not be helped in a natural manner. But let's consider the opposite case. If we cook 1,000 of such poisonous plants in the same boiler to a tea of death, and finally add only one of these remedial herbs to the boiler, with the 1,000 poisonous plants, oh, just how quickly will all its good and remedial nature spirits be converted to the deadly poison of the 1,000 poisonous plants. But from this it is sunshine clear that on this earth, for the reasons given, the bad many times easier turns the good into its evil than the other way round. Imagine now a great number of bad people in an area, or even in a whole country, and ask yourself, according to what you already have heard, if in all seriousness it really depends on God's rage, if all kind of evil is occurring there. I say to you, and especially to you, friend Steha, that all this only and solely depends on the way of life and actions of its people, and that the wrath of God and his revenge has forever nothing to do with it, except that I have placed such order in the nature of things, which naturally, as long as the earth exists, must remain unaltered. Otherwise the earth would dissolve and could not provide man with a place to live during his trial life. Therefore it takes to seize all the good with all seriousness, with all strength and force, so that one does not get consumed by the many evil things. Try, therefore, to perfect your inner life by the actual observance of my teaching, so that the poisons of the world are not able to cause you harm any more. 78. The miraculous herb. The Lord. But for now, let's again return to our cauldron of poison, wherein 1,000 pieces of poisonous plants are cooking. See, 10, or for that matter, 100,000 of such medicinal plant will not be able to detoxify this cauldron full of poisonous tea. But on this earth, on the Indian high Alps, and also at the Sinai, grows a very small plant, and only a very small piece of it, about the size of an average blade of grass. If thrown into the cauldron full of poison, it would change in an instant all the poison into the most wholesome remedial tea. How is this possible? Would you, wise Stehar, ask, quite surprised now. And I say to you that this takes place in a very natural way. How will in all clearness explain to you and all the others right now. See, if it is really pitch black dark in a moonless stormy night, it will appear to you if the whole of infinity is equally dark. This darkness, which is at least for the time being a deadly poison for the light of the eyes, because it robs the eyes of its ability to see, can be removed in an instant by the smallest spark of light from the sun and turned into a bright light. Can you already gauge where this is going to? You can gauge and feel, but you certainly cannot know for sure. Since you cannot know this, therefore listen. How can a spark of sunlight scare away the whole darkness? And why is it without the light, in the first place, darkness? The air consists out of the same spirits during the darkest night time as well as the brightest day. Once the sun has set, the nature life spirits soon come to rest, each one specifically for itself. And since they rest in themselves, and their light little shells do not vibrate, the eye of the flesh do not detect their presence and being. And the tangible results for the flesh eye is the dark, lightless night. You of course say that the wind also blows at night, and therefore the nature life spirits do not rest. Oh, you are mistaken, and do not have an idea of the inner specific movement of a nature spirit. The wind surely moves at night, and therefore also the nature life spirits are moving, but not on an individual movement in themselves, but only a general movement in a certain direction, forced by a higher standing spirit. If, however, at a certain point, a nature spirit, or an entire large society of nature spirits, which are those fire tongues that you and all present here have seen, excited to an extraordinary internal vibrating movement, it will, at that location, become extremely bright and light for the eye. And this moment is an indication of seizing each other and that something is created. However, in such a moment, an uncountable number of nature life spirits in the widest vicinity are also excited, and it becomes light and brightness in the whole surrounding. The more the neighbourly spirits are excited by the active vibration nature spirit sphere, the brighter the light of the whole surrounding. And in this way, a whole crowd of spirits who seized each other also have a similar striving. And the light of the sun delivers through its productive force and influence on world bodies, which are sufficiently close by, the most obvious proof. The free nature life spirits on the planets are not the only ones who are excited by the sunlight to create something, but also those in free ether space, since often things originate by such seizing each other of the free nature life spirits, of which your wisdom could never have dreamt about. But as you have seen now, that a single spark of light, according to the power of sunlight, can instantly turn a tremendously large dark space into a bright light. In the same manner, the said little medicinal herb can turn a large cauldron full of poisonous tea into a wholesome drink. Because the nature life spirits in the small medicinal herb are too intensively active in the right order, and therefore are able to force the more sluggish and disorderly spirits of the poisonous plant instantly into an orderly activity. It is the same with the influence of a truly life-perfected person, for once on his neighbours, but also on the still free nature life spirits in a wide surrounding. Actually good and well-arranged people will, under more and less good influence, also act good, and the less good will have quite salutary herbs in them. But if these only naturally quite good people come among ground-bad, evil and playful people, who carry their evil hairs on their teeth, they will easily get spoiled as well, since their inner life-ordering strength cannot offer them any counterbalance. But if a person is perfected in himself, he resembles the small medicinal herb in the large cauldron with the poisonous tree and the little sunlight spark in the wide night space. If you also have considered this properly, you will finally fully understand how all evil among the people on this earth does not come from the wrath and revenge of God, but only from the order of life of the people, just as the good often originates from one single perfected person. And since I have brought you on the right path by this instructive manner, it is again up to you to ask me about something else, which could be foreign to you regarding the dying story of the old Lazarus. One of you still have a small question in the background. He should tell us. '79. origin of heat and cold. Says Mathau, Lord, this one will apparently be myself, since in all seriousness I still have a little thing in the background, which, despite all my sharp thinking, I cannot make sense of. I said, Yes, you are the one. Let us know what troubles you. Continues Mathau. When I and my father went from our house together with the young Lazarus towards Bethany, and saw the large light appearance on our way, we felt, at the same time, a considerable warmth. But when the light phenomenon disappeared, together with the sudden total darkness, it became very cold, so that I started to shiver through and through. The reason for this coldness I cannot figure out. If it pleases you, O Lord, I would like to know the reason of it. I said, Now, the reason for it is so close you could almost step with your feet on it. If you rub 2 pieces of wood against each other, they will get warm, heat up, and finally ignite and start to burn. Why does this happen? Because the nature-life spirits inside the cells and organs are awakened and excited from their dumb and dull state into a too forceful manner, into a heavy individual vibrating movement, and start to show a light and fire, whereby the still sluggish adjacent spirits are also getting excited. And finally, all nature-life spirits in the most excited movement, vibrating or straight said, igniting. If the excitement or the burning comes to an end, all the nature-life spirits are quickly cooling down. The more violently the excitement is activated, the quicker the fatigue of the nature spirits, together with rest and with coldness. A glowing piece of wood or a glowing coal is, even in its strongest burning state, not nearly as warm as an equally glowing piece of metal. The reason for it is that the nature spirits inside the metal have the ability to become much more excited than those in the wood. But if the coal and the metal are cooling down at the same surrounding temperature, the metal will cool down quicker than the coal, and in the completely cooled down state, it will feel significantly colder than the completely cooled down piece of coal. If on a summer day it is very hot and muggy, the nature-life spirits start to move, and this increasingly mightier movement also generates the increasing warmth and mugginess. If this becomes greater or more intensive, it is the result of the said spirits who start to press against another and soon become visible even to the flesh eye in the form of fog and clouds. But how at such opportunity the clouds are becoming denser and denser is known to you. Also, how finally lightning will originate in the clouds, and how it will start to heavily rain, and sometimes even to hail, which is the effect of the peace spirits with whom you are already familiar with. The more violent and brighter during a storm the lightning is, the colder the air will become afterwards, which is the result of the excited nature spirits coming to rest, to which they are, of course, forced by the mighty peace spirits. It was the same with your great, mighty light phenomenon, and because of the same reason, it became quite cold afterwards. Are you also clear in that now? Says Mathau. Lord, I thank you for this clarification. I'm also clear in that. '80. The deadly fall of the curious boy. I said, if so, then you still have to tell us about the death case of a young boy who fell from a tree and shortly afterwards departed, and at the same also about the person who threw himself into the lake and drowned, thereby committing suicide. However, be short and only tell us the main points. Mathau immediately started to talk and said, I only beg you for a little patience, since I want to tell both cases at once, and therefore I have to collect myself a little. I said, do this, but I will put the right manner in your mouth, and it will just fine without collecting yourself. Said Mathau, yes, if so, then of course I do not need long to collect myself, and will immediately begin to tell both occurrences as faithfully and true as possible, since they still stuck quite well in my memory. Say all loudly. Now then, High Viceroy of the nations around the Pontus up to the Caspian Sea, we are all especially glad to hear your story, since in telling stories you are an unsurpassed master. Says Mathau, for telling stories one need above all a few language skills and a great love for the truth. Who tells the truth always has an advantage above writers of fables. Nevertheless, what I have to tell you according to the wish of the Lord is one of the stories which I have experienced many of them from the cradle until my 20th year. I will give it to you with the tongue as I have experienced it during my 17th year alongside my father, who was always at my side and became very wise because of my visions. Both stories are as follows. It was the time of the general cleansing of the Jews, where, as it is known, at the Jordan River, a scapegoat is slaughtered and sacrificed for all the sins of the Jews, and is finally thrown into the lovely Jordan River under all kinds of noise and prayer formulas and curses. Now, to say only one word more about it would be a futile and worthless chatting, since these ceremonies are all too familiar to even the most simple Jew. What might be less known to you is the fact that during that particular scapegoat sacrifice ceremony, an exceedingly huge crowd was present. Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, and Persians were plentiful present. In short, there was no lack of inquisitive people. That the boys also wanted to see something of this spectacle is understandable to you. And equally understandable that the curiosity drove the non-seeing boys into the streets. It did not take long that finally the inviting trees were filled and the boys on the branches started to quarrel. Quite often they were asked to keep quiet, but these well-intentioned reprehensions were of little or no avail. I and my father were sitting on our camels, which my father received as a present from a Persian whom he cured from a bad illness. Both had double humps and were for riding much more comfortable than the single humps. We therefore had a good view over all the proceedings. Not far from our point of view stood a rather nice and high cypress, and on its already by nature weak branches were sitting 3 boys quarrelling. Each one tried to entrust his weight to the strongest branches. But since this quite old tree actually had only 2 branches of such solid strength that one could entrust one's life to it, the 3 boys quarrelled about the possession of the 2 strongest branches, while the third was forced to be satisfied with one of the twigs rather than a branch. Thus, on a height of 5 man-heights, the third boy sat on his branch, which was more a twig than a branch. The case went on for about an hour, when towards midday a quite strong wind came up, which caused the top of the cypress to sway quite dangerously, and the smoke from the severely steaming sacrificial altar blew straight into the faces of the 3 boys, to such an extent that they had to cover their eyes to prevent shedding a stream of tears in vain. In this extremely doubtful position, I observed the boy sitting on the weak branch. When the smoke was, as one could say, blown really pound-heavy into his face, I suddenly saw 2 quite large bats flying around his head. They had the size of 2 fully grown doves, and drove the poor boy even more smoke into his face. I drew the attention of my father to the scene and told him that something bad was about to happen. I also told him what I saw, and that the 2 bats did not appear naturally to me, especially for the reason that they sometimes got bigger and then smaller again. The father steered his camel towards the tree and called to the boy on the tree that he should quickly climb from the tree, otherwise he would have an accident. Whether the boy had heard my father's quite loudly spoken words or not, I cannot really tell, since I only observed the earlier scene, and how the boy sitting on the very questionable branch was increasingly rubbing his eyes, offended by the thick smoke, with both hands, must have been almost blind by now. Since my father saw that his warning call to the boy was fruitless, he distanced himself from the questionable tree, came back to me, and asked me if I still had the same vision. I affirmed the question according to the truth, and emphasized that the boy, if not removed from the tree immediately, would surely suffer an inevitable accident. Said the father, "Yes, my son, what can one do? We do not have a ladder, and the boy will not leave the tree by calling him. One is therefore forced to wait what God the Lord will let happen to this disobedient boy." My father had just spoken the last word when the weak branch, bended too many times to and fro and up and down by the continuous movement of the boy, broke, and the boy, of course, without support, fell from the height of 5 man-length, with full force, head first on a rock lying underneath the tree, smashing his skull and breaking his neck, and thus died instantly. About that, a spectacle originated among the people. All crowded around the fatally injured boy. But to what use, since the boy was already dead? The Roman guards finally drove the people away, and my well-known father was called to examine the boy, whether he was really dead, or whether one could apply resuscitation attempts to bring him back to life. My father examined the shattered skull and the neck, and said, "No herb and no ointment will be of any use any more, since he died not only once, but twice, and will not live again in this world." '81. The suicide of the Essene who was cursed by the temple. Mathau. Simultaneously, the father asks me if I have seen anything else about the boy. In Greek, I said to him, "The large 2 bats have unified above his chest, namely in the form of a very sad-looking monkey, and are trying to separate themselves from the body. But it appears if they still strongly attracted by it, so that it is for the time being not possible for them to completely separate from the body. But the longer their efforts last, the more they become one, and there, now they are as a volatile being freed from the body. It still crouches and jumps around the body as if it is still looking for something. This will not be the soul of the boy?" said my father. Said I, "Yes, this I truly don't know myself. Should such a neglected boy, in all seriousness, not have a better soul? Now this strange being still sits at the bleeding, smashed head, and acts as if licking the blood from the large wound. But it does not succeed at all. It only slurps the barely visible blood steam, and by that obtains a little more of a human appearance. But now carriers arrive who probably want to take the corpse away. I am curious if this monkey-like being will accompany it." In this moment 4 bearers with quite a long pole arrived, bound the corpse with linen cloth to the pole, lifted it up and carried it away. Said I, "However, the being stays and looks around like someone in a large emptiness, where he can see nothing. It appears that it cannot see us bodily humans. It now crouches at the place where the boy has fallen from the tree, and gives the impression if it wants to go to sleep. In all seriousness, it must be the soul of the boy." Said the father, "Now, fortunately, the scapegoat slaughter proceedings are nearly completed. Only the aphorism, judgment, over those who are accused of their 2 evil sins have been excluded from this general cleansing, and it will be over. Like all the years, always the same old story. For me, without blessing, power and use, and I believe, also for everybody else. Thereupon the father was quiet, listened to the judgment, and was quite annoyed when the first curse was imposed over the Samaritans, only then over all the heathens, over the Essenes, Sadducee, and in a lighter way also over unrepentant incestuous persons, brother, father, and mother murderers, animal violators and adulterators, and, with a severe judgment, at the end, over the critics of the temple and its sanctums. After this certainly not edifying ceremony, at which each curse caused the garment of the high priest an immense tear, all retreated back to the city. Only one person, who was probably more deeply affected by the well-meant curse judgments, kept standing at the pond, which was not far away from us, and was a deep hole created by the Jordan River, of which some fools drivel, that this hole, with a diameter of about 100 man-lengths, drained all the water from the great flood, from the whole earth, within 1 year and a few days. That this pond is very deep is true, but it will surely not be without a bottom. My father was quite suspicious about the way this person was looking so very glassy and confused into the black pond from a protruding rock. He asks me if I could see anything unusual around this man. I said, as it was the full truth, I can't see anything. However, I cannot deny that I do not like the person at all. I believe one does not go wrong in saying, he will soon, with his very own body, investigate how deep the pond is. I give it to you as faithfully as I have said it at that stage, although my father never approved of it. When I started to joke a little about very serious matters, for what I had quite a special talent. Therefore, O Lord, be also merciful with me, if I use the same words here which I have used at that time. I said, the way you speak is right, since I want it like that. And besides, I myself place, so to speak, the words in your mouth. Just continue to speak. All are listening to you with great attention. And Mathau continued to speak, and said, I nearly haven't finished speaking the last word, when the person raised his hands and said loudly, the high priest has damned me because I was an Essene and have left the temple to learn another and better wisdom, which I, however, did not found there, just as little I could find in the temple of Jerusalem either. But I have ruefully returned to the temple, and have prayed and sacrificed. But the high priest rejected my sacrifice, scolded me a worst kind of temple desecrator, and cursed me forever, by tearing his garment 7 times. Now, through this general cleansing, I hoped for an alleviation of his curse. I only waited in vain for this. He only confirmed more so the old curse, and made me a damned person before God and the people. Hence, I am cursed. So be it that I am cursed. With these words, which he screamed exceedingly loud, he threw himself from the cliff into the pond and drowned. ch51to2. The condition of the souls of the two people who were killed. Mathau. It did not take long, and I saw something like a grey human skeleton floating slowly on the surface of the water, accompanied by very strange-looking black ducks. Their number was about 10. Only the feet, but only below the ankles, had a little meat on. Everything else was skin and fleshless bones, which appeared highly odd to me. In the beginning, the floating skeleton had its face turned upwards, but after about an hour, it turned around, started like a skillful swimmer to work with hands and feet, and seemed to defend itself against the black ducks. However, they were persistent and did not want to let go of the gruesome-looking swimmer. In this way, the puzzling figure drifted for an hour around the surface of the pond in all directions, sometimes faster and then slower again. Even dived a few times beneath the surface and appeared again. I would have taken this monster for a water animal if my father also could have seen it. But despite exerting his otherwise very sharp eyes to the extreme, he nevertheless couldn't see anything, which had me to believe that the floating dead skeleton must have been something unnatural, thus soul-like and spiritual. After an hour, it was completely still, and the black ducks acted as if nipping some last pieces of flesh from the skeleton. Since nothing happened of any importance, we returned to our monkey, who just started to get up and tried to stand on the two hind legs, and even to walk shakily. But the walking went badly. Every 5 steps the being sank on its front legs to the ground, but quickly got up again, and all the time was looking around in all directions. And from the appearance of eagerly looking around, one could conclude that the being was afraid of something, or that it was extremely hungry and was looking for some suitable food. With these walking and standing efforts, it came to our already mentioned pond. There, it soon saw our skeleton, which floated around the pond in the society of the uncanny ducks. When our monkey, or the soul of our fatally injured boy, saw the skeleton, it yelled a loud whistling cry and observed the skeleton with a peculiar attention. After about half an hour, it stood erect, just like a human, and I could clearly discern the words in a kind of lisping voice. This was the unfortunate father of my bad body. Woe him and me, since the wrath and judgment of Jehovah has caught up with us. I still can be helped, but how can he be helped? Here the monkey paused and showed a very sad face, while in the pond the black ducks still quite cheerfully kept teasing and chasing the skeleton, which was not expressing much life. This state again continued for half an hour, and at that opportunity all the people had left, except for a few Romans and Greeks, who, however, were consumed in a business discussion and did not at all took note of our quiet observations. My father was asking me whether I could see anything else. I said no, and said shortly, "Not the slightest." Then my father said that we should go, since everything notable and seaworthy was taken note of, and anything further Jehovah will undertake with those souls should not concern us. But I said, "Father, we already spent 3 hours with those 2 souls, and do not have gained anything except a quiet, sad spectacle before my eyes. Let us spend therefore another hour. Perhaps something interesting will still come up." The father was with my recommendation quite content, and we stayed. After a few moments of this exchange, the matter suddenly became a different face. The monkey, suddenly full of rage, stood completely erect, jumped onto the surface of the water, and started to catch the uncanny ducks. And woe for each he managed to catch. In a split second it was torn into 1,000 pieces. Except for 5, he had them all destroyed. The other 5, however, flew away. After these evil ducks disappeared in this way, the monkey lifted the skeleton out of the water and placed it about 5 steps away from the pond on a quite nice piece of lawn where I could see them, and he said, "Father, in your great poverty, can you hear my voice? Can you hear my word?" And the sitting skeleton nodded with the apparent skull, and by doing so gave to his son a clear indication that he was able to understand him. And the monkey, who increasingly took on a more human appearance, stood up as if he had a lot of power, and said with a voice which was now very perceptible to me, "Father, if there is a God, there can only be a good and just God. This God does not curse nobody, since if man is a product of this God, he could not be a botshop, but only a masterpiece. However, if there would be a master who, in all seriousness, curses his work, he would be standing below the worst bungler, since even a bungler does not curse his own work, but regards it as something good. And God, as a grand master of all masters, should be able to curse his own work? Cursing and condemnation is an invention of people as a result of the blindness and lack of education of the human nature. The lapses which are committed by a developing person are tries for the independent becoming person how to use his freedom of will. And the actions of man are an exercise for determining his own destiny in the sphere of recognition as well as in the sphere of the free will in a certain order, which is set through all the endless rows of the great creation of the one wise Creator, and that only in such an order an existence of the beings for temporary and everlasting is and can be conceivable. The curse of man is an evil piece from his dark side. They destroy themselves and their fellow people, and finally cast entire nations into the biggest misery, biggest despair, and in all desperation. You, my poor earthly father, were killed by the tenfold curse of the high priest, although you have made yourself not worthy of a curse by God. In your biggest despair, you have taken your own temporal bodily life, and now you are here as a saddest product of a pure human God-haughtiness. But perhaps I have received mercy from God, and the necessary insight and power to remove the tenfold high priest curse which tormented you in the form of the black water birds. And now you are in the open and on dry land. But I will do now everything possible to help you in your great misery and poverty, as much as my life's strength allows me to. During this speech, the former monkey man took on more and more of a human form. And at the end of the speech, the person had fully developed into a quite graceful human form, and was dressed like from the air, with a light grey pleated dress. Next to him, something was lying on the ground, wrapped in a cloth. The now quite beautiful boy unpacked it and took out a long but dark grey shirt and said, "Aha! This is a dress for you. Allow me to dress you with it." The skeleton person nodded affirmative, and the boy put the dress onto him in an instant and bound the cloth, which was of a little lighter colour, around the forehead as a kind of turban. And the skeleton thereby became somewhat of a better look. The now very brave boy grabbed the old man under the arms and wanted to help him to stand erect, but he did not succeed. After a couple of attempts, the boy, already the size of a youth, called with a penetrative loud voice, which even my father pretended to have heard, but without articulation, "Jehovah, if you are somewhere, send me and my father some help. He has not sinned, but their greatest sin, of those who claim for themselves a divine reputation, to draw even more respect and use from the world, have crushed him like a stone falling from the clouds. And now he lies here as a soul condemned by the world. Will he, therefore, also be condemned forever by you? Give him at least a skin over the apparent bones, since I feel very sorry for my father's horrible nakedness. Help, Jehovah, help!" Upon this call, soon 2 mighty spirits appeared and touched the skeleton at the temple. In an instant it got tendons, skin, a few hairs, and, as it appeared to me, also eyes, but very empty and deep-seated. However, no one of the 2 spirits said a single word, and immediately disappeared after this action. Thereupon, the now already quite pleased-looking boy tried to make the old man stand on his feet, and this time he succeeded. When the old man was standing, the boy asked him if he was able to walk. The old man affirmed such, with an extremely, screamingly hollow voice. But the boy immediately grabbed him under the arms, and both moved now towards the south and became invisible to me. '83. Explanation about the soul in the beyond. Matthieu. These were the two histories which I have experienced. What happened further with those two in the spirit kingdom, I surely don't know. And even despite your earlier explanation, I also do not understand what the two bats mean when the boy was falling down the tree, who later melted together into a monkey figure, and why the soul of the self-murderer appeared to me as a complete skeleton floating around the surface of the water. From where came the 10 black ducks, and why did they tease the skeleton? How could the still monkey-like figure of the boy become the master of the birds? What do the dresses mean? From where was it coming? And what was its effect on the two different souls? Yes, there would be other things for asking a lot of questions. But for me, especially these points, about which I have made known my lack of knowledge through the questions, are of a particular interest, and about which a merciful explanation would be quite appreciated. If somebody else from us also wants an explanation of any trifle matter, will surely be allowed to ask about it. Said Cyrenius, "Friend, during those your stories, I felt quite strange. The human life appears to me like stream on top of a plateau, flowing quietly and harmlessly. But at the end of the plateau, the former so quiet stream dives with a thundering roaring and a most awful seriousness into an unpredictable depth, and drills itself a dreadfully deep bed, but does not find any rest, since its own falling power drives it further and further away from its rest with great force, and it must flee and flee until somewhere it is consumed by the omnipotence and immeasurable depth of the sea. O Lord, for our consolation, explain to us such frightening moments of the otherwise beautiful life. Just take the person, according to the story of our brother Matthieu, who jumped into the pond, with which I'm quite familiar with, to end his life full of desperation. What frightening change immediately after he jumped! What uncertainty! What misery! Therefore, O Lord and Master, give us a comforting explanation about everything that Brother Matthieu has told us in such dreadfully faithful manner. I said, yes, of course. We here see some terrible sad-looking moments of life, which surely are full of seriousness. But what do you want to do? To rescue a life which has been totally shredded by the influence of the world and its hellish cravings? And with time, put the life back on the right path again, so that it doesn't melt away completely. Must such life not be seized with all seriousness? Yes, it is true. This moment of seizure really is highly disgusting for the spectator. The transition through a most narrow opening is of course not so pleasant to look at as at the face of a completely healthy maiden bride. But it guides the actual person into life, namely, into a true and forever indestructible life. And for that reason, such a serious moment of life, finally, is for him who understands it, more comforting than the smiling spring face of a maiden bride. But now we will go over to the explanation of that what we have heard from Matthau. Even before, Matthau saw 2 big bats flying around the boy when he fell from the tree and immediately lying dead on the ground. First, the boy was a pure descendant from this earth. However, the pure earth children, as you have heard by many of my explanations, and also clearly comprehended, are according to soul and body composed from the entire organic creation of this earth. Proof for this are the most widely different types of food for the body consumed by humans, while the choice of food for animals is very limited. In order for man to feed all intelligence particles of which his soul is composed, with the corresponding soul food from the natural nutrients he consumes, he is able to take in such a wide variety of food parts from the animal, plant, and also mineral kingdom. Since the substantial form body of the soul is fed and ripened, just like the flesh body, by the consumed natural foods. Now it also depends from which preceding creature sphere, according to climbing levels, a purely earthly person has received his soul. And it is then, especially with children, one has to consider the circumstances that their souls still carry traces of those pre-creature types in them, from which the human form initially was composed. If a child is brought up properly right from the beginning, the pre-creature form is soon transformed into a human form, and more hardens in it. However, if the upbringing of a child is neglected, the pre-creature form in the soul comes more and more to the foreground, and even draws the firmly formed body to the said pre-creature form. And with some raw people, it is quite easy to recognize which form undoubtedly predominate their soul. When I thus said earlier that the boy, according to soul and body, purely originates from this earth, you will understand with regard to his neglected upbringing why his soul, when still on the tree before falling down, was in that moment visible as 2 bats. Because he lapsed into a convulsive unconsciousness, partly due to too strenuous holding on to the tree, and partly by suffocating by the thick smoke, which kept him for a while in the tree, although by himself already not knowing what was going on. Since as long as a soul, during the moment of dying, is not completely separated from its body, for as long is it completely without consciousness, due to frightening perturbation. It feels like someone who is bound face upwards on a spindle, which rotates with extreme speed. He can look as much as he wants to. He will still not be able to see anything. He only might be seeing a matte-coloured misty circle around him, which by increasing rotational speed, and thereby increasing unsteadiness of the visual organ, turns into a complete night. But just like the visual organ must have rest to look at an object to see what it is, the soul equally requires a certain inner rest to obtain a steady and bright consciousness of itself. The more the soul is disturbed in itself, the more its clear self-consciousness vanishes. And once the soul is placed in a state of highest possible unrest, then it does not know anything about itself anymore, until it has returned to a state of rest again. And this moment happens to dying people in a more severe state. The more the soul was standing on a lower life development level. With a life-perfected soul, this somewhat sad-looking state does of course not take place, as Matthau has seen this quite clearly during the dying moment of the old Lazarus, since his soul was never in any kind of unrest. The boy on the tree was, for about a quarter of an hour, bodily nearly completely dead, and did not know anything about himself. His soul, as well as his body, were therefore surrounded by the most dense darkness. And a soul which gets to a state of too much unrest starts to properly divide itself into the former smaller and imperfect pre-life creatures. Therefore, the two bats were visible. Only after the boy, by the smashing of his brain, lost all bonds with his soul, came soon more rest into the destroyed soul. The two pre-creatures seized each other, and soon a monkey, as the last pre-creature, became visible. But it required a longer rest to complete seizing itself, and even more rest until recognizing itself again and gaining its self-consciousness. This is why it crouched for a while at the place where its body fell from the tree, more according to instinct than knowing what has happened. Gradually, consciousness and self-awareness returned, and the monkey, looking more and more human, began to raise itself up. Its constantly expanding outer life sphere enabled it to perceive the nearness of the soul of his perished earthly father. He left the spot where he was crouching and, following his inner promptings, moved over to the pond, and now fully recognized the soul of his father, burdened and tormented by a tenfold human curse. At that moment, the filial love awakened in him, and with it also the question about God and his true justice. Moreover, there awakened in him also a just anger against the curse, which men in their boundless pride dare to fling at their poor, but actually much better, fellow men. With this, the now much more perfected monkey man became aware of his own strength to take it up with the 10 cursed devils, which in the form of black ducks tormented his father's soul unduly. With this increased self-awareness, the monkey man leaps into the pond and, driven by the love for his father, begins to play havoc among the 10 cursed devils. In a few moments they are destroyed, and by that action, the monkey man now looks almost completely human. Now his love also begins to take new roots in the dead soul of his father. This fills the son with even more love and strength, with which he pulls his father away from his place of destruction and perdition, and onto dry land where, through the son's love, a solid resting ground for the father's future existence forms and is found. However, as the son's love is growing, also his light keeps growing. Out of this light, he recognizes the limitation of his own strength, and now properly turns to God, asking him to help his father. And help is not long in coming. Clothing is provided, and the strength to move on to a better and more perfect life sphere. There, the father's soul is nourished by the son's ever-growing love, attains once more a spiritual flesh and blood, and, finally, becomes able to recognize God and enter into his order, which is always exceedingly difficult in cases of suicide. '84. Different kinds of suicide. The Lord. However, there are different kinds of suicide. The worst kind is when someone takes his own life because his great pride has been too much humiliated by someone else, and there is no possibility for him to take revenge. Such kind of suicide can never be completely amended in a soul. It requires 1,000 times thousands of years for a soul to be brought to a point where its withered, loveless phantom bones can at least be clothed with some thin skin, let alone an incarnation. Here, in the sense of a full wrapping of the soul's skeleton with the spiritual flesh of its whole being, since the incarnation is actually a product of love and, in turn, awakens love. If somebody looks at a maiden who is very completed in the form sphere of her flesh and is full of voluptuousness, he is immediately through and through seized by such figure, that his heart will immediately express a love-glowing desire to call this maiden his own. Yes, why is this so? Because the maiden's fully developed physical appearance is a product of a lot of love. The material which forms the basis of love can and must also arouse in the fellow man what itself is. If we, however, are going to another maiden who is terribly thin, and I say to you that she will not turn on anyone's heart in a passionate manner. Secretly, one will feel sorry for her, but it will be quite difficult for anyone to fall in love with her. Why is this so? Because her bones are covered with too little of the material, which is purely a product of love. A soul that already here has been pure love appears in the beyond immediately most appealing, luxuriant, and absolutely perfect where its form is concerned. An avaricious and very selfish soul, however, appears very thin in the beyond. But there is still some flesh and blood left, because such a soul has at least love for itself. Whereas a self-murderer is also completely bare of this love, and his soul must necessarily appear as a skeleton in the beyond. The only question is whether as a human or some animal skeleton. We have already mentioned that there are several kinds of suicide, and I have dealt in detail with the worst cases. Well, a suicide of the worst kind does not appear in the beyond in the form of a human skeleton, but as the skeleton of a dragon, a serpent, or some other wild, ferocious animal. Why? That you can easily think for yourself. Such a soul will never be able to fully attain its life's perfection. Then there are those who committed suicide out of jealousy because of a virgin who, without her own fault, preferred another to the jealous fellow who, whenever they met, tormented her with all kinds of reproaches, accusing her of infidelity which she never even thought to commit. Such a self-murderer arrives in the beyond as the skeleton of a wolf, dog, or rooster, because the inner nature of these animals guided the mind and will of such a jealous fool, since as pre-creatures they are representing the actual main traits of the soul. Also, these kind of self-murderers will someday find it very difficult to attain even to some degree the perfection of life. Then there are still other suicides who have secretly committed a bad crime, which they know is punishable by a disgraceful and painful death. They know that their crime must come to light. What does then usually happen? Driven by his terrible fear and his justified pangs of conscience, such a furtive criminal sinks into the fullest and deepest despair and kills himself. Such a soul appears in the beyond in the shape of the skeleton of its pre-creatures, such as, for instance, salamanders, lizards, and scorpions, which are all huddled together in a heap and surrounded by a glowing wall, usually in the shape of a glowing giant serpent. Also, the glowing wall is part of the pre-creatures of one and the same soul, and forms an intelligence element of the same. In short, once a soul, on account of a bad upbringing, has become devoid of all love, even of self-love, the whole soul is permeated by hell as the worst enemy of life. The soul in itself then becomes an enemy of its own life and being, and always endeavours to destroy the same in some painless manner. being thus inimical to life. In the end, life itself must fall apart, and such a soul cannot possibly appear in the beyond, other than dissolved into its individual primordial life forms. And even then, only in their fleshless skeletons, which carry their necessary judgment within. With both man and animal, bone is that part which is under the most judgment, and most devoid of all love. Since in bones, just as in stone, no love can exist, these remain in the end, even though only as substantial soul development particles in which there can never be any love. But it is still easier for human bones to clothe themselves with life than it is for animal bones, let alone for the skeletons of insects and the gristle, cartilage and bones of amphibious animals. Now you can imagine what will happen when such a suicide as described appears in the beyond, and what a difficult and long drawn-out process it will be before such a soul can even begin to assume the shape of a human skeleton, and clothe itself with a skin, and even with some flesh. But inwardly, you are now asking whether such a soul will also suffer any pain. And I tell you, at times the worst and most burning pain, and at other times none at all. When the soul is, as it were, stirred up by approaching spirits intending, if possible, to bring it back to life, it feels a terrible burning pain in all its parts. But as soon as it comes to rest again, it has neither feeling nor consciousness, and does, therefore, not feel any pain. There are still many more kinds of suicide which are not so detrimental for the soul as the two just described. However, no act of suicide has any good consequences for the soul. The case described by Matthew was still one of the better kind, and therefore the resuscitation and rescue of that soul proceeded quite easily and quickly. Nevertheless, there will always remain a leak in such a soul, consisting therein that such a soul can hardly ever succeed to become a child of God. A suicide soul can hardly ever reach the first, outermost and thus lowest heaven, not even its borderland. For the most part, only souls from all other worlds attain to the first, or wisdom heaven. And from this earth, the souls of those wise heathens who have lived a decent and just life. Yet also in the beyond do not wish to hear of my person. If, however, they, in time, accept some of this knowledge, they can certainly enter into the second, the higher or middle heaven, but they cannot ever enter into the third, the innermost and highest heaven, the true heaven of love and life. For there, only those will enter who have already fully succeeded in becoming a child of God. I think that also these kinds of deaths as told by Brother Matthew have been explained sufficiently. If, however, something is still not clear to someone, he or she is free to ask. There are only 2 hours left before the sun will appear above the horizon, and then we all will undertake something completely different. Who therefore wants something should speak. Say all, Lord, everything is clear to us, since with such living manner of explanation, nothing can be unclear to anybody. '85. The Stone of the Sages. Says again I. Now then, since we still have a couple of hours left, Mathau should tell us our last, in a way, most memorable death scene. But before that, since it is already dawning, Raphael should bring the ball of light back to its location, and at the same time collect a few promised granulates for Cyrenius. Raphael was soon finished with that, and brought Cyrenius 7 of such light globules, which were the size of a full pea. The pea-size light globules which Raphael handed to Cyrenius had such a bright luminosity that nobody could look at them, since with the luminosity of more than 10,000 most brightly burning lamps, one was already so bright that it could illuminate a large hole if placed in the centre on a higher point. Cyrenius did not know how to keep these 7 light globules, and asked me about advice. And I again called on Raphael to bring Cyrenius a suitable holder for safekeeping the 7 light globules. And Raphael was already at hand to give to Cyrenius a box from pure gold, lightly filled with stone flax, asbestos, placed the 7 globules in it, and covered the box with a lid, which was decorated with meaningful and elated workmanship. After the 7 globules were safely stored in this manner, he handed them to Cyrenius and said, "Keep them for yourself. Never should any of these most precious stones decorate any king's crown, so that not another king's desire for such a crown becomes a reason for war, where thousands of people tear each other apart like raging wolves, hyenas and bears, just for the sake of such a light globule." Cyrenius thanked me and also Raphael, who, however, immediately rejected the thanks and diverted it over to me. But I said, "It is good that also this matter has come to a conclusion. The promised globules for you, Cyrenius, are stored. Never make any worldly use of them, and never boast about them, even not to your next of kin. If you want to prophesy, place the holder on the pit of your stomach, and you will have bright visions. But this should only be known to you, that you are strengthened to prophecies by the possession of such stones. The people should hear such prophecy and act accordingly, but nobody should know its origin. If you ever have heard something about the stone of the wise, you now have it in those 7 globules, but only for you and nobody else." Says Cyrenius, "Lord, However, if one day I will die, what should become of these 7 globules? I said, then give them to Joso, and he will know it in himself, what he should do with it, for the sake of the well-being of the world. But now, nothing further about that. And you, Brother Matthau, begin with your story, since it is 1,000 times more valuable to you than 100,000 of such luminous stones. Be short, so that the very memorable sunrise of today will not interfere with it. '86. The widow and her poisonous sphere. Matthau bows and immediately begins to tell the following memorable death case, and the story is as follows. In a small place between Bethlehem and Jerusalem lived a strange widow. She was married twice. The first husband already died after 1 year. With him she had 1 daughter, who, however deaf and dumb from birth, was otherwise fresh, healthy, and very cheerful, which is seldom the case with deaf and dumb persons. After being a widow for 1 year, a second quite strong man courted for her hand and married the widow, who was at stage still very beautiful. But the man did not last much longer with this woman than his predecessor, since he lived only for 2 years and a few months, and died just like the first one of the general emaciation. This scared off all the other men, so that in future nobody dared to court for her hand. With the second quite strong man, she did not have any child at all, while the deaf-mute daughter grew up strongly, and already in her 5th year she was big and strong like nearly no other girl in its 12th year, had a very beautiful face, and every man looked at this deaf-mute girl with great, and often already quite desirable pleasure. The widow lived afterwards for another 20 years, remained very beautiful and even quite attractive, and her daughter enchanted every man, since something more beautiful and more attractive did not likely existed in the whole Jewish country. This girl was at the same time quite intelligent and quite well educated, and by way of sign language knew how to communicate with everybody quite well, and always in a really artistically elegant manner, that every man was very happy to have communicated with her. Many wanted to marry the girl, but since according to law deaf-mute people were excluded from marriage, of which a sensible reason still eludes me, nothing could be done in this regard. The widow was quite wealthy and owned extended properties, and as such many servants and maidens, and was towards poor people very charitable. The woman would have liked to be married again, but since nobody courted for her hand any more, and the woman also did not dare to look at anyone, out of fear and goodwill at the same time, not to become the murderess of a third man, she stayed single, led quite a moral and withdrawn life, and was the comforter of many people in distress. At one stage, a Greek doctor arrived and wanted to cure her from her odd peculiarity. But she sent him away and said, as she has told my father at a later stage, and if my otherwise good memory does not deceive me, with the following words: my parents were good and God-fearing people, and as a girl, I was known as an example for living puritanically. Prior to my first marriage, I never have recognized a man. How such a bad property could have entered my otherwise well-formed body is a riddle to me. I am, however, Jehovah be praised above all, otherwise very healthy, and therefore does not need any medicine. It is thus God's will, which I will endure with pleasure. You, Pseudo-Asclepius, Asclepius was the Greek and Roman god for the art of healing, can go. Otherwise, I breathe at you, and you are also hopelessly lost, irrespective that you are a doctor and want to help me. But as I can see, you are not even able to cure yourself from the hideous cervical goiter, as well as the limping of your left foot. A doctor should himself be a flawless and healthy person, if he wants to help the sick. The freshness and full healthiness of the doctor must give the sick person a certain confidence, so that he can believe that the doctor knows something. But if the doctor is standing there as a cripple himself and wants to help a healthy person, he should be laughed at 100-fold, and if he becomes obtrusive in a home, he should be expelled immediately. When the doctor received such a praising, he left the house growling and grumbling, but returned after 1 year, inquired about the condition of the beautiful widow, and started to court for her beautiful hand. The widow, however, became impatient and breathed from a distance of 3 steps towards the doctor and said, "Go and do not come closer. Since you walk into this breath, you are a child of death. Not 1 year will go by, and you will be rotting in the ground." The doctor, however, laughed and slurped the ejected breath with joy and desire, to show the beautiful widow how little he was afraid about the trifling poison, since he was convinced that it would not harm him at all. The best about it was that also the widow herself did not believe the slightest what she was saying, but only used it as a threat, because the people were spreading such rumours, and therefore nobody dared to come too close to her. However, the people were not so wrong after all. If this, our widow, was not passionately excited, her breath was good and healthy. But as soon as she got a little agitated, it was not possible to keep up with her. Whoever took in too much of her breath did not live longer than a year, and was a child of death. He became a kind of emaciation, and could take whatever any proven wonder doctor could possibly prescribe to him. It did not serve any purpose. The sickness progressed with an iron perseverance, and the sick person infallibly became its victim. And this also happened to our Greek doctor. Soon afterwards he started to waste away, and within 8 months he became a most wretched and totally emaciated corpse, against which a by 3,000-year-old Egyptian mummy would still look quite well fed. Our widow soon found out about it, and from several sides it was whispered to her that she will be taken to court. The widow was very much disturbed in her heart by this. Finally, she herself began to ail and sent for my father, who of course took me, his indispensable seer, with him, to get to know something about this strange woman through my seer gift. With some care, we came to the house of this strange woman and found her lying completely exhausted in a bed. Her deaf-mute, but otherwise, in all seriousness, heavenly beautiful daughter and a few maids were with her and supported her. It should be noted here that her strange breath only affected men, but was not harmful to any women or maidens. My father said, when he came into the room holding a little his breath, "Here stands the called doctor from Jerusalem. What does the lovely widow wish from me?" Said the widow, "What else does a sick person want from a doctor, except that he should make her well? Help me if you can." Said the father, "Allow me to observe you for a while. Then I will know if you can be helped or not." Said the widow, "Do what you think is right." Thereupon the father said in Roman to me, "Pay attention if you are able to see anything around here, since her illness must have a very special reason." I immediately tried very hard to see something, but initially was not able to see anything spiritual or uncanny. But about after an hour, I noticed a bluish smoke developing above the bed of the widow, and asked my father if he also could see it. He denied this and concluded that this was already something unusual. I continued my observation with the most concentrated attention and discovered within the blue mist a great number, about finger-long rattle and grass snakes, which swam inside the blue mist like fish in the water, and flashed with their steel-like tongues quite exceptionally. But none of the many beasts moved outside the, so to speak, fixed mist circle. I immediately drew my father's attention to it and told him my opinion that it was not at all advisable to get too close to the bed. My father confirmed this my opinion, but also asked me at the same time whether I could not find out about any means whereby the widow could be helped. '87. Healing with the poison of snakes. Matthau. As I was standing there, completely turned to the inside of me, I heard a voice as if someone was whispering in my ear. "Catch a rattlesnake and a grass snake. Chop off their heads, cook them properly, and give such soup for the widow to drink. And show her that the court which she so endlessly fears cannot have anything against her, and she will immediately get healthy again. Should, however, someone in future starts to waste away by her poisonous breath. See to it that he drinks the soup of the said snakes, whereby also the old Asclepius's emaciation can be cured, and soon he will recover completely. The said snakes, however, one can find in abundance on the southern slopes of the Horeb. This advice, which I very clearly heard, I conveyed briefly to my father. He, completely beyond himself with joy, said immediately to the widow that she should not worry, since he will surely help her. However, foremost, she should not be in the slightest way concerned about the court regarding the Greek doctor, since she does not carry any guilt about his death. He himself was quite familiar with Roman law, and does not know that such a case ever was suitable for prosecution. The completely serious representation of the innocence of the widow calmed her down to such an extent that the bluish smoke above her head disappeared completely, what I immediately conveyed to my father, about which he felt a lot of joy, and he immediately sent for Horeb for the said snakes. There lived some of the best snake catchers and spellers, and within a few days a few pieces of each species arrived, of course already decapitated and properly sealed in clay, so that they properly were sealed from the air, and were prevented from decaying, since at the Horeb a kind of fatty, yellow clay could be found, in which corpses could be preserved for hundreds of years without decaying. After the snakes were transported on a camel, a section of them was cleaned from the clay, depending on how much was required at one time, and then put on a fire in a good pot and cooked for about 3 hours, without the widow, still lying in bed, knowing anything about it. The time from sending a request for the medicine to Horeb until the actual cooking took 4 days, during which time my father had to console the widow a couple of times per day, and promised her a full recovery within already 4 days. Because of that, the widow day by day became visibly better, and already wanted to get out of bed on the 4th day. But father didn't wanted her to leave the bed, keeping her away from the preparation of the snake brew, because if she had seen something about the preparation, the healing of the widow would become highly improbable. By keeping her in bed, she did not saw anything, and when my father handed her the brew to drink, she drank it with noticeable pleasure until the last drop, and finally admitted that the brew-like medicine tasted quite well. After a couple of hours, father gave her another final portion of the brew, and afterwards the widow started to feel better, so that it was nearly impossible to keep her in bed for the 4th day. But on strict orders from father, she had to stay in bed, at least for also half of the 5th day since we have arrived here, after which she left the bed fresh and completely recovered. She rewarded my father extremely copiously, and did not forget about me either. When we departed, she asked my father confidentially if he knew the Greek doctor, and if he would be able to help him. But my father said, "Yes, indeed. I have known this wretched charlatan quite well. He surely never have helped anybody, except into the grave." With this remark, the lovely widow was quite content, and sent us on our way with a lot of goodwill. Father carefully packed the remaining sections of the in clay preserved snakes, and together with other things and items of great value, tied them on the back of the camel. We also mounted our dromedaries, and travelled quite cheerfully back home. With this medicine of the strangest nature, my father afterwards had healed many emaciating sick people, thereby earning a lot of money and a famous name. Of course, because of that, he was not very much favoured by the temple clerics, and also not by the Essenes. But instead, the Romans respected him even more, gave him all protection, elevated his art and science up to the stars, and gave him the honorary name Asclepius Jr. Whenever the snakes were used up, my father immediately ordered a new shipment from Horeb, and cured with it the emaciating, of which, in all seriousness, nobody died. '88. Death of the widow and her daughter. Mathau. A few years have passed since the healing of the widow, without us hearing anything about our widow. Suddenly, one early morning, precisely on a Sabbath, a messenger from our widow appeared and requested the father to be on his way as soon as possible, since the known widow, together with her daughter, all of a sudden fell ill to such an extent that nobody out of the circle of deeply saddened neighbours dared to think about her recovery. That we, upon this news, were soon on our dromedaries, despite the Sabbath, goes without saying, and that father did not forget to take along the right quantum of the strange medicine is also self-evident. Since he quite naturally was of the opinion that the widow fell into a relapse of her previous illness, as this was not too seldom the case with this kind of sickness, and every doctor knows that a relapse of an old illness is much more stubborn than the first-time appearance. After a couple of hours, we arrived at the familiar house. But already from a half-hour walking distance, I noticed that the whole large dwelling was covered in a thick blue smoke. And the closer we came to the well-known house, the more clearly I could see the already familiar beasts swimming inside the blue mist. "Stop," I said to father, when we were still about 60 steps away from the house. "For the sake of our bodily safety, we should not go one step closer, if we do not soon want to become a victim of death. Since the evil blue mist, with its extremely uncanny inhabitants, is now wrapped around the whole house." My father, now completely puzzled, suddenly stopped. He sent the messenger into the house of the two sick people, so that he could bring him news in which state the two were. The messenger immediately hurried to the house and found both unconscious and in a full struggle with the relentless death. When father heard this from the messenger, he said to him, "Friend, I cannot perform miracles, and as such, I have no other choice but to turn around. and the quicker the better, since it is not advisable to come too close to both of these sick people. But the messenger asked us that we should stay for another hour, since one could not know for certain if these two could not regain their conscience again. Said the father, "You, of course not, but the more certain I know about it. Everything in this world does quite often have in a wide circle around itself certain signs, from which someone knowledgeable with great certainty can conclude how a case or a thing is made up. And the same is also here the case. I even can recognize it from the house, but that both of them will and cannot live longer than 1 hour. Here, every rescue attempt could be called futile. All of you male servants of this house, look for rattle and grass snakes, chop off their heads, clean them and cook them, and drink the brew several times. Otherwise you all will die within 1 year of total emaciation, since the odour of those two female beings, which you do not know about, is of such a nature that every man, who especially now is getting too close to them and is captured by it, will at the most not longer than 1.5 years from now turn into a complete mummy." The messenger thanked for this advice and wanted to give valuable presents to my father. But the father did not accept anything and started to turn the dromedaries and the pack camel around, a work which is always not that easily accomplished with these animals, especially when they were exhausted and hungry. Father always was a little irritated with the turnaround of our carriers, but this time it was to both our advantage. Since if our animals had quickly submitted to our will, we both, especially I, would have missed out on one of the most memorable scenes. In time, the blue mist increased at least by half, raised soon above the whole big house like a giant ball, and was filled not only by the two snake species, but with an exceedingly large amount of all kinds of nasty, and among others also very gentle, natured creatures. They flew around the giant bowl like cranes when leaving the ground. However, the whole bowl hung on only 2 weak-looking strings, or better, straps. The one somewhat smaller half of the bowl was somewhat lighter than the other half. It seemed very odd to me that a quite strong early evening wind was not able to cause the slightest disturbance to the hanging balloon. While I looked at the appearance in amazement and reported everything to my father in the Roman tongue, I finally discovered increasingly more examples of greater animals, like rats, mice, rabbits, chicken, doves, geese, lambs, goats, hares, roe deer, stags, gazelles, and a great number of other animals, fully developed, floating inside the large bowl. The father noted to me, "Son, are you speaking the full truth? Since this story is getting a little out of hand." But I strongly confirmed to my father that I only, as always, tell him what I clearly see before my eyes, and not one word more, and also not one word less. Father then was quiet, and paid great attention to each of my words. When I looked at this most bizarre picture of an once-in-a-lifetime experienced appearance more intensely and with greater excitement, the two straps on which the great bowl seemed to be connected suddenly sheared, and now there were floating, suddenly, two large separated bowls, about 2 man-heights above the house. The continuously increasing stronger wind did not move them at all. Like build, the two balloons floated above the large dwelling. I did not saw any about the vermin animals in the separated balloons any more, of which the one seemed a little smaller and was also more brighter than the larger one. The smaller one also contained a mixture of all kind of more gentle animals, while the bigger one also contained wolves, bears, and a lot of foxes, which alongside the many gentle animals quite peacefully floated up and down. It was all so strange that I could see everything as clearly as if it was illuminated by the midday sun, despite it already being significantly dark dusk. '89. Development of the souls of the two deceased women. Mathau. For about half an hour, the position remained the same. But afterwards, the situation started to change considerably. The reason for it was a quite naturally looking swarm of magpies flying by. There probably might have been 100 or so. They started to disturb both balloons to a considerable extent. The many creatures began to amalgamate, and soon in both balloons, only 2 gigantic grey-white eagles could be seen, who snapped quite aggressively at the magpies pecking at them. Woe one of them which was caught. It immediately disappeared from its balloon-teasing existence. This story did not take too long, and all the magpies were consumed. When I faithfully told this my father, he said, "Yes, it certainly looks like if this were the souls of both the dead. Look at the scene more carefully and tell me whatever you see, since truly, such strange death scene you have never told me before." Said I, "Father, what I see I immediately convey to you. The balloons are just becoming smaller, and the gigantic eagles are changing into, bluntly said, 2 cows, but with horns, and I see a perfect human at the scaffolding of the roof, climbing up and down, holding in each hand a bundle of hay. He certainly does not intend to feed the cows with it. Right, both cows have floated downwards so that they quite easily reach the hay with their tongues. And now they quite casually consume the hay. In such a way I told Father immediately what I saw. After consuming the hay, the person on the gable of the roof disappeared, But soon there came another who did not have the slightest resemblance with the first one, carrying 2 buckets of water, and gave the water to the cows to drink. And both cows drank the water to the last drop. After this appearance, also the second person disappeared with the buckets. But soon afterwards, the cows started to rotate with great speed in a circle. The former misty balloons became completely invisible, and because of the quick rotation, I could not make out the form of both beings any more. However, during this rotation, the beings became increasingly brighter and finally reached the illumination of a setting moon. Soon the rotation stopped, and in place of the former cows floated 2 somewhat meagre-looking human figures. Since their backs were turned to us, I could not make out the gender, but judging from the height, it were most likely 2 female figures. After a while of a quarter of an hour, I again saw a human being climbing onto the gable of the roof with 2 bundles, and handed each of the 2 figures a bundle. The bundle bearer immediately disappeared again, and both figures quickly untied the bundles, took from it a light grey pleated dress, and in one moment covered their bodies with it. Only now I recognized with certainty that the 2 figures were in fact those of the strange widow and her deaf-mute daughter. They looked quite starved, but nevertheless it was undoubtedly them. When they were standing as perfect female figures at the roof gable in front of my view, the 2 male figures in light green coats reappeared on the roof again and waved the 2 to follow them, what the 2 also did without the slightest refusal. They travelled towards midday. Soon they disappeared completely from my view. Thereupon I heard the clear words, "To God the Lord alone, all thanks and all praise and all honour for saving these 2 poor beings." Who had spoken those words, I don't know, but I heard them very clearly. They could not have come from those 2 male figures, since they were already long gone. Somebody somewhere behind me must have spoken these words. But how is an entirely different issue. Whoever had spoken them, it has very little to do with the whole story. But that the words were good and contained a lot of meaning is certain. Since both beings have all in all lived good and virtuous, were very charitable towards the poor, and on top of that, also very God-fearing, why it is difficult to understand why the voice is especially for the rescue of this widow and her deaf-mute daughter given thanks, praise and honour to God. This voice, therefore, must have known more, what my mind was able to comprehend. You, O Lord, does know anyhow what will remain to us a riddle regarding this death case. I therefore does not want to ask any particular questions about the whole matter, since the whole story, from Alpha to Omega, is a question. Therefore, O Lord, rather explain everything, since I don't know where to begin to ask. Already the illness was on its own quite puzzling, not to mention the appearances during and after their death. The rising of the apparently soul-like bluish steam above the whole house, the animals therein. Finally, the separation of the one large balloon into two smaller ones, the teasing magpies, the gigantic eagles, the transformation of them into cows without horns, etc. In short, everything is a fable which cannot be believed by anybody if told by someone in a light-hearted manner. If therefore you, O Lord, could most mercifully make this story a little more transparent to us, since up to now, between it and me, is hanging more than the threefold blanket of Moses. "90. The poison in minerals, plants, animals, and man. I said, "Is this story to all of you equally unclear?" All affirmed this question and asked for an explanation. And I said to all, "You have read about the children of the snake and act with this story as if you were completely lightless. See, on this earth there are poisonous minerals, poisonous plants, and also poisonous animals known to you. The poisonous minerals are very toxic. The poisonous plants to the largest part, and the poisonous animals, with regard to their whole being, only to their smallest part. But you also have heard that the souls of the people of this earth are a conglomerate of mineral, plant, and animal souls. This is a matter which I already quite often have explained to you, although I only have spoken more in general than specifics, and until now have not shown any special exceptions. But this is such a special exceptional case, and I want to make you all more familiar with it. You all know the just and true order of God, but also are familiar with the exceptions with it. You can think, feel, and sense them. However, what you can do, also God can. He surely knows His everlasting order in the best and clearest manner. But in addition, also all the possible and most diverse exceptions and violations of this order must therefore also be able to think and deeply feel them. Yes, God must even place in the free and independently becoming creatures who also want to become free, especially in angels and people of this earth, as you know, the stimulus for an anti-order, so that therefrom for the named and true, freely acting self-determination can become a truthful reality. From this, however, it is clear that the anti-order must be just as well known to God as the good, true, and living order. The thoughts and feelings of the anti-order in God, as well as in man, among the orderly thoughts and feelings, are corresponding to the poisonous minerals, poisonous plants, and poisonous animals. Since, however, they are also God's thoughts and God's feelings, they cannot disappear, but also stay in the form of fiery tongue primordial intelligence formations, can, as related, seize each other in the negative sphere and form a separate string of beings. From this primordial source, the greatest part of the whole physical and judged creation actually originated. However, since this is destined to serve the spiritual creatures not only as a testing life poison, but also as a salutary life balm when used orderly, the order is also arranged to such an extent that the two anti-order primordial substantial thoughts separate from the much less anti-order, and as already mentioned, form a poisonous string of beings in all three realms of the visible, outer, physical nature of things. At first, the poisons are in the coarsest matter of the minerals. Then they are getting already somewhat softened into the therefore suitable plants, and already reduced to a trifle, they are becoming dangerous in the better, thus positive outer life of certain low-level animal species, and can even, under certain conditions, injure the inner, very positive true life, but not destroy it. Now, the soul-specific potencies of these poisonous beings, inclusive their intelligence ability, finally seize each other, and in the end, they also become a form, but only a female form, which then, of course, does not exist without a quite dangerous portion of poison. These souls are finally also getting on the road of the flesh by the way of the known act of fathering. '91. The poisonous condition of the widow and her daughter. The Lord. Once such a soul is living in the flesh, it places its poison into the flesh and blood of its own body, which does not really affect the body health-wise in its life sphere too much, since it has been arranged to such an effect from the primordial beginning. But for a person originating from the positive order, it is never advisable to come too close to such a person. Although it cannot really harm his soul, it can harm his body, since it has not been suited for the absorption of such poison. And now we are standing close to our widow again. Her otherwise quite good and in a good order passing soul has deposited its poisonous primordial element in the spleen and liver of her body, which behaves quietly and as such harmless, as long as she is not excited by anything in a passionate manner. But once such a truly poisonous person has become excited, it is for every man high time to immediately withdraw from her poisonous sphere. Since this poison residing inside her body is of a nerve ether nature, It penetrates the person's outer life sphere, who merges his own nerve ether with the impregnated poisonous sphere by inhaling or prolonged close-by presence, is bodily lost, especially if he does not know about the antidote. Now, the antidote would be, if not all the nerves have already been too much irritated, the said brew. At the same time, such animals should be suffocated in a large jar filled with olive oil, and simultaneously with drinking the brew, the whole body should be rubbed quite well with the snake oil. Only thereby a complete recovery can take place, because the poison resting in the nerves partly unites with the primordial element of the brew in the stomach, or with those resting in the oil, and thus is unable to re-affect the nerves and cannot be harmful to them any more. When you, Mathael, were requested to visit her the first time with your father, the widow became ill by her own poison because the Greek doctor has excited her too much, and could have died at that stage just as well as later, since it is very seldom that such poisonous people die because of any other illness rather than their own poison. The visible blue mist, in which a number for you unlikable animals swam around, was such a release of the poisonous ether, and by its visible inhabitants it clearly expressed whose spiritual product it was. When your father, by his clever eloquence, considerably calmed down the inner, very excited fear of the widow, the evil ether withdrew again to the calmed spleen and liver. But the excess hardened in the gall of the stomach, was finally, after 4 days, totally absorbed by the said brew and excreted by the natural process, and the widow thereupon fully recovered. But the voice which told you about the antidote came from a spirit who was one of the spiritual protectors of the widow. But when you and your father were called for the second time, the widow had a strong annoyance because of her deaf-mute daughter, who, despite her deaf-muteness, quite strongly began to fall in love with a somewhat playful person. Thereby, the poison of the widow and her similar-natured daughter was too intensely excited. Both were like bitten by thousands of the most poisonous snakes in all their life nerves. And from this moment on, no bodily cure was possible. Except, of course, by my power, it would still be possible. Because of the great excitement, both souls nearly completely dissolved, which means they dissolved into their primordial elements and expanded, occupying necessarily a larger space, high and above the house, in which both were lie dying. When the total separation from the body occurred, and after subsequent further calming, the primordial elements inside the life mist bowl belonging together began to recognize each other again, and the former intertwined balloon divided into 2 separate balloons, of which the bigger contained the life primordial elements of the widow, and the smaller those of the daughter. However, the life primordial elements, by now already calmed down considerably, recognized each other more and more, seized each other, and immediately a higher level animal species became visible inside the balloon. When in the ball of life and in its inner forms again more calm took place, the former soul forms recognized each other more closely and transformed into two female eagles. Soon you saw a swarm of magpies disturbing the balloons. These were the outer life spirits, which also had to unite with the two souls. When this happened, visible to you in a corresponding manner, immediately two cows appeared. This would already be close to man, but something of the primordial elements was still lacking. The two male souls, who were the former husbands of the widow, recognized this lack and bring it according to good order. Then a new life appears in the cow forms. Everything is becoming mixed up, through which a new organic order originates, and soon two new perfect human figures appear. They are embraced by the two male souls with love, and this love immediately forms the just primordial material for corresponding clothing. And so the former much divided souls again become forever complete human forms, equipped with the necessary recognition, what is clearly indicated by the departure towards the evening. But the last thanking voice, which you, Mathael, heard at the end, was again the same protective spirits, which gave to you 2 years earlier the right antidote to heal such illness. The Spirit recognized the great difficulties which were required to create from a direct anti-order a truly and heavenly order. Since also there one can turn with a little poison a lot of balm into poison. But it is nearly impossible to turn a lot of poison with only a little balm into a healing balm. Only by God everything is possible, and therefore the last call for thanks by the protective spirit to God the Lord. Have you understood all this properly? To whom something is still unclear should ask, and there will be light for him. '92. Cyrenius's doubts about the earthly order of the development of the souls. Says Cyrenius, Lord, you the only wise and just, regarding this story, it is totally clear to me, since I see this truly divine work of art created by you in its natural progression of creation. I see your everlasting order, and also see that within this order all things are possible for you. But one thing which keeps me seriously in the dark, and I can think whatever I want, but it does not want to become brighter in me. I still do not understand why our human soul, before becoming a fully intelligent human form, must exist completely divided in 1,000 times thousands plants, yes, even minerals, and in more than that number animals. Before becoming a perfect human soul, it must, freed by lightning and rain from rocks, and who knows from what else, so to speak, be broken loose by fire and then be washed out. Afterwards, this soul migration and soul amalgamation story continues boringly enough through the whole plant and animal world. And finally, it has the honour, as a stronger becoming human soul, to be slaughtered in at least 20 oxen, and alongside also in about 100 sheep, calves and donkeys. This is what we Romans call a doctrina dura, a hard lecture. Would it then not be possible for God to immediately create a perfect human soul, and then to clothe it with flesh and blood? What for such a boring progress? There, look at our Raphael. What is he lacking for a perfect life? What are we patched up souls against him? Does he not have in his small finger more power and wisdom than we are in our whole body composed of legions? I do not want to see the destruction of 1,000 legions of the best soldiers. In one moment he would crush them all to dust. This I call life perfection. Can it be given to him by you? Why not to a human soul? Or was it also for his spirit as a former soul necessary to have gone through this immense journey of who knows how many levels? This, O Lord, is my dark side. Give me also therein sufficient light, and I will not bother you furthermore with such a silly question. In your Moses it says, "And God the Lord made man from the earth's clay, and blew him a living breath into his nose, and so man became a living soul." According to these, of course, quite misty words, if one can take them as they are written, did you, as God, indeed blew man, an already perfect soul, into his nose? And the whole man would then be, according to your image, become an already perfect soul? However, there the one is lightless as the other. Therefore I ask you, give us all just a little emergency light in this regard. I said, "Yes, my dear friend Cyrenius. When here and there your memory starts to fail you, I can't help it. Since this, what you want to know now, I already have at great length explained to you quite some time ago. You just have forgotten about it. I will awaken your memory a little, and everything will become illuminated to you." Says Cyrenius, "Yes, yes, Lord, you are always right. I am already completely in the clear now. On this mountain, and in this night, everything has been explained to us to the last detail. When we, by the magic light of this certain light ball, saw everything floating in front of us, namely the manner of creation, and even the outflow of your thoughts and ideas, their endless diversity, and even our very own thoughts in the form of fiery tongues and little tongues. Yes, yes, all this we have not only already heard, but also properly seen. '93. Cyrenius criticizes Moses' story of creation. Cyrenius. Nevertheless, I still cannot really befriend myself with Moses. It must contain many extraordinary great and true things. But who, except you, understand what he has written? Especially his history of creation is kept in the dark. At one place it says, "Let us make people, an image equal to us, who rule over the fish in the sea, over the birds under the sky, over the cattle, and over the whole earth, and over the worms creeping on the earth." And God created man according to his image. To the image of God he created him, and created a male and a female. And God blessed them and said to them, "Be fertile and multiply and fill the earth, and submit it to you, and rule over the fish in the sea, over the birds under the sky, and over all animals creeping on the earth." And God said, "Look here, I have given you all kind of herbs, which seeds itself on the whole earth, and all kind of fertile trees, which seed themselves for you as food, and all animals on earth, and all birds under the sky, and all the worms living on earth, so that they eat all kind of green herbs." And it happened like this. And God looked at everything what he has made, and see, everything was very good. And from the evening and the morning became the sixth day. With this text, one should regard the history of creation as concluded. Only, this is by far not the case. Later, after God the Lord looked at his creation and found everything very good, Moses again let God create the first human from clay, or lump of earth, and let God breathe a soul through the nose in him, and man would be perfectly completed. It only seems that God has forgotten that a man must also have a woman. In the earlier text it says, however, "And God created a man and a woman." But now, later, Moses leaves Adam alone for a long time, and only then, in a deep sleep, lets God create the first woman from his rib. Now, who can connect this in a sensible manner? Apparently understands more than me. According to the first text, God immediately indicates to Adam and Eve that they should rule over the whole earth and all creatures on it. He blessed them immediately, since it says, "And God blessed them." And therefore, he also must have blessed the earth and its creatures, since it also is written that God himself found everything is very good, what he has created. However, what God regards himself as very good can impossibly other than already be highly blessed by the contentment of God. Thus, in the first text, the whole earth and the first human couple appear as blessed in the highest degree. However, in the aftertext, everything becomes a completely different outlook. The earth has only one inhabitable garden, which of course must be pretty large, since in its centre 4 of Asia's largest rivers originating. There, the first man was made by God from clay, and a living soul was breathed into his nostrils. He saw and named the trees and herbs, the fish in the sea, the birds under the sky, and all walking and creeping animals on earth. The insects, flies, bees, wasps, hornets, butterflies, and a great number of the smaller inhabitants of the air, which one cannot call worms, just like many of the countless inhabitants of the sea, except for the fish, Moses seems to have forgotten, since he talks in the air rather than under the sky, only about birds, and in the sea only about fish. This is also a little strange. But let's leave it at that, since under the word birds, in the broadest sense, one can finally understand everything living in the air, and under the general concept fish, all the animals living in the water. But if Moses stretched his concepts as wide as necessary to correctly understand, I would not dare to say. Nevertheless, as it may be, with that one I still could go along. But how he in the preceding text, on the 6th day of creation, let God create, just after God's call, let us create people according to the image of God, a man and a woman. But in the aftertext, God has formed the man from clay long before, and the woman only very much later, from the rib of the man. The whole earth also by far appears more unblessed, and there is no mentioning of a blessing of the first human couple. To the contrary, by threatening them with death and cursing of the whole earth, they are forbidden to eat the fruit from a certain tree. And as it happened that after violation of this commandment, the earth in all seriousness was cursed, and shall only carry thorns and thistles, and in addition, that he must die, and that he will be earning his bread with sweat in his face. Yes, here not the slightest trace of any blessing, and the mentioned highest contentment of the completed works of God, as stated in the preceding text, is visible. Yes, you, our most divine friend. This surely is also a doctrina dura, hard lesson to comprehend. And even with the best intentions, one cannot find your way around. Frankly said, what you, O Lord, are, and what you teach, I believe more than rock fast. But with the somewhat strongly confused Moses, stay away from me. If it is possible for you to enlighten me about it, it is appreciated. But if this is, for the time being, according to your order, not possible, at least for me, I couldn't care less. I, and all of us, have a perfect light from you, and therefore can easily get along without the afterlight of Moses. To what use is a teaching to us if we cannot understand it in its primordial truth? Better one comprehensible teaching word than 10,000 words which nobody understands. '94. The creation of Adam and Eve. I said, "Your remark about Moses is not that bad, if measured with the scale of the actual world mind. But judged by the mind of the Spirit, Moses is something entirely different as what it seems to you, according to the letter of the word. By the way, according to the letter of the word, the preceding text does not differ too much from the aftertext as you imagine, since the aftertext rather comments on the preceding text and describes the manner, although in an actual spiritual corresponding manner, more closely in which the creation of man has proceeded. The way coming into being should be understood in the natural sense I already have explained, even tonight, as far as it is necessary for you to understand. And Mathal, who is quite familiar with the science of correspondence, has explained to you a day ago how the scriptures of Moses should be understood. And I must again make to you, my friend Cyrenius, the remark that you truly has a very short memory. I already have a while ago invigorated your memory, so that you, if you really want to, can move a bit more freely therein. With your doubts regarding the creation of man according to Moses, in a correctional manner, I want to add that much, so that you and also a few others can learn from it how things are really standing with this matter. See, everything that Moses is saying with his Genesis, and actually wants to say, refers foremost only to the upbringing and spiritual development of the first humans in general, and only by correspondence also to the very first human couple. By the way, Adam's body has been formed and created according to my will and determined order, as I have showed you right now, from the ether particles of the finest clay of the earth. After becoming full of experience by my will, and once has reached that particular strength, by which with him a most intensive outer life sphere must have formed, and when he at one stage, tired by work and travelling, fell into a deep sleep, the time has come to place a nature soul composed of all the levels in nature familiar to you into the outer life sphere of Adam. This soul, being present in the outer life sphere, immediately began to form from these for her very lovely outer life particles of Adam, or from the richest life mist, like still today some souls of dead people are doing, if they want to appear to people for a few moments, a corresponding body according to my will and my order, and completed it within 3 days. When Adam awoke, full of amazement and full of joy, he saw his image beside him, which of course was very fond of him and had to be, because bodily it originated from his being. However, in the area of his heart, he felt as if something was pressurizing him, but quite pleasantly. At times he also felt an emptiness. This was the beginning of sexual love, and he could never separate himself from the image, which caused him so much pleasure. Wherever he went, the wife followed him, and wherever the wife went, he surely could not let her go alone. He felt the value of the wife and her love, and therefore said in a clairvoyant moment, I as a man, and you as a woman, grown from my rib, the area of the heart, according to God's plan, are therefore one flesh and one body. You are my life's most lovely part, and so it will be. And the man will leave father and mother, the man's seriousness and his worries, and will hang on to his wife. But where it says that God covered the part of Adam with flesh, where he took his rib, hopefully nobody of you will be as stupid to assume that God really wounded Adam by taking away a rib, so that from this a large woman can be formed. The ribs are an outer, firm defensive shield for the soft, inner life organs. When David said, God, our firm castle and a strong shield, is God then really a steady castle built with bricks, or a large metal shield? The same applies to the rib of which Eva has originated. She, the rib, is only a sign for the issue, but the issue is the inner, mighty love life of Adam. And the rib, as the shield for this life, was used by Moses in his scriptures for the following reason. First, since it protects the life, and therefore, being the outer shield for the life, it also represents it figuratively. Secondly, later on a good, loyal, and dear good wife can also be regarded as a protection, shield, and screen of the life of the man, and can therefore also very pointedly, in a corresponding manner, be regarded as a rib of the man. And thirdly, the outer life ether is also a most powerful protection of the inner soul nature life, without no human could live longer than 10 moments. Now, this Eva, according to its tender bodily being, has originated from the exceedingly abundant outer life ether of Adam. And since this life ether arises from the area of the ribs and pit of the chest, and afterwards surrounding a person in all directions for a considerable distance, Moses could, who had a fluent use of the corresponding figurative language, quite rightly let Eva originate from the rib of Adam, and let God cover the wound with the flesh of Eva. Since Eva actually was the flesh which originated from the outer life sphere of Adam, and with which God replaced the missing outer life sphere of Adam, and thereby covered the wounded place with the, to him, most pleasant flesh of Eva, which was in fact also a flesh of Adam. "95. The fourfold meaning of Moses' story of creation. The Lord. See, Moses must be read in this manner, and also understood in the natural mind. Of course, there exists a deeper, inner, pure spiritual meaning, according to which the whole of Genesis must mainly be comprehended as God's business to develop man, so that they recognize and love each other and Him as their everything. In this sphere, God walks with Adam spiritually and teaches him, gives him laws, punishes him if he transgresses, and again blesses him. If Adam, or in general the first primordial mankind of this earth, recognizes God, loves him, and walks in his order. Even if this did not take place too much in the physical world, it nevertheless happened spiritually, and this also with very pure, unspoiled, and extremely simple people, as well as quite visibly natural. One can therefore read Moses, even fourfold, and always understand him quite well. First, purely on a physical level, from which one can recognize a necessary coming to be, in certain periods, according to the everlasting unchanging order of God. From that all physical scientists can replenish their minds, and draw their impossibly otherwise than extremely shallow conclusions. Along that road, they can discover quite a lot, but thereby will never reach a firm and steady ground. Secondly, physically and spiritually mixed. This likewise highly truthful sphere is suited best for the people who strive to please God, since they both take place hand in hand, clear in action, and became visible and comprehensible in appearance. Note well, in this manner also the household of God is given. Thirdly, pure spiritually, whereby not the slightest consideration is given to the physical appearances and its temporary steadiness and changes. There only the spiritual development of man is referred to, which Moses quite pointedly has presented with corresponding figurations from nature. All God-wise people, to whom the inner education of people is entrusted, have to understand this. And finally, fourthly, pure heavenly, where the Lord is all in all and everything is in relation to Him. However, how this must be understood, you cannot comprehend until you have become one with me through the full rebirth of your spirit, as also I am one with the Father in heaven. However, with the difference that you all will become one with me as separate individuals, while I and the Father, who is my love, are perfectly one with each other as a forever inseparable personality. I now hope from you, dear Cyrenius, that you have a better opinion about Moses. Or do you still think that Moses, according to your interpretation, like a blind man, did not know what he wrote? Says Cyrenius quite contritely, Lord, let me feel completely embarrassed and be very quiet and dumb, since I already realize my great and coarse stupidity. From now on, I just want to listen, but not speak one word any more. comes Cornelius to me and says, "Lord, now, before the sun will be up entirely, allow also me to speak a little word, and to perhaps ask a not too unimportant question, or actually make a remark." I said, "Just go ahead. Whatever is bothering you must come out." Continues Cornelius, "With the scriptures of Moses, it will certainly be, as you have now given us, the most clear explanation about it. And we humans probably would be able to decipher the first, second, and third sense by corresponding considerations. Since there must exist correspondence between all spiritual and physical. But who, except you, has the right key for that? That, what you now have explained to us, we understand, of course, quite well. But as far as I know, Moses has written 5 books. They have more or less the same style and the same spirit. Who can read and understand them? Now, would it not be possible to give us just a kind of general instructions? Because I, for my part, will from now on keep myself busy mainly with the Holy Scriptures of the Jews, since I was able to obtain a good copy from the temple. But I also want to understand what I read therein. I am also completely fluent with the Hebrew language, and fully understand the words of the Scriptures. But what use are to me the words and its material meaning, if I cannot fathom the spirit thereof? Therefore, O Lord, give us some instructions therein, so that we can understand what we read." "96. The key to spiritual scriptures." I said, "Yes, my friend Cornelius, there does not exist any rules or instructions in the outer life sphere for that. The only thing providing you with a key for the spiritual understanding of the Scriptures is your own, by me and my teaching, reborn spirit. As long you are not reborn in the Spirit, no rule is of any use to you. However, once you are reborn, then you do not need a rule anymore, since your awakened spirit will easily and quickly find its equal without any rules. But if you want to understand the physical sense of the Scriptures better, as it was the case until now, then you have to familiarize yourself quite well with the language of the Illyrians, which has the biggest resemblance with the old Egyptian tongue. And this is nearly one with the primordial Hebrew language. Without this language knowledge, you will never be able to properly read the Scriptures of Moses, not even properly understand the meaning of the words. Therefore, if you do not even understand the earthly pictures contained therein, how do you want to obtain the hidden spiritual meaning, even with many thousand rules and instructions? The present tongue of the Jews is nearly totally foreign compared to the original language which was spoken by Abraham, Noah, and even Adam. But you stay with me in faith and in love, and the right understanding will be given to you by itself. And this in a not too long time from now on. By the way, it will do you no harm if you read the script more often, since by doing so, your soul will remain active in searching and thinking. Are you happy with this answer? Says Cornelius, "Certainly, Lord and Master. A just and on safe ground standing hope is worth more than the full ownership of this what one is hoping for. And thus I will be happy for what I own from you. Receive my heart's warmest thanks for it." After our Cornelius was satisfied with this, immediately the former head Stahar came to me and said, "Lord and Master, this, what we all now have heard from your mouth, is a teaching which we will understand now. But will also somebody else understand it, if we convey this to him? How many things did we already have learned, heard and seen, so that we also are able to understand this? But those who we should educate have not learned, heard and seen anything before. How will they be able to understand this in a useful manner?" I said, "Friend, where did you have your ears when I right in the beginning said and even commanded you not to disclose to any person anything which you have seen and learned during this night? This must be kept hidden from all the world. Who truly is reborn in the Spirit, to him everything will be revealed anyhow. But who stubbornly remains in his worldly outer appearance, this will be a foolishness to his great annoyance, if he heard something about it. Therefore it is better that the world does not learn anything about it. But for you, it is for the sake of your strength necessary to understand the secrets of the kingdom of God. And this is enough for all the world. What you should teach in my name, to the largest part you know already. Everything else is a blessing for you, where you more or less has been elected to be teachers for the people, so that you undoubtedly believe that I am alone, He the Lord and Master since eternity. Because if you have the right and invariable steady belief, you will also easily awaken the same steady and living belief in your scholars, by first showing them your own strength of faith. However, so that you can show them this with all power, it was necessary that you have recognized me first, that I have gone forth from the Father, to show you all in your flesh the path of life. If you hopefully have comprehended this, then you will also know what you at this stage, once you will have been sent out by me, have to preach to the people. Love God, your everlasting Father, above all, and your neighbor as yourself. and keep the commandments which God has given to all mankind by Moses, then you already have everything together, what you preach to the people. It does not require anything else. Everything else, however, what you learn here, belongs to you, as I have explained it to you repeatedly just now. Now you hopefully know what you have to do and to observe for the future, and can therefore again go back to your place. With that, Steha returns to his place. Now the king Uran rises and asks me by saying, Lord, Master and God, you know why I undertook a trip. What I searched for, I have found. This find pleases me a great deal. It will certainly please everyone likewise, who found it just like me. But without teaching, nobody can find it. The question therefore arises, who should teach? And what does it take to be a teacher for the people? Should the teachers, like messengers, travel from town to town and move from country to country? Or would it be better to found public schools, equip them with qualified teachers, and prescribe laws to the people so that they have to attend such schools? Lord and Master and God, I beg you to give me most mercifully some instructions in this regard, since I will and shall do everything what you want and wishes that I should do. '97. True teachers of the gospel. I said, I like your truly serious will, but also your memory is somewhat short. Since about that I gave you, and especially Mathael as your senior adviser, sufficient instructions. Just think a little and you will find it. By the way, it goes without saying that he who wants to lead the blind must be able to see himself, if he does not want to fall with them into the same pit. You cannot say to your brother, let me take the splinter from your eye, if a whole beam is stuck in your own eye. Hence, a true teacher must be free of flaws which can be an obstacle to him during the execution of his duties. Because there, no teacher is better than an imperfect one. Since I train you as teachers, I therefore show and explain to you so many unheard issues. Thus, every perfect teacher must be taught by God, just as you are taught by God. The Father in heaven must draw him. Otherwise, he cannot get to the truth in its fullest light depth. But who doesn't get there and does not become light himself thereby? How should it be possible for him to illuminate the night of his neighbour? What should illuminate the night and transform it into a day must itself be like the sun, which is about to rise. If the sun would be dark and black like coal, could it transform the night of the earth into the most beautiful day? I think it will make the night even more black and lightless, as it was before. Therefore, a teacher who is not educated by God as a teacher is worse than no teacher at all. Since such a dark teacher is nothing else than a bag full of bad seeds, from which all weed of the darkest superstition is strewn into the furrows of, by nature necessarily spiritually, always poor human life. If you want to learn your people to read and to write and to calculate, you can employ suitable worldly teachers and teach already the children in the schools. However, my gospel can and may only be preached to the people in a useful and blessed manner by those who possess the properties in the fullest measure, which I pronounced earlier, and are a requirement for such an office. For that, however, it does not require any special school buildings, but a right heavenly messenger goes from community to community and says, "Peace be with you. The kingdom of God has now come close to you." If the messenger is accepted, he should stay and preach. But if he is not accepted by the community, which is too much of the world and the devil, he should move on, and should even shake off the dust from his feet. Since such a community is also not worthy that such a true heavenly messenger carries its dust on his feet. However, this my message should not be forced on anybody, but one or several members should first hear the effusively great advantages of my preachings from heaven. If the members want to listen, it should be preached to them in a short and summarized manner. However, if they do not, or showing little interest for it, the heavenly messenger should immediately move on, since the valuable pearls should never be thrown to the pigs for food. Now you know how the spreading of my teaching is carried out. But from now on, you should not again forget these my instructions. By the way, leave this holy and most holy task to Mathiel and his 4 companions, since they know exactly what they have to do and to arrange, and will also remain in their hearts with me in dialogue, which is also a necessary prerequisite for the true spreading of my teaching. Since who teaches his brothers, high or low, in my name, must not lade from his own, but always from my well. It should not be necessary for him to think, "What shall I say about the word of the Lord if I get to him or her?" Since when necessary, it will be given to him in his heart and tongue what he should say. But to whom this mercy is given should not hesitate to speak loudly about it, perhaps out of fear or shyness, in front of a ruler, as if he could offend or even anger him with that. Since who fears the world more than me? is not worthy of me, and also not of my smallest mercy, and is never suitable to become a heavenly messenger. However, in your kingdom, you will have less difficulty where you are a lawmaker and uppermost judge, and the people are fearing you, because they know your unchanging judgments. But where a teacher, as a messenger of heaven, gets to a place which is ruled by a hard monarch, he clearly requires more courage as you are, who is a feared monarch in your wide country. But who is or want to be a true messenger of heaven should not carry a stick nor any other weapon. He should also not carry a bag with him to put something into, since I myself will awaken friends for him, and they will to him what he needs as a person of flesh and blood. In the same manner, a true messenger of heaven, except in winter or in the cold northern countries, should not wear more than one set of clothes, so that nobody can accuse him of having too much and somebody else too little instead. However, should someone give him a second or third, he should accept it, since he will find more than enough opportunity where such devout gifts come in quite handy. With that, Uran, you have all the rules under which a true teacher should operate. Only one thing I add to this and say: every true messenger of heaven will receive the ability from me to cure every sick person by laying on of his hands. And the true messengers should also heal any sick in a community. Such will awaken a good inclination in the community, and they will more easily accept the new teaching from heaven than any still so well-prepared speech. Every person, anyway, rather listens to the words of a doctor than to those of a still so shining prophet. What I do also should be done by a true messenger from heaven, sent by me to all the countries of the world. A true messenger of heaven should also recognize if an illness is not of such nature, whereby the person is already more in the beyond than on this side. Once the true messenger of heaven sees a soul outside the body, he should not lay his hands on him, but only pray for him and bless in my name the parting soul from this world. In short, every true messenger of heaven, when the time comes, will recognize what he should do. Are you, Uran, in order with all this, what you wanted to know? Says Uran, yes, Lord and Master and God, the only true one. My warmest loving gratitude for this, and my people all over the country should and will thank and praise you, that you have given so much undeserved mercy to their old king, through which also they will benefit. Therefore, once again, my most loving gratitude for it. '98. The beautiful dawn. Upon Upon this really warmly felt and with all warmth spoken gratitude, Uran went back to his place. And in this same moment, the sun started to rise in a manner never seen before. And because of the brightness of the whole horizon, nobody hardly dared to look at it. Thousands of little clouds waited in the brightest light, like shaking in deepest reverence for the marvelous Day Mother. After a few moments, the great sun started to rise with the brightest light of a rainbow over the faraway mountains. The diameter, however, seemed this time 10 times bigger than otherwise. At the same time, many present noticed great crowds of birds circling more or less high up in purest, light-coloured ways of the air, which also added a worthy side movement to the rising sun. The wide mirror surface of the lake was covered by a light mist, which reflected the rainbow colours of the sun in the most marvellous manner. At the same time, a great many large, white seagulls flew over the wide, brilliant white shining surface of the lake, and their wings shone as if they were diamonds and rubies. At the same time, a pleasant, fresh-smelling, cool morning breeze was blowing, so that Cyrenius and many others with him exclaimed loudly, "No, never before has a mortal eye seen such a marvellous morning, and no person's sense has ever felt such revitalizing morning freshness." Also Jara, who was quiet for the whole night and kept busy with seeing and listening, suddenly screamed of delight. "Oh, this is a morning like the angels enjoy it in heaven. Oh, oh, what beauty! What indescribable enchantment! This is a corresponding morning like the one which rose in the most exceeding abundance in our hearts during this night. Isn't it true, O Lord? You, my only love? This is such a quite meaningful heavenly morning." Said I, with a smile, "Quite so, my most dearest rose daughter. If everything in a person has become heavenly, also everything surrounding him will also become heavenly. The mornings become heavenly mornings, the days heavenly days, the evenings true heavenly evenings, and the night becomes a rest of heaven, but not dark any more, but full of the most marvellous light for the pure soul united with its spirit in a person. Just enjoy to the fullest extent the strengthening beauty of this most fresh-smelling morning." The girl cries tears of joy and rises from her seat to indulge with her whole body this fresh morning smell. Just now also Marcus the innkeeper arrives. Since he arranged for the morning meal, he missed the rising of the sun. But since the sun shines in its fullest and brightest rainbow colours from the sky, he asks, quite astonished, what special morning this was. Because he was already quite an old man, has travelled Europe, Africa and Asia far and wide, but he never has seen the sun and the little morning clouds in such a light. I should tell him what this means. I said, "See, if the emperor from Rome would come here, all the subservient nations would arrange all kind of celebrations for him, partly because of joy to have the opportunity to see their emperor, but partly also to receive some mercy or forbearance, if he would be in a joyful mood. See, here in my person, there also sits an emperor and a sole ruler over all the heavens and worlds. The inhabitants of the heavens, like our Raphael is one of them, know what great revelations of life I have given to you this night, and that it is allowed to see me among the people as Father face to face, teaching and visiting in this my person. The highest and most blessed joy which they feel right now, they are also expressing by the activity of the nature spirits of this earth. However, not only on this earth, but on all worlds in the whole infinite creation, celebrations are held during this time, namely for the duration of 7 hours. During this time in the whole creation, no created creature will die, and also not procreated. Once the 7 hours have expired, the celebrations will end, and everything will proceed normally. Now you know the reason of the marvelousness of this morning. But go now and arrange for us an especially good morning meal, since also we want to celebrate a special festival. Marcus hurries to fulfill my will. All present, however, join the joy of the heavens and praise me, but Jarrah the most. After all present have praised me for an hour long, Marcus arrives and invites us for the morning meal. But many want to stay for a while longer on the mountain. But I say to them, down below at the tables in the open, the same morning occurs like here on the mountain. On the short route below you will enjoy it, and below you will enjoy it twice as much. Our bodies need strengthening. Therefore, let's quickly go to the tables below. "99. About fasting. Upon these my quite natural words, one of the 30 young Pharisees remarks, "Now, for a change also a natural word out of the mouth of him, in whom resides the very highest Spirit of Jehovah, in all its fullness of his divine wisdom, love, strength and power." Nevertheless, one still cannot trust it, whether behind it does not lies a deeper, spiritual meaning. Who can find it, except himself, should be rewarded with a kingdom. I will not become a king. Says a colleague to him, this remark was already too stupid to think it very quietly. not mentioning handing it over to the air loudly. How can he say something without an inner, deeper spiritual meaning? Even if it appears to us still so normal, it still remains a remark by the very highest spirit, and therefore cannot be otherwise than full of the most deepest spiritual meaning. Both of us will most likely in all eternity not fathom the depth of this so lightly breathed sentence. But I feel it clearly, that something infinite is hidden in it. Therefore refrain from such exceedingly silly remarks in future. Says the first one, Now, certainly this was silly of me. I admit this quite willingly. Nevertheless, nothing evil was meant by it. Says the second, Now then, do you feel sorry that you did not mean to make a joke about it? During this night, together with me, you have heard, seen, and felt so much of the highest wisdom, and now suddenly it occurs to you to permit yourself to make some lukewarm jokes. See, because we are so stupid and closed up and pitch black, like darkest autumn night, the Lord did not call on us to tell a miraculous event, like the exalted Matthal. Quite a nice difference between us and Matthal. I already feel like nothing, and you still want to joke? In this infinite, exalted society. Says the first, You are quite right, brother. Just give it to me. I do not deserve any better. But now I'm going to punish myself for that. You know, I would enjoy the morning meal a great deal. But no, certainly not. Until this evening, not a single piece of food will go over my lips. Oh, I will understand to punish my lazy jokes. With that, the young Pharisee goes back up the mountain and does not come to the morning meal. But also his colleague says, Yes, if you are fasting, I'm guilty of that by my rebuke directed towards you. And therefore I will help you to fast, so that you endure it more easily. Indeed, you have transgressed, but you immediately recognized your mistake and deserve forgiveness and proper support for your self-corrective actions. Hence, I fast with you. Says again the first, You shouldn't do that, since it is not right if the innocent suffers together with the guilty, as it is unfortunately very often the really saddest case in this world. Says the second, As if I didn't know that. But tell me, where these cases occur so quite often, that the innocent of my kind suffer with the guilty voluntarily. Says the first, Now, such cases are not really occurring that often, but the more so those where the innocent involuntarily have to suffer with the guilty. For example, an emperor who has an exceedingly large empire and is powerful by his large army is offended by a smaller and less powerful king. The emperor could take revenge for the offence only at the king, but no, he floods the land of the king with his armies and horribly destroys it. He does not spare animals or people. Everything must die by the sword, and villages, markets, and cities are destroyed by fire. How many innocent must suffer here with one guilty? I think this example will be sufficient, and you will recognize that so now and then I also can be right. While those two staying behind exchanged their words with each other, we reached the tables and sat down to a very abundant and best prepared morning meal. Except for myself, nobody missed the two young Pharisees, who were of course no Pharisees any more. Therefore, I immediately said to Marcus that he should go to the mountain and in the name of the Lord call them to the morning meal. Marcus quickly went to the mountain and conveyed to both my will. Thereupon both got up and followed Marcus on the foot. When they arrived below, I said to both of them, "Simon and Gaby, come here and sit at this table, since after the consumed meal we will see if in this my natural instructions on the mountain regarding the going below to the morning meal, in all seriousness, no spiritual inner meaning can be found. But first let us eat and drink. Since the body needs for its temporary existence its food and strength, just as the soul, if it should grow in recognition and in strength of the will. Therefore eat and drink, and leave the fasting for another time. As long as I'm with you as a true father of your spirit and bridegroom for your souls, you should not fast, neither bodily nor in your soul. However, if in time I will not be among you personally like now, then you will have to fast in all kind of matters. An exaggerated and reasonless fasting is just as foolish and even can become a sin, like excessive indulgence. Who wants to live in a true order should be moderate in everything, since every excessiveness must lead to unfavorable consequences for body, soul, and spirit. Eat and drink without scruples, and be joyous and cheerful in your heart. A joyous and cheerful heart is much more pleasing to me than a sad, plaintive, grumbling heart, which is discontent with everything, thereby ungrateful, and surely contains little love. Since in a joyous heart resides love, good hope, and undoubted confidence. If someone who is saddened by some weighty reason comes to a joyous and cheerful person, he soon also becomes joyous. His soul starts to move more freely, and the light of the Spirit can illuminate the rested soul more easily. While a sad soul shrivels substantially, and finally becomes dark and sullen. I suppose that under joy and cheerfulness of heart, you surely will not confuse it with playful, impure, and indecent joke-making, since such should remain far from you. But I mean the joy and cheerfulness which fill the heart of a respectable and totally healthy couple, or experienced by humble people after committing good and God-pleasing actions. Have you understood this well? All confirmed this and were cheerful in my joy. Thereupon, from all sides, the bowls were seized properly, and the large, good fishes left nothing to desire. Also, the wine was consumed in good measure. 100. Simon speaks about admonitions out of self-love. But after half an hour, our large society became alive, and Simon started to free his rather witty jokes. Gaby, a more serious young man of about 20 years old, plucked Simon quite often, indicating that he should not go too far. But Simon said, "Who plucked once at David when he rather playfully danced in front of the ark?" His wife, out of shyness, advised him to restrain his joy madness. But David did not take any notice. And see, I also will not care about your correction plucking, but will only become more cheerful. Thus do not pluck me any more, otherwise I also had to pluck on you. Look, there sits the Lord. He alone is now our corrector. What do we sinners want to correct each other, since each of us corrects his fellow man mainly out of his own self-love? The niggard admonishes his fellow man to restraint, soberness and thrift, and has its custom sayings for it. But why does he do it? He is afraid that somebody might become impoverished, whom he, as a wealthy person, however not out of neighbourly love, but because of a disgraceful duty, had to support him. Somebody else who cannot walk that fast will, in precise medically terms, explain to his companions the harmfulness of walking too fast. Someone else who is not a great friend of the usefulness of heat will argue as much as possible the advantages of shade. A wine drinker will not seriously recommend to his friends the drinking of water. A young, or even already an older man who has his eyes on a certain young girl will always preach to her the dangers being in the company of other men, and nicely warn other men about the immorality of the irresponsible company with the female gender. In such a warning, there certainly is quite a nice piece of self-love visible. And therefore, until now, I always have made the remark, quite frankly, that together with the so often occurring admonitions, always a little self-love appears on the side of the scolder, which no scolder, if he thinks a little about himself, can deny. Anything that touches him in an unpleasant manner, doing it, he will warn his fellow man the most under all kind of morally looking reasons. If someone is in love with a maiden, he soon, in a loving manner, will seriously warn her about other men, who also, as it occasionally happens, might have an eye on her. Why does he not warn all the other maidens about the wickedness of men? Because with the other maiden, his self-love does not play a role. From the type of the different warnings and admonitions which people are giving to each other, I can precisely determine the so-called sides of people. Not in vain did our God-Master on the mountain made the marvellous and very striking remark for the certain unwelcomed admonisher who should not that easily tell his fellow man, "Come, friend, that I remove the splinter from your eye." They first should take care whether there is not a whole beam stuck in their own eyes. Only if they went to some trouble to remove it, they would have earned the right to say to his brother, if it would be convenient for him to also remove his little splinter from his eyes. You see, friend Gaby, this is also morality, which I, of course, does not want to force upon you as you want to enforce your admonishments onto me, although I'm quite convinced that there is very little untrue about it. I have spoken, and will now attend again to a fish. In the meantime, you, my friend Gaby, can give your preacher tongue some work to do. However, spare me the wisdom of Solomon, since for him both of us do not have any hair on our milk teeth. By the way, we both are lucky to be still alive. But Solomon, let him be a good man, and his high song should sing whoever wants to sing it. Hopefully our voices will never reach that height on this dear Mother Earth. Gaby, however, looks a little sad about the stinging remarks about Solomon, but nevertheless keeps quiet out of pure reverence for me.